Hi guys, welcome to the stream again. Another Sunday night casual stream. Right, I might have messed up tonight. You guys know I'm not a football fan, right? And from looking at the comments, I believe there's a game of football on. Maybe right now. I hope it hasn't just started. It's coming to the end because otherwise I'm clashing with it. I've got over 100 in already, so that's good. But yeah, there is a football game on. Germany versus England. I don't know if it's female or male. If somebody can tell me what time it finishes, I'd be grateful. Okay, let me just say, I just want to say a quick hi to Rob. That's very kind of you, Rob. Straight away, I think that's the fastest I've ever had a super chat. Rob Zappone towards a goal profile. I'm nearly there, guys. I'm thinking, if it goes well tonight, hint, hint, I should have it. I should be able to go out and get it this week. Okay, but that's it. I won't mention that again. Thanks, Rob. Okay, so it's a Sunday night stream. It's very casual. There's no ladyboy competition. There's no spot the Thai girl. There's no joke of the week. There's no manga minute. There's nothing. All there is a box of beers, me and you guys. So let's start the conversation. Okay, so I'm saying hi to Brian. See you boys in an hour. Behind me, by the way, that's, if you're wondering, that's Pattaya by night, as some people like to say. Okay, what's this now? We've only just started. Martin Ryder's had it already. Mongering Chiefs of Peter of Kettering. Yeah. Okay, Clive, how you doing? Donald Trump in the house. Good to see you. Re-elected soon, I'm sure. Motel, good afternoon. Hi to Damon as always. Damon in the background, the spanner. And I do believe Franco is around. He's on the road. Franco drives a lorry. He drives bands, equipment, lighting, speakers, all that sort of thing. So quite famous bands. They're all 80s, 90s bands, but he does a lot of that. I'm not sure if he'll get back tonight, but Damon's there with the spanner and the ruler to rap people on the knuckles with if they get a bit out of hand. Okay. Hi to Danish Bacon. You're all over the place. I've seen you everywhere this week. Gary Hughes, yummy, as Mr. Sweeney would say. Yep, okay. Mario Herrera, is it? Hi to you. Shinrana. Right, quick question. Would you move to Thailand if you didn't have a YouTube channel? Well, that's easy, Shin. Probably no, not because I'm not motivated to live in Thailand, but I make enough money on YouTube now to supplement my income. I couldn't live off YouTube. I've got a little bit of property that I rent out. I don't make huge amounts, but I have got some. And this YouTube now, it's a good supplement. It's a difference between going out there and living in a one room on noodles on the street where I could just about do it, as opposed to living in maybe a nice apartment and being able to go out and, do everything. Right. Reno Rennie, good afternoon, Peter. Everybody from sunny Copacabana. Good to have you in again, mate. Yeah. Paul Hoskins, Vindaloo, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we'll go. Tony Albert, hi all from a very cold. See, I've never thought of Melbourne as being a cold place because you think the continent of Australia in the UK, most of us assume that it's just hot all the time everywhere. But I guess that is just assuming. Lees, how you doing? Carl Wirrold, good to see you in. Asef, nice to see you in. Seamus Doherty, hi Peter. I have a flight to Bangkok booked in January. Hopefully all goes to plan. Guys, don't forget now, they're very strict on the mask now. And when I say they're very strict, it's not just about wearing a mask. They're absolutely stipulating you're not allowed to wear the blue surgical masks. I cocked up when I went to Bangkok in December when I caught COVID. When you're walking around, you got it on for 20 minutes. You don't notice so much. In the UK, it's cool. Not cool as in cool to wear a mask, but cool as in temperature-wise. And I made the big mistake of getting on the aircraft with one of those silly masks. By the time I landed, it felt like my ears were being sliced through. It was awful. 18 hours with that mask on. Although in the night, in the dark of the aeroplane, I was a bit naughty. I let one ear off. I just couldn't stand it. But what they're saying now, I don't know. They're not giving you I haven't read anything about it's got to be a medical grade, a certain standard. But what they've said is they don't accept those blue regular masks now. So if you're going to Thailand, I'd recommend you do a bit of research and get yourself a good mask, maybe a couple. Because when you start. When you get sweat inside them, they're bloody uncomfortable. And the thing is now the Thais are complaining them. I read an article the other day where the Thais were saying they've had it, they're fed up with masks. A lot of Thais wear masks all the time anyway, but when you're forced to wear it all the time, I hate the mask, absolutely hate them. Alexander the Great, evening, how you doing? Kevin Lampard, hi. Hugh Jass, hi. Tim P, greetings to all. Clive, good to have you in. I hope you're still sober at the moment. We'll have a beer later. Jeff Fried Rice, hi. Did I say hi to Dutch Faranga? Super nice hi to you. Martin Ryder. Oh, that's twice I've said hi to you. What we're going to talk about tonight. Come on, somebody bring up a subject we can all get into tonight. Hey, I tell you what, I was watching Trevor's stream, a little bit of Trevor. You know, I was supposed to be on Trevor's stream last Thursday, and him and Ian, they just totally forgot me. I was watching it, and I thought, what's going on here? And, you know, and all of a sudden, Trevor turned around and he said, here, Ian, we forgot something. We forgot Peter. He was supposed to be on today. We'll have him on next Thursday. I've sent him a few messages today. He hasn't got back to me. I'm sure when I wake up in the morning, there'll be something there. But at the moment, there's nothing there. Let me just straighten this thing out. But yeah, I mean, it was a mistake, but I was actually shocked because, you know, there's certain channels I'll swing by now and again. And I went to, I had a look at Trevor's channel a week or two ago, and he had 53,000 subscribers. And I mean, I remember when I first came across him about a year ago, was it something like that? I think I had 22,000 and he had 14,000. So, I mean, he's really leapt, you know, he's really raced ahead, which is understandable because he's in patio, he's out and about. I'm stuck in in my garden in England. So I think I've done pretty well. When I get out to Thailand, hopefully I'll gallop a little bit as well. But I was actually quite shocked because within 24 hours, he got about 30,000 new subscribers. And I thought, no, that can't be right. If you look now, he's actually got 81,000 subscribers. Yesterday, he had 53. But what it is, it's a glitch with YouTube, and I don't know how they've managed it, but they'll take them off. Or he might be lucky; they might not bother taking them off. Right, Charles Sanders, how to you? She had a Mary. Let's get that up there. Look, she had a hairy muff. I do like the hairy muff. Football's coming home. Dutch Farang. Okay, a lot of football fans out there. Okay. Hi, Charlie. How are you doing? Good to have you in the stream, mate. I don't know how long it's going to go on for tonight. I'm not going to say the standard line. You know what it is, but I won't say it tonight. Matthew Cartwright, how are you doing? Good to see you, Peter. Let's have a few beers to end the weekend. Yeah, you know, look, Matthew, one of the reasons I delayed the stream, I used to do it's not every week, the Sunday one. It's like, if I feel like the Friday night is set in stone. I'll definitely always do that. But the Sunday, Matthew, the Sunday stream is, you know, it's pretty casual. And if I've got nothing better to do, I'll do it. I enjoy it. I've got some beers. But one of the reasons I took it from 7 till 8, I originally started at 7 because I had to get up at 7 to do that school run. Well, that's all out the window now. So I still have to get up before 9, obviously, to let my dog out. But there's not such a panic. And the whole reason to take the stream from 7 till 10, if you know me, I don't drink at all in the daytime. And actually, I don't normally have my first drink until after 9 p.m. I have a drink most days, but it's a golden rule of mine. I don't drink in the day, and I don't like to drink 6, 7 o'clock. I'm hammered by 9, 10, and I don't want to be. So I thought, well, if I start at 8, give it an hour into the stream, half an hour maybe, then I can start having a few beers. Andy Holmes, how you doing? It's Carmen home. It's Carmen. Okay. Did you mean coming home? Okay. It's up to you, Sawadi Cab. Hi, Shaggy Rogers. Where's the vest? Yeah, I did a few scientific tests in here tonight. Scientific. No, I nearly wore the vest, but what it is, it's a bit cooler today, but it's still very humid. And I thought, well, I'll put a t-shirt on. I don't like wearing a vest. You look like a bit of a thug, don't you? An old thug. It's just like you haven't made the effort. And normally when I do a stream, I like to wear a polo shirt, you know, but they're quite thick and too hot. I got this from Tesco's the other day. $5 it cost, but it's massive and it's really thin. So I thought I'll give it a go. And yeah, I can get away without the wife beating vest tonight. I don't like it really. Okay. Canary spreads his wings. Whiskey tonight, Peter. Well, we might indulge in a little tipple as always. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Andy Holmes, finished now. We won, are the champions. Okay, so the football's finished. Great. Okay, so how many have I got in? Over 200 now. That's great. It is a big deal. You know, if you have a football match on or a major sporting event, rugby, something like that, and you do a stream, there's a lot of things that make a stream busier than others. So I'll give you an example, for instance. In January, when nobody's got any money and it's dark at 3:30 in the afternoon in the UK, and it's, you know, the rain's lashing down against the wall, and there's nothing on TV, you get a lot of people into your streams because people want to do, you know, they want to hook up with everybody else. And but when you get a nice sunny day where people are at barbecuing, or there's a major sporting event on, then, you know, you forget it. You might as well hang in the towel. Crypto Chris, how you doing? Swaddy crap to you as well. Tom, good evening. Right. Okay. Jeff Fried Rice says, this is one of my favorite types of lives. We just talk directly. Yeah, absolutely. I tried to rope Ed Sweeney in again. He's so hard to get on the stream. We were talking about something the other day. I don't want to talk what it was about, but it's something I was quite serious about with him. And I said, look, come on, Ed, Sunday night. I said, let's do come on. People like it when we do a stream together. We'll have a beer. And when I do a stream with Ed, it's great because he'll start talking. I can relax and start messing about my beers and check this and relax, and then he'll stop and I can talk a little bit. It's really good. But he does his roast thing on a Sunday with his friend, doesn't he? So he didn't come on. And I said, well, look, so I've left it like this. I've said, look, I'm free now 7 days a week, except Friday when I do my stream. You let me know. I'm not going to chase you. So let's see. I won't hold my breath. Let's get it on. Hiya, Peter, the first time in the stream. Good to have you in. Let's get it on. Good name. Right, Ian Lloyd. Hi from Barton Seagrave. Really? You're just around the corner. Whereabouts in Barton Seagrave? I'm not asking about your exact address, but Barton Street. Where are you? Red Row, Powell Lane, somewhere like that. It just shows you, you don't want to go around upsetting people on a stream, like people we know, famous people we know who upset everybody. No, you don't want to be doing that because people can live. Franco. I mean, I met Franco. I was walking my dog at the top of the road one night, and I heard this car go by, and it was like, Peter, and I thought, who the hell is that? And I took the dog round to the service road where I walk, and there was this white Range Rover parked up, and I thought, what's going on here? Kind of walked by him, and it was Franco. I never met him before, but we're friends now. And Damon, here he is. It's like Damon. I've never met Damon, but we must have spoke on the phone 100 times. Nino, did somebody already booked a flight with Saudi Airlines to Thailand? Well, probably quite a lot of people in Saudi Arabia, a lot of guys. Okay. Tim B says, good day. Yeah, good day to you, Tim. I think I said hi to you earlier. Right. Yeah, you did mention that before. Jeff Fried Rice. I'm a truck driver on the road right now as well. Okay, that's good. That'll make the journey a little bit more easier to do, won't it? It's always. Do you know what I do when I Jeff Fried Rice, when I make the stories at a weekend because they're very time consuming. So I've got a kind of a routine. I'm very regimented. I don't like my routine be broken. Sometimes I'll be working and I get all these text messages and emails from the mortgage company, and then the letting agent will call me, and I'm like, Jesus, off, I want to work. And but what I was going to say to you, I think I've mentioned this before. On Saturday I edit all the stories. Sunday I recorded them. I've recorded them now. I've uploaded the stories for next Saturday, released to the Silver and Gold members on a Tuesday. But what I was going to say to you is I listen to them. I've said this many times because when you edit it, you're not really taking in the story. You're listening to the words and, there's coughs and, oh, that's a slang word. He can't say that's because swear. So you change it and then you rehearse it, then you read it. But you're not really, it's almost like you're reading a newspaper, but you're not taking in what the story's about. You're reading the words, but you're not really taking it in. So when it's finished, it's quite nice for me. I'll let a day go by and I'll put the headphones in, and the story's always about half an hour, 40 minutes, something like that. And I'll go for a walk and I'll listen. And that's when I really enjoy the stories. And I've said it many times, even though it's me telling the story, it doesn't seem like it. It's just like some random guy I'm listening to a story, and I get into it then because although I've read it already and I've told the story and put it together, if that makes sense, it's almost quite new to me. And I actually think I'm visualizing what people look like. And, that story was pretty good today, wasn't it? The Isan girl. A lot of people like that. There wasn't any negative comments. And if you go through the comments on that particular story, the girl Arm, she actually responded to a lot of comments, so that was very good of her. Right, Jan K. I remember Queen of Patia asked Trevor for help. Now she has 120 subscribers. You know what? Yeah, I've watched her channel and she's cute, and they go on the beach and they play volleyball in bikinis. She's going to get 120 subscribers. She'll probably get 220 subscribers. What would you rather watch? Some old fat dude like me talking into the camera, or a pretty little 20-something with 10 of her mates playing volleyball in bikini? It's not a surprise, is it? It's not a big surprise. Fair play to her. And if she's making some money, then I'm sure there's probably a guy in the background. It's not her. She's probably, she's the face of it, but there's some guy at the back telling her what to do, or doing the editing and everything. Gorgeous Thailand. Good name. I like you intend to retire to Thailand later this year. Can't wait. Yeah. Do I've had a rethink as well. Do you remember I said a few weeks ago I'd found an apartment for 20,000 baht in Sukhumvit, a real good area, a real nice apartment. People said to me, you'll never find an apartment in the heart of Sukhumvit. It's close to Nana. I'm not going to say where in case. Yeah, they got a couple of. When I get it, I'll tell you where it is. But people say, oh, you can't get one for 100. Well, I know how to look. And I found this apartment, infinity pool on the roof. That's huge. It's got security, parking. It's at the end of a nice, busy soy, but it's quiet where the apartment is. You walk in, there's a nice big lounge, kitchenette on the left, full-size fridge. There's a cupboard with a washing machine in it, a safe in the room safe behind a door. And then you've got your sofa area with your nice windows there. You go this way, and then there's like an independent bedroom, a nice big window into the bathroom. You've got a nice modern shower. It's all clean, fresh, and it's a nice size for a single guy. It's 20,000 baht a month. They charge the government rate of electricity, so I think it's 4.5 baht a unit or 3.5 baht a unit, because this is something you've got to be careful when you go for private accommodation, apartments, condos, because you get the price of the condo, but a lot of people don't think about what they charge per unit. And if some landlords are charging 9 baht a unit, and if you've got the aircon on in your bedroom and your lounge every day after 30 days, you can have a 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 bill. Simon, my friend who's got a house, his electric bill is like 12,000, 15,000 baht a month. That's like £400-500, because he's got 3 sons who all have their own room, him and his missus, and the aircon's going all the time and in the daytime. So, that's something you got to check out. But back to what you were saying there, I said a few weeks ago, look, I only need a room with a shower. I'm just going to take a room. That's good enough for me. I don't need more than that. Just see how it goes. But you know what? I'm 62, and I thought, why should I live in a room? I've been looking after my money all my life, and I thought, why shouldn't I treat myself? What's going to go wrong? It's about £470 a month, probably 500 with the electric, and that's the difference between having a nice apartment with a separate bedroom, separate kitchen, or not kitchen, and all the rest of it, as opposed to walking into like a hotel room. So I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to go for it. Right. Stringer says, congrats to the England women. Yeah, okay. So they won, didn't they? Okay, Coming Soon says, where can I find monthly condo rentals? Well, if you only want it from a month, the best place really is to look on booking sites like booking.com, where you can rent for up to 90 days, or you can go on Airbnb, them sort of places. I'm talking more long-term apartments. If you take an apartment out like a real rental, like you're staying there a long time, you normally need to sign a 1-year agreement, and they'll want 2 months deposit and 1 month up front. So if it's 20,000, you'll have to find 60. I won't pay 60. I'll talk to them. I'll pay 1 month down and 1 month in. They'll probably take it, and if they don't, I'll just look elsewhere. Ed Ree, is it? Ree. Hi, Peter. What do you think all the channels of secret filming around Bangkok? Seems to be a new channel popping up every week. Well, they could get themselves in a lot of trouble for 2 reasons. One, I presume you're talking about stealth filming. So they'll put their camera on a table and they film girls over there. I did a little bit of that in the early days. I've deleted those videos off my channel now because it's not fair. The thing is, those girls, everybody's got internet in Thailand, even in the villages now. And yeah, okay, their families probably suspect what they do, but they don't know outright. And, you get some girl goes down to Pattaya, she's walking on the beach, she's working, you film her and her brother's up in Isan and he sees her talking to guys on the beach. I mean, it's not fair, is it, on the family? It's not fair on her. So I wouldn't do it for that. The other thing is it's now illegal to film people without their permission. So you could film a bunch of girls outside the Nana Hotel, freelancers, and technically you could get arrested for doing that. I mean, why? I don't know. Why don't they use their personality and make some other kind of videos? You could do a bit of that, and there's lots of videos you could make while you're in Thailand. It's nice to watch. I used to watch Bangkok. I always forget the number. Is it 122, something like that? He made a lot of very good videos where he was kind of stealthy, pointing the camera, and they were very enjoyable to watch with a beer. It was like a virtual night out. But I don't think really you should be pointing the camera at people's faces without their permission. Not in that scenario anyway. With girls, if you're on the beach road and you're just generally filming in the day, I don't think that's a problem. Ian, you're on the David Wilson estate just off Walkton Lane. Well, I'm actually just off Walkton Lane as well, but the David Wilson estate, that's actually opposite me. That's the one. That's that new estate, isn't it? So you come up the top of Deeble Road. It used to be a T-junction. It's a roundabout now. So you come up the top of Deeble Road, straight over the roundabout. I believe that's the one you're talking about, isn't it? I'm on the other side, very close to you, very close, probably half a mile. Right, Gary Hughes, good prices on what? Good prices on Saudi, yeah, okay. Black Bolt, good evening to you, nice to see you. Diane Abbott, it'd be really funny if it was a real Diane Abbott. Of course it's not. Right, the only negative thing about flying with Saudi Airlines is that you have to go through the UAE. Oh, I don't know, maybe it's changed a lot. I worked in the UAE for a number of years. I was in Bahrain, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. I had a good time, actually. Plenty of alcohol, even back in the 80s when I was there. you know, you had nightclubs and stuff, but they were discos on those days, but they were always inside 5-star hotels. They weren't independent, but I believe it's changed a hell of a lot. The only place they sent me, which I hated from day one, and I pleaded to get out of there, but I had to do my stint of about 6 months, was Damascus in Syria. It was bloody awful, worst time of my life. Right, Keith Island. Your stories are fantastic, Peter. I must thank you. Thank you, Keith. They're not actually my stories. They're viewers' stories. But what I do is I put in a lot of effort to make sure that they're read properly. I don't just take an email and read it and make mistakes. I used to in the early days, and I thought, no, it's not the way to do it. So I'll read a story. I change the slang words. I change words so an international audience can understand them. I rewrite it so it's easy for me to read. I rehearse it in a read, and then I put it into a teleprompter, a prompt. And, you know, I can sit there like this and the screen moves. But it's not an expensive one like you get the TV studios have, because they have mirrors and stuff. So when they read their auto cues, they're looking straight at the camera. For me, I have to look at the PC. But yeah, thank you for the compliment anyway. Okay, what else? Yeah, exactly. Dutch Frank, you're saying, Diane, why is that bad? Okay. Yeah, Black Belt, I don't know if you're being. There's two ways of reading that, and I think I know where you're coming at with that. I won't say anything. Right. Let me just. Right, gorgeous Thailand again. Electric in Thailand is going up to 4.85 baht per unit from September. You know, if you go to live out in Thailand, you actually retire out there, or you're going to work or whatever, you want to try and get into the habit of climatizing. I know that sounds a bit weird, but what I'm saying, it's very easy because you've got aircon there. And when we go out to Thailand the first time, it's very uncomfortable. It's very, very hot. You can't do anything. You just want to lay on the bed and flop. You're sticky. You want 10 showers a day. And you just, when you're in your room, you just want that aircon on full whack, don't you? But I tell you, when I lived there for a number of years, you do get used to it. And what I would do, I'd have if I was staying in the evening, I thought, right, I'm not going out tonight. I've had dinner. I watch a bit of TV, have a drink, a few beers, and I have an early night, which I did sometimes, quite a lot actually. Then I'd put the aircon in the lounge and then have it on very low later on, because you're not opening doors. But generally speaking, I only had the aircon on in the bedrooms. So you'd put it on full whack for 10 minutes or something. The temperature would come down. You put it on a very low setting so you could sleep very comfortably then. But other than that, in the daytime, I left all the balcony doors open. I'd have 4 or 5 fans on the go, and you know, the whole building shaking with my fans. But you do it is uncomfortable the first few weeks, but you do climatize and you do get used to it. And what happens then is when you go out in the daytime and you're walking from your apartment to the Sky Train or to a mall, wherever, it doesn't get so bad. You know, you see people like Bangkok Pat, for instance. He walks around Bangkok all day, and you think, well, how does he not overheat, sort of thing? You climatize. It's a good idea not to use the aircon all the time. Right, Deke the Trucker. Hi, Peter. Listening to you as I head back to the yard. Have a good stream. Everybody's driving a truck tonight. There's you, Franco. Is it nice fried rice? Yeah, good to have you in. Right, nice long comment here. The Wu-Tang Life. I used to think I only wanted to retire only in Thailand, but the pandemic has opened my eyes to other countries also. You don't have to just pick one country, as I plan to live in several countries. Yeah, true. And there are a lot of good countries to live in. The reason I keep harping on about Thailand, it's only Thailand for me, is because I've spent half of my adult life in Thailand, living there or visiting. And I just know it like the back of my hand. I'm not going to get, without blowing my own trumpet, I'm not going to get scammed. And I just don't want to, at my age, I don't want to go to a country I'm not familiar with and have to learn all the ropes. Like, again, you know, it's easy for me when I go into Thailand and I know how to get around. You know, I can speak a little bit of the language. I know how it works, you know, so it's just a lot easier for me. And all the other countries you're talking about, I have visited them. Right, okay, let's change that. Right, okay, let's have a look who else we've got in. Yours Travels, how you doing? I've got to get you in here before you go. When do you actually go? I was thinking about you tonight, actually, and I can't remember if I've still got your number. Get you on for 20 minutes, have a chat with you. Diane, I definitely have a go on Queen of Pattaya. I'm pretty sure she got a boyfriend. Boo-hoo. Paul Hoskin, a clean joke, yeah. How you doing, Boo-hoo? I seen you in a very curious stream the other day. I didn't leave any comments, but I was there. Leroy 420, there is smoke in every country. Yeah. Crabclaw. Okay, I'm not going to keep reading out comments about this young lady in Pattaya because we've said what we've got to say, and we'll move on. Okay, the rookie cameraman says two Bangkok in 2 days for me. Yeah, I can't wait. I was talking to Bob in London, Bob Gier, and he said the same to me. He said, I can't wait to go. I haven't seen him in the stream tonight. I don't know if he's there. Aston Martin, hello from Chatham. Oh, you lucky boy or man. I'd love to be in Chatham now. Beautiful, beautiful. Have you got a young lady with you and a cold beer? Great. Right, let's have a look at on that. I wonder if Lisa Dale will make an appearance tonight. Lisa Dale, she's not been on my channel. I know exactly who you mean. I'm kind of thinking that's not a real woman. I don't know. I'm very cynical. You're talking about the woman who you're talking about nickname Mrs. Gambian Sausage, right? I'm just wondering if that's some guy who's messing about because it's I don't know. Right, Nino. Which type of visa will you be using, and how long will it allow you to stay in Thailand without having to do a visa run? Well, do you know what? For a long time, I've been saying I'll get a work permit, and a work permit is very difficult to get if you haven't got contacts or you're not really going on a legit working, a job. And I was pretty much for the retirement visa is very easy for me to get, very easy. And I thought, well, I don't want to get a retirement visa because if you're working in Thailand, you can come unstuck because they're very hot on it. But then I thought about YouTube and I thought, well, would they class it as work? A, it's a hobby. Okay. 2, yes, I am getting paid, but I'm not getting paid by a Thai company. It's an American company outside of Thailand. And I don't know. I'm going to think about it. So in answer to your question, it's either going to be a retirement visa or a work permit, one or the other. I will probably end up getting a work permit. I might get a retirement visa for the first year just to get it all done and dusted so I can get set up and then change it over to a work permit. But I don't think it's really necessarily for a work permit. But I'm one of those guys. I'm just overcautious and like to play it safe. Paul Shackleton, stories Saturday were great. Thanks, Paul. There was only 2, but they were both positive, weren't they? Makes a change. Okay, Yoss Travels again. Going on 2 cruises for 28 days, buddy, in 3 weeks. I'm made in Scandinavia. There's nothing for a month. Then November and December traveling on the islands. Okay, if you remember, I don't know if I'm going to do it. Like I said, I don't know if I'll do every Sunday, but maybe drop me a line in the afternoon or something. We'll see if we can hook up and do something on there. The rookie camera, Gambian Sausage of Heart. If you don't know what that's about, I did an article on, I think I've probably deleted. No, I've still got it here. I did an article on these old ladies, grannies who go out to Gambia, and I have still got the pictures. So if you haven't been in before, I won't do the whole story again, so I'll bore you to death, but I'll just put this picture up. And apparently, there's a lot of Western women who are not guys who go out to Thailand, call them perverts and stuff like that. And apparently it's, the Sun did an article, you can see on there, it says, welcome to Granbia. But apparently there's a lot of old English women go out there and, what more can I say? Right, I'll tell you what I am going to do now. I should have written this earlier. Apple, right? A lot of people want to use Apple, the taxi driver, but what it is, they want to know her line ID. And I said on Friday, I said, well, I'll contact her and I'll see if she doesn't mind. So what I'll do, I haven't prepared this. So let me just get rid of that. Oh, come on. Right. And if you want to use Apple as a taxi driver, you can freeze this later and get the, can I put it in here? Let me see. Add an overlay. Oh, no. I'd like to put this up for you so you can contact her. I should be able to do it here somehow. I can do it here. Right. This is Apple's line. I'll just type it here quickly, then you've got it, and I'll leave it in here because messages get lost, don't they, in line and WhatsApp. So, OED 847. Right. Okay. That's there. I'll put that up there for a bit. Okay. Right. Red Apple 847. Right, yeah, you know who Apple is. Apple's a taxi driver who, I use when I'm there. She's a very nice lady, speaks a bit of English, and I did have a little clip of her. I think, have I lost that? No, that's her there. I'm with Apple. She's sitting beside me here, my regular taxi driver. You okay, Apple? Everything okay? She was a little bit shy last time, but she's getting used to YouTube now, aren't you? A little bit easier. Okay, so that's Apple. She's great, you know. I mean, don't you know? She's a taxi driver, guys. She's a decent woman. So don't mess up, else you'll lose a good taxi driver. You know what I mean? She's not a bar girl. But there's her line. I did ask her. I said, look, if guys want to contact you and you know, use you to pick them up from the airport, go to Patio, whatever. I'll use her. She's not a rip-off merchant. I don't even ask her the price. I just say I want to go Patio, and when I get there, she'll tell me what she wants. And it's cheap. It's cheap, and she's got a nice car as well. I'm not getting any commission, no backhanders. I just want to help the girl out. There's her new car. She's got to pay for that. So you've got all the info now, so you can keep this. And if you go to Thailand, you can get a decent taxi now. You don't have to fight those guys at the airport. Of course, you can get Bolt and all the rest of it, but much more pleasant to have a nice lady driving you. Okay, Andy Holmes. Months, I'm going to be made redundant. I think you left the number out, but so many months, I'm going to be made redundant. 21 years at my company, thinking about moving to Thailand, working for my girlfriend recruitment company in Bangkok for English teachers. Yeah, Andy, don't even think about it. If it's possible to do it, mate, what's the point in staying here? You don't look like an old guy. What are you, 30, 40? I can't tell from a little picture, but you know, don't do anything silly. Work it out. But if your girlfriend's in Bangkok now, so you've got something there already. You're not going into the wild, as it were. She's there. She's obviously got an apartment. Just talk it over with her. You can't go there and live off her, obviously. But even if you can get a teaching job and you make yourself 30, 35,000 a month, maybe 40,000, like a lot of people do, just get out there. You're missing out. You're missing out. Honestly, you don't want to stay here, especially unemployed. El Terrifico. I want to see Peter married to an Isan girl. It's got 2 A's in it, actually. El Terrifico. All right, got you there. Well, I don't think it'll ever happen. You know, the problem is I've read all these stories out for the last 2 years. I'm so paranoid about it now. I don't think it would happen. I really don't. Okay. Yours Travels. I have this channel, Peter, with 1 video and about 200 subs. Only ever put up 1 video. I may start a fresh channel and actually upload content. Yeah, I mean, you're quite a young guy, aren't you? Because you watched that Adam guy. And I would definitely recommend it if you, it's fun. You know, having a YouTube channel is actually fun. A lot of people get into it for the wrong reason. I've heard people say, oh, I'm going to live in Thailand and make a YouTube channel and make money and live off that. And they flop. They absolutely flop because they don't enjoy it and they do the minimum they have to do to what they think they can earn some money. It doesn't work like that. You've got to, it's a full-time job. It really is. I did 18 months before I made a penny, and I probably spend, my weekends are gone. I spend all day Saturday and Sunday on YouTube preparing stuff. Tomorrow I'll be in here all day, and I do mean all day, from 10 o'clock till about 4 o'clock, and I'll be preparing the Ladyboy competition, the Spot the Tie, all that sort of thing. In the middle of the week, it gets a bit easier, but yeah, go out there, do it. Why not? Anybody can do it. Martin Ryder, open a business with a Thai partner, preferably blind and deaf, living 1,000 miles away, and get work. Yeah, I wouldn't partner up with a Thai business person. I definitely wouldn't do it. Scott G, hi, how you doing? Dutch Farang, paranoid. Okay. Danny Ho, I think I know what you're referencing there. I'm not going to get that going again. Danny Ho, Peter, can her a shag in the back of that big ride? I know you're only joking, Danny, but she's a regular girl. She's a real nice girl. She's great to have as a contact. You know, you build contacts up, don't you? And to have her as a taxi driver where you can just get online and say, Apple, I'm arriving next week. I land at 3:30. Can you pick me up? I want to go straight to Patio. I want to go into town. A great asset, right? And if some idiot gets in there and puts his hand on a leg or starts funny business, because a lot of guys go to Thailand and think every woman's available. They're not. You know, you'd be an idiot to do it with her. You know, I have a very good relationship with her because I treat her with respect. You know, she's a normal Thai girl, and I wouldn't dream of it. You know, it's a great service to have. It's a great asset. It's a great contact. Use it for what it is. But like I say, I know you're probably only joking, but just in case you're not, all right? There. The rookie cameraman again. Jeff Carter uses a top-notch cabbie. She's not the only cabbie in Bangkok. There's a lot of good cabbies, but there's a lot more worse bad ones, isn't there? So all I'm saying is if you've got a good cab driver, stick with them. You know, I'm sure Jeff Carter's is just as good, but I don't know Jeff Carter's cab driver. Yours. No, if I do upload more videos, it will be about world travel cruise. Yeah, you don't want to stick to one country because you're limiting yourself, aren't you? You know, it's like that guy Paddy Doyle. He goes out, he spreads himself out, doesn't he? He did all the continents of Thailand, all the provinces of Thailand. Then he went to Vietnam, and he's on that bike. He calls a bike a name, doesn't he? But yeah, people like to see that. People who will never get there's a lot of people out there who will never get the chance to travel, and they want to see what's out there. And yeah, you've got professional TV travel shows. You've had them for years, but you know, when you get one of us, somebody like us doing it, then it's different, isn't it? Right. The Wutong Life. How many subscribers do you need to make a living wage on YouTube? About $2,000 to $3,000 take home and US dollars. Well, it doesn't work like that, Wutong Life. It doesn't work. It's not, subscribers don't equal payment. That's not how it works. There's a lot of ingredients into the mix. So I'll give you an example. You could have 100,000 subscribers and make next to nothing. Why? Because people don't like your videos. People have subscribed, but your videos might be 2 minutes long. And people love you. So you've got 100,000 subscribers, but you put out 3 minutes. And because they're 3 minutes long, that isn't a lot of watch time, not a lot of adverts come on them. So you're not going to make any money. You know, if you make videos that last 4 hours long and everybody watches them for 4 hours, which is pretty impossible, then you'll probably end up money. But the sort of numbers you're talking about, you're going to need a lot of subscribers, a couple of 100,000 subscribers, something like that, who watch a lot of your content. You don't forget, you get paid pennies per, you know, these adverts. You don't get sort of like 50 pence every video that comes. You get literally pennies, halfpennies, but you need hundreds of thousands of people to view your. I've had probably 7 million. I can see my stats. I've had just under 7 million viewings on my videos. 7 million, okay, and I don't make much money. So to make the sort of money you're talking about, you need big numbers, okay. YouTube is a hobby that gives you a little bit of hobby money. You know, maybe it'll pay for a week in a hotel when you go to Thailand. But if you're talking about making a living from it, and the other thing about YouTube, it's not static. It's not like once you get up to £1,000, you'll get £1,000 every month. It's up and down depending on, you know, in the winter, for instance, when everybody's sitting at home in January watching your videos, it'll be good. In the summer, like now, when people are in the garden barbecuing, your videos won't get watched so much, so it'll be less. So you can't. I'm going out to Thailand, but I'm not relying on YouTube to make a living. It's a nice supplement, but I'm not relying on it. Okay, right. Gorgeous Thailand again. She's not a Thai girl. She's a Thai lady. We're really splitting hairs tonight, aren't we? Right. Andrew Hammond. Careful, guys. Abel is probably a Muay Thai expert. Probably is. Okay. Cabin Crew says, how much has Pattaya rebounded tourist-wise? I don't know, because I was there in December and it was a bit of a sausage festival. There were a lot of guys down there. There weren't a lot of ladies, and the ones that were there were kind of older, you know. I'm booked to go to, you know, I'm going into the first week. I'm going into Bangkok first week of October because the tickets were quite expensive, August, September. I booked 6 nights in Pattaya. When do I arrive down there? I think it's about the 11th to 12th, something like that, of October. I'm staying in a hotel near the beach road. So I'll have a look around and see what it's like then. But there'll probably be a lot of you guys out there around the same time. Yeah, that's it, Boohoo. Dreamy. That's the name of the bike, isn't it? Right, Andy Holmes. If anyone is in Thailand and looking for a teaching job, please let me know. We can do everything, housing, visas. A little bit. Oh, okay. So we're doing a bit of selling there. Little bit of selling from Andy. Right. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine, Andy. Right. Scott G. Peter, would you consider trying to sell stories from bar girls, keeping them anonymous, of course, when you move to Thailand? That story this week was I would never consider selling stories to anybody. I have a book, you know that. Oh, somebody's giving me a super chat. That's going towards the GoPro. I missed that. Let me just get that up. Who's that from? Is it just come up? Because I'm not seeing it. I can see it, but it's not. There we are. Trevin, $10. Few bucks for the Hero 10 and accessories. Get it and work it before you. I'm nearly there. Okay, so thank you very much. I forgot the question now. Selling stories to no, I mean, I don't want to become a salesman and say, you know, I've got a story from a girl from Isan, send me $1 and I'll, you know, obviously I'll do a bit of a plug here. Yes, I've got a book out and it's 30 stories. It's $10 or $5 on what do you call it? I forget what it's called now. Not Audible, downloadable. You can read it on your computer. But no, but what I want to do is I do want to get those sort of stories, like the story I read out today from the girl I would like to sit, because I do know quite a few Thai bar girls who are just friends. And it's really difficult for me to explain that, because you'll get people come on and say, yeah, friends, wink, wink. But no, really, because I know guys who are on bars and stuff. And I've just got talking to them. They know I wasn't a customer. And I've had some very, very interesting conversations over the years. And I'd even like to interview. I don't know. I'd have to dig down into YouTube's policy and see how that works out. But I'd like to get some stories, and then maybe I can put the story together from her. So I can sit down with her and take notes and, you know, how old were you when you came? What was it? Conditions, blah, blah, blah. and then do a story. But I wouldn't try and sell them, no, because that would just, what that would do, that would turn people off. They'd say this guy's just like really in it for the money, and I don't want to turn people off. And talking of money, Mark Hanley, thank you very much. A $5, well appreciated, well appreciated. Okay. Right, we haven't had too many trolls in tonight. I don't know, maybe they're off on a Sunday. Maybe Sunday's a good night to do a stream. I was talking to Ed Sweeney the other day, like I said, and he actually complimented me. He said, oh, I was watching your stream last night, Peter. Great stream. And then he said, I was watching it. All of a sudden, I see my monkey face come up in a comment. I was watching Ed Sweeney's stream, and I see my logo, and someone put Kenny Everett was crap, and I'm like, I never wrote that. So I don't write. I've written to all the Thai YouTubers now that I know, and I say, look, if you ever get any Thailand band making comments, it's not me, because I'm not commenting anymore. Right, 40k Ben's deleted videos channel #1. Is Bangkok a big city? Absolutely huge. If you want to get the real nitty gritty details, I think the population of Bangkok's about 10 million. It is huge. You can Google it. It'll tell you everything you want to know about it, but it's very, very big. Okay. So, gorgeous Thailand. Pattaya is dead to what it used to be. I've just been there. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, because a lot of people aren't going out at the moment just simply because of the cost of the airfares. I was planning to go out about now. I wanted to go out now for a couple of months, but it's just not worth it because of the cost of the airfares. Why waste money? You might as well wait and then, use that money in a better way. Do you know what, JB? I think we should stand outside our houses every Friday before the live show and clap for the mongers. Oh dear, can you imagine? Yeah, that would be sailing close to the wind. I mean, because with YouTube, their policies, you can talk about certain things, but you've got to be really careful. Look at Brian Flowers when he lost his channel. I mean, all that work, and they didn't give him a second chance. They didn't give him a warning. It was just bang, game over. And I don't want to lose my channel. Okay, let's have a look. Who else we got in? A Nomad Overseas. Haven't said hi to you tonight. Martin Ryder, luckily it's splash proof. Right. Kevin Lampard. Peter, thanks for Apple's contact details. I will definitely contact her when I arrive in December. As a first-time visitor, at least I won't be scammed by the taxi. Contact her before you go out there. Let her know the dates, times, and all the rest of it. She speaks enough English to be able to. She'll do it through a spell checker if she doesn't understand. But, she's getting quite popular with people now. And, the worst thing would be is if you sort of got there and then she said, I'm busy. You contact her before you go out there. Dutch Farang. You should start a show called Manga Taxi. Make it a show of the manga in the taxi from Bangkok to Pattaya. There was actually a porn site, wasn't there, about a kind of a taxi that went around and picked girls up and stuff like that. But, like I know you're only joking, but I want to try and stay away from the real edgy stuff. I don't know if you noticed, but the last two thumbnails I've put up, they're very, very tame compared to the the girls with the big coconuts I always used to put up. You see, this is another thing with YouTube. If you put up a picture of a girl in a bikini, that's absolutely fine, because you can go to the beach and see a girl on a bikini, but you can't put a girl up in a bikini and see a side profile where you can see a lot of stuff you can't see from the front. They're really strict. Right, no name. Peter, Sprite is ditching the green bottles for clear. I wonder why that is. Why would they ditch the... Do you know why? Mike, how you doing? Just wondering, are you in any way apprehensive about your move to Thailand? I'm not apprehensive about my move to Thailand at all, because I've done it so many times. I'm apprehensive about what it's going to be like leaving my family. I don't mean like I'm running away from them, but you know what it's all about. And obviously, although we're not close in that way now, I mean, we're still close. You know what I'm trying to say? It's going to be difficult because I've always got people around me, even though I'm here on my own. My wife's upstairs watching Korean movies. I'm at home all day. She comes home at 6 o'clock from work and starts cooking her dinner, and we have a few words. So there's always someone there. So when I go to Thailand, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? Because I'm going to be living alone, for the first time in... Okay, I've gone out to Thailand for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. And party basically. But when you actually live there, it's different, because you do have a lot of nights where you stay in and you watch TV. And I have friends in Bangkok and other places in Thailand, and people will argue and say, well, you never have to be lonely in Thailand. That's true, but going to a soapy massage is not the same as having a soulmate, is it? So in answer to your question, no, not at all about the move. I'm actually looking forward to it because I just feel like life here in the UK for me now is dead. There's nothing for me here, and I have a life out there, and I want to go out and enjoy it, you know. So I hope that's answered you. Citizen Mikey, thank you, mate. Hi, Peter. Will you be still doing consultations once you move out to Thailand? Yeah, absolutely. I haven't actually done any yet. I got the idea from another channel. I thought, well, and I priced myself about a third what he was charging. I think he was charging $200 for an hour, and I've done like $40. And what that is I've done this sort of consultation thing on my website where if you want to talk to me, if you're a newbie and you've never been out there and you want to sit down for half an hour or an hour and just talk to me one-on-one with nobody else around through Zoom, I'm now offering that as a service for quite a cheap price, really. And with my knowledge, I can tell you a lot about health insurance, visas, places to stay, entertainment, do's and don'ts. And you might be experienced. Of course, you don't need that. But in answer to your question, I started doing it about 2 weeks ago. I had one guy, he wrote to me and said, I haven't got a problem doing your consultation, but he wanted to spend the day with me and come around and meet me here. And I just wrote and said, no way, you know, I'm not going to start bringing strangers around where my wife and family are, because I don't know. He was probably a decent enough guy, but you don't do that, do you? You don't bring people, you know, that you don't know around your family. So I've started, but nobody's taken me up on my offer. I've tried it. I hope when I'm in Thailand, some people will use the service. But thanks for the super chat. Another one there from Tommy Keeley. Great channel. Enjoy the stories each week. Here's £5 towards a GoPro. Well, do you know what, Tommy Keeley? I'm doing a mental top up in my head from I started 2 Fridays ago. So I did Friday last Sunday, Friday just gone. I've got a mental top up how much I need for the camera and my stick and all the bits and pieces. And I think with your fiver, I think I'm nearly just about there. So hopefully I'll have some good news for you on Friday. Of course, I could always stick a bit in myself, couldn't I? I'm not broke. Right. Do you know what? Broccoli high kicks. Decided to go to Naples, Italy next week. Leave Thailand for next year. Yeah, okay. It's not really the sort of destination I want to go. I don't know why. I've always wanted to visit Benidorm. That's the worst place in the world, isn't it? When I look at it on TV, it reminds me a little bit about like Pattaya, but without the girls, obviously. Just for maybe a few days a week, but I doubt I'll ever get over there. Right, right. Paul Shackleton, Peter. I hope Apple builds a brand and expands from delivering a good and honest service. She's never going to be Apple's never going to sort of expand and get 2-3 cars and get people working for her. But she's just a nice girl who's bought her own taxi on her loan. She offers a service. She's good at what she does. And you know, if you meet the girl and you can put work her way and you get a good service, then that's it. There's nothing more to say. I mean, I had a good time with Apple, a really good time. I've said that wrong, haven't I? You're going to start thinking something now. I mean, you know, joking about with her. I know how far I can sort of joke and where to hold the line, as it were. Cool, I'm looking forward to this. Oh, blimey. Right, it's beer roll time. Let the foam go down on that. Right, okay. Dutch Frang again. No, not that naughty man. Every customer of Apple can make an episode interview the tourist. Yeah, okay. How do I say that? Hectic Daddy. Okay. How long would you suggest going out to Pattaya for first time visit? Yeah, you can't really recommend it, can you? It's what if you've never been there before, and I think you're going out there to drink and party. You probably want at least a minimum of 2 weeks to 3 weeks, maybe a month, but. You know, if you're going to go out drinking every night and entertaining the ladies, that sort of thing, I don't know how old you are. You don't look particularly old. Maybe 50, are you? But, you know, you don't want to go out there for 2 months first time because you'll come back in a body bag. You'll have a heart attack. Right. Crab Claw. Has anyone heard from Jeremy Do More Life? I think he's trying to come back to Thailand. Yeah. Actually, it's funny you should say that. Cheers, by the way. I put these in the freezer half an hour before I actually came in here. Wanted it cold. Oh, that's a bit too cold. Oh, brain freeze. Right. Yeah, right. Jeremy, Do More Life. He's a nice guy. Before I had my YouTube channel, there was a few channels I watched. Ed Sweeney was one of them, and Jeremy Do More Life was one. And I just liked his. I liked his accent. Actually, he's got this southern drawl, hasn't he? Like, I don't know, is it Texan or something like that? But he's got this kind of. I like his accent. You know, it's a real drooled out American accent. He had some addiction problems that he told us about on his stream. He was in Pattaya. He did a few funny videos where he didn't mean to be funny, but because of his accent, you know, and I sent him a couple of super chats. And then I like you, I don't follow him now because I'm too busy. But I just one day I was thinking, oh, I wonder if he's still got his channel. But I put it in and he was in America. And what he was saying something like he wished he hadn't gone back to America because I can't remember the whole story, but he didn't really need to. But yeah, he's a good guy, Okay, that's right, Kevin. I think the GoPro's definitely there now, Kevin. That's very generous of you. Thank you. I mind you, it's Australian, is it? It's still generous of you. Right, thank you. Happy. Paul Hoskins, they already do that on London to Amsterdam tours. All right, private conversation going on. Well, you know, obviously I lived in, I know you're probably joking, Boohoo, but you know, I spent some time in Korea. That's where I met my wife. She was 19 when I met her. I always said I'd trade her in. When she gets to 40, I'll trade her in for two 20-year-olds, but it never happened. And she's not a bad woman. I can't blame her. She hasn't done anything wrong. It's probably a lot of my fault. You know, we're still good friends. She's been a great wife. She's a good cook. She keeps the house clean. I do the cleaning now because I don't work. She works. You know, she's raised the kids, and I'm not one of those guys who can come on and say, oh, you know, she was a real whatever, you know, I'm glad to get away. She's a nice woman. It's just, you know, it's come to that time. But in answer to what you're saying, when I was in Korea, I didn't particularly like it. It's probably changed a lot now, but it was very, I don't want to start slating off. She won't be watching, but you never know. Right. JB says, Peter, I think we have the same T-shirt. Did you get yours from Marks? No, I mentioned it at the beginning, JB. Somebody said to me, if you cut the hairs in your nose, you'll stop scratching your nose. I think it was Chris. He's not into that. No, I got this from Tesco's. It was a £5. And the reason I got it is because I'm a big guy now. I put weight on. I'm starting the diet again tomorrow. Let's not go there. But what it is, a lot of the T-shirts, they're quite thick. So, and if they're a little bit tight on you, they're hot, aren't they? This is really loose on me. And I've got a bit of a chubby belly now, so I've got to get it off. But it's really loose and it's really thin. And it was a £5. But the problem is, because I use a green screen, you've got to be careful with the colors. Because one time, when I first started, I was doing the stories. I had the green screen with a picture like the girls in the back here, and I had a green polo on. And when I watched it at the end, all you could see was my head, this bit, because on my arms, it was really weird. So it was like a head and a pair of arms telling a story because all my body had disappeared because of the green screen, you know. So you got to be careful. You can wear white, gray, black, dark blue, but maybe not light blue, but greens you've got to be really careful of. Okay. The Rookie Cameraman, North or South Korean movie. Do you know there's a North Korean movie, and I've watched it probably 6 times, and it's a very, if you might go off and watch it when I tell you the title of it. Now I can't remember the title of it. What's it called? Is it called The Blue Light? It's about these traffic ladies, but it's a proper movie that's made in North Korea. It's all propaganda, but it's about these, you know, these very beautiful girls that stand on these islands and direct the traffic, and it's called. Is it called The Blue Lantern? Or I can't remember, but it's a story of this girl who goes on one of these posts, and it's all in Korean with this really corny music. But you know what? When I've had a bad day and I have a few beers, I put this movie on, and it's so, I don't know what it is about it. It's almost hypnotic. I don't understand the language, but you've got this corny music is gone. This Korean music, really old-fashioned corny, but it's nice. You know, it's really nice. And you see these beautiful traffic ladies talking to each other in Korean. They don't sound like my wife because they're totally different dialect. And I'll try and get it. I'll try and tell you what it is. And you'll be surprised. You watch it, and it's an absolutely crap movie, but it's just so, it's very relaxing to watch. It's weird, really weird. And my wife came down a couple of times. She said, what are you watching this for? Are you drunk? And I said, no, I like it. She said, well, what do you like about it? It's a crap film, even for us Koreans. And I said, I don't know. I really don't know. Who else we got? Danny Ho. Well, it's the same really over Danny. You get what you pay for, don't you? No life in Western countries now, just taxes, fees, and rules and regulations. Yeah, I was having this conversation with somebody about I was having a debate with somebody about whether the UK was better in the 70s when I grew up as a boy, or whether it's better now. And the kind of decision we came to was life is easier now as far as comfort. You know, we didn't have double glazing. We didn't have mobile phones. We didn't have color televisions. Most families didn't have a car. You know, there weren't big super hypermarkets. You went to the butcher's for your meat. You went to the baker's for your bread and so on. And it was a much more simpler life. For example, you know, me and my friends, when I was about 12, 13, we'd put our fishing rods on our bicycles, put a little tent on the back. One of us would carry a saucepan and a tin of beans, a box of eggs and some sausages and whatever. And we'd go fishing. We'd set a tent up and we'd light a real fire on the riverbank, and we'd have a big frying pan and we'd chuck a lump of butter in that, a load of sausages, tomatoes, beans, everything in this one big slosh. You know, must have been unhealthy, but that's how it was. And we're on an open fire. You couldn't do it now. You're not allowed to light fires. You need a license to fish there. You need a fishing license. You know, it's all red tape and about money. So I think back then in the 70s, life was simple. I think people were definitely healthier. You know, we didn't stay in and watch Xboxes. We didn't have computers. There was no TV in the daytime virtually, apart from for little young children. So we went out, we had a bicycle, that was it. We went out, we made tree dens, we made dams in the river, we went exploring, and we were healthy. You know, kids now, it's I don't want to sound like an old man, but you just got me on one there with your comment. Right, is it, yeah, Brian again? I'll just call you Brian. I'm not going to do the extended version. I can't wait for the videos you put out when you finally move out there. I plan on paying for one of those consultations when I have some spare change to throw around. Yeah, and I'm not strict on the time, Brian. I mean, if you book a half hour in and it goes on for sort of 40 minutes, I'm not going to be there with a stopwatch and say, oh, 29 minutes, get your last thing. But I'm not going to let people take the piss, right? If they do a half an hour, I'm not going to let it go on for an hour and 10 minutes, because that's not fair, is it? Because that is taking the piss. If you want to do an hour, then you can pay for an hour, because I need to be compensated for my time as well. But I can tell you whatever you want to know about Thailand, most things. And if you ask me a question and in the unlikely event I don't know, I will go off and I will find out that information accurately for you, and I will come back to you. You won't need to contact me. I'll come back to you and it won't cost you anything extra. Right. Eugene Vincent, Peter, if you had to choose one, kimchi or Duran? Christ, that's a difficult question, isn't it? Many of the arguments I've had with my wife over the years, and it's not really fair on her, is because, I just can't stand the smell of garlic. It actually makes me want to vomit. Now, I know a lot of foods I like Indian food, Indian curries, and I know they have garlic in them. And I know a lot of food has garlic and you don't notice it. It's in there, isn't it? But, if you go to, say, for Thai, a lot of the Thai food's got garlic, and a lot of the snack food, like when I go out with my friend Simon, we'll go to a Thai bar, not a regular bar, 18 kilometers away from Sukhumvit. And we're in a Thai bar and he'll order shredded pork and it's laced with garlic. And I actually have to move tables, and he takes a mickey out of me. And I just can't stand the smell of garlic. But saying that, Durans are pretty strong as well. But if I had a gun against my head and I had to spend a day with a box of open kimchi or a box of Durans, the Durans would definitely win. They're not as bad as kimchi. Not for me anyway. Declan, is it? Declan Omara. Peter, when you're going to be in Pate, your what's that? Tilapia is missing. You meet in Metro 19. I don't understand that word. Tilapia. What is that? Tilapia? No, I don't get it. Sorry. Right, Dutch Frank, you should go to Benidorm with Eddie. Can you imagine it? Me and Eddie in Benidorm? It'd be like it wouldn't be pretty, would it? Boohoo again. Will you drink vodka straight from the bottle when you go to Thailand? The thing is, I'm not a vodka drinker, but when I'm in Thailand, I actually drink vodka tonic and beer, because you can't. If I drink beer all night, I get bloated, and if I drink vodka tonics all night, I get pissed basically, and I don't want to get pissed early anyway. And the thing is, when you drink whiskey, for me, it's Black Label out there most of the time in the bars, and when you drink Black Label, I just think you kill it when you put Coca-Cola on top of it. And for me, soda and whiskey is not a nice taste. Every bar understands vodka tonic. It's an easy order, it's palatable, and I won't be drinking it from the bottle, but I'll definitely be drinking it. Right, Martin Ryder, let's have a go. Is Saint Etienne, I said it, is Saint Etienne from Oldie? It is. I won't show you. It's really good. It's really good, Martin. 4 cans. The strength is 4.9. It looks like Stella, but it's 440 mils. It's a really, really nice beer, and it's £2.99 for 4. I mean, the price of it, I'd be willing to pay £4 for 4. It's really nice, really nice. And I say that every week. It sounds like I work for the company. I don't. Okay. Crabclaw, I just watched a movie called Only God Forgives, starring Ryan Gosling. Is that Gosling? It's about Thailand's dark underbelly. I'd like to watch that. Where did you actually watch that? Let me put that. Let me make a note of that. Only God Forgives, because I've got all these movie channels that forgives. Okay, talk amongst yourselves. Right, okay, I'll have a look up for that later. Thank you. Franco, there you are with his smiling face. Kevin Sullivan, he will see your super sticker in a minute to thank you. Come on, Tonaman, get a grip. Is there another one there? Super sticker? I think I put that up already, didn't I? That's probably an old comment. Yeah, I would have put it up by now. I don't normally miss them. Oh, there we are. Yeah, I did. I put that one up. I did, yeah. And I said thank you. Right, I'm probably into the old comments. Let's get down to some of the new ones. Let's have a look. Yeah, absolutely. Paul Shackleton. He's finally said it. Well, it only took me about 3 months. Saint Etienne. I got it. Saint Etienne. Cheers. Let's have a Saint Etienne together. It's a damn good beer. Damn good beer. Okay, where are we? Let's have a look. Right, Mark Hanley. Saint Etienne is a brand and a town in France. Yeah, I know. Somebody told me that. I'm going to have to do it, aren't I? Guys, if you drink beer, honestly, get to Aldi, get yourself some of that. It's real nice. You can just about see on the front there. Look, it's 4.8, but it's good. If I could point the camera there, you see a shelf of it. I buy 2 cases at a time. All the staff look at me. Look at this guy. Look, 2 cases of beer and 3 liters of whiskey. No, because what it is, to go to Aldi, it's like a special trip. You know, it's not like it's just round the corner. And you know what Aldi's like. You have to go up, not far, but you know, you have to a big place and queue up. So I like to buy a couple of cases, and I don't have to go there for 2-3 weeks. Okay. Danny Hits Ho said, "Are you drinking the alcohol-free version?" Oh yeah, it's really alcohol-free, and yeah, it's totally alcohol-free, Danny. And I'm just about to have a alcoholic-free whiskey here. You don't want any alcohol in it; it spoils it. Look at that alcoholic whiskey. Cheers. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, it's not. I drink alcohol. I'm taking a Mickey now. I'll go slow on that. I don't want to get, you know. Right, Dunkin' Donuts, good name. Recognize my name, Drunken Donuts. Okay, yeah, very clever. Lee James says, yours travels, that stuff is lethal. Okay. Darcy, Only God Forgives is on Amazon if anyone is interested. Okay, I don't sign up for Amazon. I'm signed up to Netflix, but I'll probably be able to see it through Streamy or another one like that. Natural in the Buff, Vietnamese lady. I wish, right, okay. Right. Mario says 2 cases. Holy shit! 3 liters of whiskey. Yeah, but it's not like I drink it in 2 days. It lasts. You know, it does last a long time. People have been saying that for me for years. Danny Ho, mind your units. You only get 14 units per week. I think I probably drink more than that in a stream. Canary spreads his wings. Says Saint Etienne, most successful team in France, just regulated. All right. Well, you know I'm not a football fan. Very, very personal here, but I'll try and answer it. Gorgeous Thailand. If you intend to leave money to your kids, only oh, I thought you were asking me. Okay, only transfer funds to Thailand as you need them. Don't hold any money in a Thai bank, as the money pretty much dies with you. Yeah, no, you've got to be clever about it, haven't you? I've got, without telling you my inside leg measurement, I've got a little bit of property that I'll be leaving on. I've got mortgages. I don't own them outright. I'll take a small amount from the sale from this house because I'm giving most of the money to my wife and my daughter so that they can set themselves up. Yeah, no, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to sell everything up and take my money to Thailand because, yeah, I mean, I don't. For one thing, even if I didn't die and I came back, it's very hard to get money out of a Thai bank and bring it back to the UK. It's easy the other way. But even if you use TransferWise or Wise now, you can send. It's a great way to send money to Thailand, but you can't use Wise to send money out of Thailand. You just can't do it. Right. Is it Duffler? How are you going to learn Thai if you struggled with Saint Etienne? Well, the thing is, because I've been out there for so long, I already speak a fair bit of Thai. And the way I learn it, I watch a lot of YouTube videos on Thai. You've got to actually live there to learn it. But there are a lot of common words that you hear very often. I wouldn't say I speak Thai, but I don't know if that's a bit of a sarcastic comment there, or you're just trying to make a joke. I just struggled with that word, but I can now say it. So in answer to your question, if I struggle with Thai, eventually I will learn them words. Paul Hoskins says crumpets have gone up in Aldi. And you're not wrong, Paul. I know they have because I eat crumpets. Right, Clive. Was almost tempted Friday when in Aldi. Got Stella instead, but sporadic with box quantities and usually in bottles. No, go on, Clive. Just buy 4. Buy 4. And if you don't like it, I'll send you $2.99, okay? Right. Leroy says, bank steal money everywhere you go. Black Belt, non-alcoholic whiskey. That's a new one, yeah. Duran Duran is an 80s pop group. Yeah, it's also a very popular fruit in Thailand that the hotels don't allow Thais to take to the hotel rooms because it smells that bad. Right. Okay, let's have a look. Ian 150. Good to have you in, Ian. Right, I'm not going to give anything away. Hi, Peter. Not normally on chat, but I'm just headed off to work. We will be in Thailand next May. Have a safe trip. Okay, well, you gave out the name there, so probably people will guess, but good to have you in here. And if you haven't got any issues with that, we can talk about that, but I wouldn't do it if I didn't have your permission. Right. HFC 65. Are those girls in the background from Hooters and Pattaya? I believe those ones are from the ones in Soy 15, the Hooters on Soy 15. I do have some Pattaya ones, but I don't know if I've got them in this set. Because this software only holds so many pictures, and I like to keep changing them throughout the night like that. Okay. Nick T, evening all. Canary spreads his wings. Wise wouldn't verify me, Peter, so went with Starling. What? They wouldn't verify you. That's a strange one. I've got a Wise debit card, and how it works, I think I mentioned it before. It's very easy. You get it online. They send you the plastic debit card, a real debit card with a chip and pin. And what you do, you load it up before you need it. So I think I put £500 on it. I'll put £1,000 on it, and you just keep it as a spare. And if one of your cards gets eaten up by the machine, or you lose it, or you lose, you want to keep the cards separate, then you put this money, that £1,000, £500 on your Wise debit card, and then what happens when you're in Thailand, you can use it, draw the money out, and if you get back to the UK and you didn't need it, then you can just withdraw the money back to your bank account. It's just another safety net. JB, I like a bit of crumpet with butter and honey. Okay, I don't like the honey on it so much, JB. Right, Colin Moore, I'm leaving Thai too. It's hard, doesn't help words like cow. Okay, you're learning Thai. I'm learning Thai too. It's hard, doesn't help words like cow. Have about 10 minutes. Yeah, you've got to be careful when some of the Thai words, they go on tones. So I can't remember what the word is now, but there's one word that has 4 different tones, and depending on how you say it, it has a different meaning. Red wine, yes, that's bloody good value. He took the Saint Etienne comment a bit personally. No, I didn't take it personally because it's a standing joke, because people have been trying to teach me to say. I just struggled with that word. I don't know why. And every week people come on and they break it down for me. And I didn't take it personally. It's a joke, but I can say it now, so I'm happy about that. Right, only in Thailand, gorgeous Thai. I don't take anything personal unless somebody's talking real shit about me. You know what I mean? Right, only in Thailand, gorgeous Thailand. There must be a lot of retirees in Thailand with 800,000 baht in the bank. No, there isn't. There isn't. I'm not going to say on here. I think agents will just say that. You don't need all that. Right, Eugene Vincent. What were Thai discos like back in the day? They're pretty much like I suppose the biggest difference is the Thai discos always had live bands in there, so they did a bit of disco, bit of live live music, bit of disco music. They never. It was very rare to find just a disco, as it were. Very dated word now, isn't it? But they were pretty much the same. They played the same music that you'd hear in a disco in Australia or America or England, wherever. There weren't much difference. I think what shocked me when I first went to clubs I was only 30 when I got out to Thailand, 31, something like that. I think the first thing that actually shocked me, there were a few things that shocked me about Thailand, but one of the things that stands out that actually shocked me was, I've got 2 daughters. Let me just say thank you to this super chat there. Angels Cabell, thank you, mate. Every week you do it. Lovely. Thank you for the sick buffalo. Yeah. I think one of the I'll answer that in a bit, old Fogarty. One of the things that shocked me, I must make a video, 20 things that shocked me when I first arrived in Thailand. But one of the things that really shocked me was you know, I've got two daughters, and if they go out for an evening out, then they both drink. They're not alcoholics or anything. They don't drink a lot and get pissed, but they do drink. Like my youngest daughter, she'll drink vodka orange. And my eldest daughter, she'll drink, I don't know, a wine, something like that. And they'll go into a club, they have a glass of wine or a vodka orange, and that's how it goes on. But what shocked me about Thailand is all the kids, like I say kids, you know, 21 to 30, you'll get a group of girls, 4 or 5 of them, and they buy a bottle of Black Label and they get mixers free with it. So you look at all the tables in a Thai nightclub, even young girls, you know, 18, 19, they're drinking whiskey, right? You just wouldn't get it here. And that's what they drink all night. And that shocked me because, you know, these are young girls and they order a bottle of Black Label, and you look around all the tables and they've all got a bottle of Black Label and they're all drinking hardcore whiskey. And that was quite shocking for me. I found that, I thought, wow, you know, these little girls all drinking whiskey. Right. Oh, I was going to mention, Fogarty, where's the best place to learn Thai? I had a Thai teacher, right, let me just see if I can get this. This is a platform you can go onto. It's not bad. I won't be able to find it now. Hang on. Oh, actually, I've just deleted it because I've got the girl now. I don't need to. There's some very, very good videos on YouTube. Actually, if you just type in beginner's guide to learn Thai, there's a girl, I forget her name, but she's very, very good. And there's lots of videos on learning Thai. And then I think if you're serious about it, you want to wait till you get to Thailand because it's very difficult if you don't live in the country. Soothing medication, everyone. Yeah. Okay, Yours Travel said they worked in Hooters in 2001, 56 now. Really? I bet they still look good for 56 though. Clive says, my ex at work, yes, another laugh out loud, is trying to get me to try Heineken Zero. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is, beer and non-alcoholic beer. I've never been able to. There's something almost unnatural, isn't there, about drinking beer and not getting a buzz on. Only in Thailand. Did I read that one out? Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to hint at, right? Gorgeous Thailand. Only in Thailand, it's worth using an agent for visas, so you don't need the 800,000 in a Thai bank. Cost is about 18,000 a year. Well, let me just, you are right, Gorgeous Thailand, but let me, it's hard to say that name with a straight face. Let me just correct that a little bit. It's not 18,000 the first year because you have to have a non-immigrant O visa before you can apply for the retirement visa. So if you get the you're going on a tourist visa, you can get that stamped up for another 30 days. What the agent will do for you, they'll get the non-immigrant O visa first, and then they'll go for the retirement visa. And most of the agents for the whole package, you'll probably be looking at about 36,000 baht. Okay. Now, something very, very important you must also do when you get a retirement visa through an agent, you must get a multiple entry stamp on top of that visa. You only get it once. It's about 1,900 baht. So you go to an agent, you tell them you want a retirement visa. First year, they get you the non-immigrant O, they get you the retirement visa, then they'll get you the multiple entry stamp. It's just a stamp, but a lot of people forget to get it. And what happens, they've got a year's retirement visa, 3 months in, they go back to their country, they come back thinking, I got my retirement visa, it's dead. It's dead in the door now. They get 30-day tourist visa, it's finished. Doesn't work like that. When you get a multiple entry, you make sure you get and there is a single entry and a multiple entry. So when you go for a retirement visa, make sure you check it's not a single entry, like you're going to stay there for a year, no problem. So the first year, I'll splash my glasses now. So when you go to an agent, you get your retirement visa, specify that it's got to be multiple entry, and make sure you get the multiple entry stamp on it. That way it's good for a year. You can come and go, but you still need to report every 90 days to a police station. But again, you don't, because you can pay 200 baht and get that done for you, if you know what I mean. But carrying on with what you've said there, the second year, it goes down big time. It's normally about 26,000, 24,000. You might have somebody very, very cheap. I've never known it 18,000, but you're on the right track anyway. Okay. Right. Let's get it on. Going back to Thailand in a couple of weeks, been there twice before this year. I've only been booked one way this time. Can you see any problems at the Thai immigration? It makes things difficult because they want to know when you're staying and they want to know when you're leaving. If you're going in on a tourist visa, it can get a little bit sticky. But what I'd say to you, it's not impossible. When you go in, you just tell them in a very simple way, just say, I haven't decided my plans. Of course, I'm going back, but I don't know if I want to stay here for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 6 weeks. And if I stay longer, I'll go to, you say it like this, you say, I go immigration, get stamped another 30 days, and you'll get in. You won't get put in jail or sent back or anything. It's just more questions. Stuart Marston, I've been using Wise for a couple of years now. It saved me a small fortune in convention. They're very, very good, very good. I've got, if you want to look at Wise and what they charge and how you go about getting debit cards, there is a link in the description here. If you click it, it will take you straight to that page, and you can have a look at why Wise are good, because there's no exchange rate with Wise. What they do, you've got Knock in Thailand who wants to come to the UK and she needs pound notes, and you've got Peter here who wants to go to Thailand, he needs Thai baht, and all they do, they take the two currencies, swap it over, so there's no currency exchange, and they charge each of you a small fee. When you do it through a bank, you pay for the bank service, you pay an exchange rate when it goes from your bank, you pay an exchange rate when it gets to the other end, and you pay a service fee at the other end. Hence, it's very, very expensive. If you use somebody like Western Union, you just throw money away. Wise are the best thing since sliced bread. They really are. Okay. I mean, I'll give you an example. I sent 20,000 baht to Thailand about 2 years ago. I actually lent it to somebody. It was not 20,000 baht, it was 20,000 pounds. It wasn't a barco. It was a very, very good friend of mine who needed kind of a bridging loan. And I knew I didn't, he's like a brother to me. I had no hesitation. So I sent him this 20,000 pounds. I've got it back now. And it cost me 90 pounds to send 20,000 pounds. That is very, very cheap, very cheap. And don't get me wrong, I didn't have 20,000 pounds sitting around. I had to do a lot of scratching around and borrowing money from Peter, robbing Paul to pay Peter and everything. Because like I say, he is like a brother to me and I wanted to help him. So it wasn't like I just, you know, wrung the till and took 20,000. I struggled to get the 20,000 together, but he really, really needed that money. And I went out my way to help him. Right, this is going to be a naughty one. JB, do you know who the lady behind you is on your far left? She looks like she'd make a great bath buddy. You're talking about the one in the red, right? Yeah, she looks like well, you know what I was saying about the whiskey? Just look at this picture behind me. Look, bottle of whiskey. It looks like whiskey anyway. Diane, Pattaya is overall the best place for me in Thailand. Fantastic food, great beaches, and some lime muff. There is nowhere else. Depends what you go to Thailand for, Diane. I wouldn't say it's got the best beaches in Thailand, definitely not. But if you're happy with it, that's fine. Ian 150, no issues. It's all good. Okay. Black Bottle, Peter, did you go to the Q bar in Bangkok? Do you know, I've been to so many bars and clubs in Bangkok. I forget the names of them. But you know what? I'll be honest with you now. I don't like live music anymore. It must be an old man thing, you know. I haven't been to Khao San Road for probably 25 years. And I thought I'll go. Last time I was in December, I was pumping out videos. You know, it was like I was like a kid with a, you know, in a candy shop, because I'd been stuck in England for 2 years, and I thought when I get out there, I make lots of videos. And I did make lots of videos. I think I put out 15 videos in 3 weeks or 5 weeks, but I was a week banged up, wasn't I, with COVID? And I said to Simon, my friend, I said, I'll tell you what, let's go down to Khao San Road. I want to make a video down Khao San Road, see what it's like after COVID and everything. Well, COVID was still on. See what it's like. Do you know what? I hated it. Absolutely hated it. They've got speakers the size of wardrobes, and they're all competing with each other. And it is a young crowd down there. You know, they're not just backpackers, but they're university kids and stuff. And a lot of Thais go down there, because you do get Thai girls who are normal Thai girls, but they find Western guys attractive. You know, they're 25-year-old Western student, young man, to a Thai girl is very attractive. Just like a young Western man will look at an Asian girl who looks different because she's Asian and like, wow, she's lovely. So it works both ways. So it is a young person's place down there. But I went down there for, I met a subscriber actually down there. He sent me up a scorpion, a dry scorpion, a bottle of beer. And I thanked him. I said, I'm really sorry. I'll have the beer, but I'm not doing the scorpion. And me being the sort of decent guy I am, I sent him a beer back. He was there with his daughter, half Thai, half English. And that was quite nice meeting him. But back to what we were saying there. Khao San Road, it was just so noisy. It actually disturbed me to the point where I actually felt so uncomfortable. I had a couple of beers and I said to my friend Simon, I said, look, I'm not being funny. I've got to get out of here. Not I want to get out of here. I've got to get out of here. So now at my time in life now, I don't really like, I can stand go-go bars. If you go into Nana Plaza, you're sitting in a go-go bar and, you know, they've got all the music going and the girls are dancing. That's okay. But, you know, really like going into a nightclub with a Thai band where, you can feel your eardrums vibrating like this. I just can't stand it anymore. And it must be an old age thing. Right. Dunkin' Donuts. Peter, I was talking to somebody who said they had a bad case of diarrhea from the food. We got some Japanese girls got a song about that. And it happened in a go-go bar. Do you have any suggestions how to take care of that? Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to eat, if you want to play it safe, you take your chance. They don't have the greatest hygiene as far as food goes in Thailand. It is really much pot luck. But I would say if you've got a delicate stomach, they eat it every day, so it takes a lot to make them sick. When I go to Thailand, every time I've got deli belly, every day, every time, first 24 hours, I've got to take Imodium with me because it's such a change on the body. But I would say generally, you take a chance. But I wouldn't tend to eat in go-go bars because of the nature. They're go-go bars, aren't they? You want to try and eat in places that, they serve food. That's what they do for a living. And a golden rule of thumb for myself, if a restaurant's quiet, I don't eat in there, because when a restaurant is very busy, the food turns over. Something that's quite frustrating for me, and it worries me a lot, is I like salad. I like a lot of salad in Thailand, not so much here because it's hot. I'll go into the Monsoon restaurant on Soy 8, very nice restaurant, very good food. You get a really brilliant burger for 300 baht. So it's not cheap, it's £7.50. But they do a Caesar salad in there, and it's a meal. There's very many variations of a Caesar salad. It could be like a little side plate with hardly anything on it. But in there, they do like a bowl. And for 300 baht, £7.50, it's a real fulfilling, lots of vegetables, lots of strips of chicken. It's fresh. And I like that. I'll have that 3-4 times a week when I'm there. I'll go into Monster and I'll order that Caesar salad. And for me, that's a meal. But I'm always worried, because it's a hot country. Salad, has it been laying on the side overnight? Has things been running over it? Did they keep it in the fridge and its meat's been dripping on it? You don't know, do you? But, if you spent your life worrying, you wouldn't leave your front door. You just got to go for it. Right, Stringer, they need whiskey because sleeping. Okay, you're at it again. Yeah, all right. Yeah, see, I'll put that up and I'll talk about that. See, I think that's very derogatory, and I don't think that's actually true. I've met a lot of Thai girls, bar girls, who I'll say to you again, your comment there, right? I'm actually going to address it. Now, I had friends who own go-go bars in Nana Plaza, and I used to go into these bars, and I never bar find any girls. And I went into these particular bars for years, and I got to know the girls, and they'd come off their dancing. Yeah, on a Saturday night, they didn't talk to me because it was full of customers. But on a Monday night at 11 o'clock, there was hardly anybody in there. Big bar, 50 girls. And I got to know them, and they'd come down and I'd talk to them. And sometimes the girls would say, oh, I don't like to go with old young guys. I only like to go with old guys. And I say, come on, I'm not bloody stupid. What do you think? You'd rather go with a 60-year-old than a 25-year-old. And they actually used to say to me, and I totally believe it. They said, look, what you got to remember, Peter, is that if I go back with a young guy, he's going to be at it all night, right? All night. And I'm going to be tired. And in the morning, it's a struggle to get any tip off him, if you know what I mean. Because a lot of them will turn around and say, well, I don't pay anything in my country. Why should I? And they said, well, they're an old guy. They're polite. They know what it is. A lot of them, all they want is a cuddle. And they'll give you a nice tip, and there's no hassle. And so for your comment, they need whiskey for sleeping with old men. So they need to go. So I'm a Stringer. I'd love to see a picture of you, because I'm imagining that you're a very young, virile, handsome man. And that's what justifies your comment that you can leave that. All right, let's go on to Dutch Farang again. Heineken 00 is 100% canal water from Amsterdam. Yeah. Jay East. Best restaurant in Pattaya. Go check out the Three Mermaids in Pratamak. Good, great. Do you know, I often get emails from guys where they're sitting in a restaurant with their Thai wife or their kids and whatever. I got one today, actually, and they'll say, this is the best restaurant in Pattaya. We go here often. Great food, great ambience, great staff and everything. But the thing is about Pattaya, I could give you a list of 25 to 50 restaurants that are all good, because Pattaya is very, very good for food. Very good. Okay, let's discuss that. The Wutong Life. It's a question. Do Hooters girls in Thailand meet customers after hours for extra cash? I hear they do, and charge much more than the going rate. Well, they're not going to be 1,000 baht, are they? Right. Well, something I do know. It's written into a Hooters girls contract in Thailand that they're not allowed to meet customers outside of the workplace. So yeah, they can be friendly. They can serve them. talk to them, be friendly, but the contract says you cannot go on a date with that customer. But the human factor, I'm sure they don't all do it, but I'm sure some of them do it. And of course, if she's a Hooters girl, she's not going to be the same. She's not going to want the same taxi fare home as the girl who's standing outside Nana Hotel as a freelancer, is she? So yeah. Right, Canary spreads his wings. Sky Gallery is good in Pattaya. There's so many good places in Pattaya. One of the things I look forward to in Pattaya, or Pattaya for those who like to say it like that, is a lot of the Western food in Pattaya, for instance, is a lot better than you'll get here at home. Like where I live, it's a market town, and they've got their greasy spoons all over the place, but they're pretty crap, really. Weatherspoons do a decent breakfast, but in Pattaya, there's so many places. 150 baht, and you get all the coffee you can drink, all the toast you can eat, and lovely sausages and bacon and eggs. And I eat so many fry-ups when I'm out there because it's just so nice. Right, looking for legitimate questions now. Leanne Thai from a white guy. Okay, I don't know about you, Clive, but when I learn Thai, I like to learn it from a female. I don't know why. If I watch a guy and I'm trying to learn Thai from a guy, I just find it a much more pleasant experience from a nice looking girl teaching me Thai. I mean, I know she's a teacher, but it's just a personal thing. I suppose for me, it's the same as being on an airline. When I fly to Thailand, if it was full of like Thai Airways, if there were all guys on there as stewards, serving the food and all the rest of it, I wouldn't find it as pleasant as the females, the staff on the aircraft. Right, let's get it on. Going back to Thailand in a couple of weeks. I've read that already, haven't I? Okay, let's get down to some of the new ones. Okay, a lot of people recommending their favorite bars and restaurants. Right, here's a comment. Here's a name I haven't seen. Jan Skinkel. Apologies if I pronounce it wrong, but I did try. Laugh out loud. I'm a young guy as well, and I don't mind the older guys. There is a girl for everyone, and all we have to do is be polite. Yeah, absolutely. There's all these kind of sticklers. They only like young guys. They only like old guys. They don't like this and they don't like that. They're no different to anybody else, are they? They like guys who are respectful. Look at that story today from Om. The Isan girl who told her point of view, and she said the worst thing you could say to a girl is how much. It just turns them straight off. Dutch Frank says there are like 50K working girls in Pattaya. The official figures I read, Dutch Frank, before COVID was actually around 25,000, but it wouldn't surprise me. I'm trying to find a comment where you're not all talking to each other. Right, okay, here's one. Right, soothing meditation. Salad can cause more food poisoning than any meats. Remember, everyone keeps meat or fish on ice, whereas a regular sea salad just stored in boxes, bacteria thrives at those temps. Yeah, but the problem is you need to eat salad, don't you? You need greens. You can't survive on meat and carbohydrates. Salad is so important, isn't it? And if you don't have any salad, then you're going to be feeling tired all the time. So, I try to eat salad in decent looking restaurants. Like for anybody who knows that kind of area around Sukhumvit, if you've been to Soy 8, where the Monsoon restaurant is, that caliber of restaurant, they're not cheap. They're good, but of course, a 5-star hotel could leave salad lying around. But you've got, like I say, if you're going to be that paranoid, you shouldn't leave your front door. Yes, you should take care, but you've got to eat salad, haven't you? Oh, right. I see Ed's booked his ticket for November again, hasn't he? I don't think he'll be staying in. I don't think Eddie will be staying in Thailand this time, because he once said on his stream, I only like Thailand, and these days I do. I don't particularly want to travel to too many places now. I get tired, actually. It's a lot of hassle. But when he goes out he's gone out for 3 months in November, and I suspect he'll only use Bangkok as a base, and he'll be traveling to various countries. He likes Cambodia, doesn't he? Right, Damien. Eva is all females apart from the pilots. Yeah, they're not bad either. Okay, let's see what Scott says. You'll have to bear with me, Scott, because I'm going to crack open another Saint. I forgot again. Right. I have learned a lot from the older guys I've met in Thailand, perhaps being a bit younger than the average viewer. People seem to be more open when they're in Thailand. Yeah, the thing is, Scott, you've got to be very, very careful because there's a lot of guys in Thailand who'll tell you things that aren't actually true. And Pattaya is one of the worst places for it. You know, you'll get guys there who think they're absolute experts and they'll tell you things. You shouldn't take things on face value. Always check out what anybody tells you. Nick, what are you saying now? I'd say a 20-year-old gap is ideal. Girl 30, 50, the girl knows you're mature, yet advice got a few quid. Look, the thing is, it depends what you want out of a relationship, isn't it? If you meet a girl in a go-go bar and she's beautiful and all you want to do is spend one evening with that girl to experience her company, then, it doesn't matter, does it? But if you want to have a holiday girlfriend, you're going to spend a week with her and then you're never going to see her again and you're going to go back to your country. Again, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that I would say on that is that there would be a bit of a stigma for people looking and saying, oh, look at that old guy with that young girl. But in Pattaya, it doesn't matter, does it? Because, there's so many people doing it. If you want a serious relationship with a girl, I'd say, yeah, of course you have to be serious. I mean, think about it on a simple level. You're 50 and you meet a girl in a bar who's 22 and she said, I don't mind about age gap. I like you. You're polite. You look after me. I like you. I'm not worried about age. So that's fine. Off you go into the sunset. You become a couple. As I say, you're 50, she's 22. Now, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about your upcoming retirement, your investments, what you want to do to make sure you're comfortable in your old age, your health insurance, your planning. She's going to want to talk about boy bands, makeup, all the things that would totally bore you. So in that respect, you've got to think in a sensible way. If you're in a nice condo and she's 22 and you're 50 and you're sitting there, you're going to want to watch, something sensible on TV. She's going to want to watch a pop show, isn't she? Some K-pop idol, which you're not going to watch. So, it's a difficult one. Right, JB, I completely agree that you can't just ask how much. I always ask how long instead. And then we both have a laugh together if you want to do something specific. Okay, so the point On was making, what she was saying, we know, look, it's YouTube, right? So let's say it in a sensible way, right? So you go into a bar, you meet a young lady, a girl, and you think, okay, I want to spend time with her, maybe have some private drinks in my hotel. You want to get her away from the bar because a lot of people there, you want to sit and talk to her and get to know her, okay? And, what that girl was saying today, if you just go up to her and say how much, that totally turns them off, because they what Om said, look, okay, we're offering a service, but it's just a horrible question. What she's saying is, you can get to know somebody first and then you can work it in that way, can't you? See, I don't have let's have a look. What's he saying? Darcy said, David UK, try buzzing Pattaya Discord group, literally thousands on it. You will get great advice. Okay. I haven't been on his Discord group yet. Sawan Sharma, thanks, Mr. Dutch Farang. Okay, very polite there, Mr. Dutch Farang. Okay. Right, Paul Hoskins says, they used to have 1830 holidays in Spain. I remember that. But the Mongols still enjoy the 2160 holidays in Thailand. Just remember, Granbia. And we've got the proof. There we are. Granbia. All right, nothing wrong with that. Let's not knock it. Right, David UK. I'm planning to go out to Thailand, but would you like to meet another like-minded guys to go? Right, sensible in that. I'm planning to go out to Thailand, but would like to meet other like-minded guys to go to the bars with, like wingman, really, not gay. Okay, that's understood. Is there anywhere that guys meet up? Yeah, I mean, look, let me tell you something, David. The great thing about Thailand, one of my best friend in Thailand, which I went to his funeral here in England, and I drove his daughters to his funeral. I met him in Lucky Luke's. I went in there for a Sprite in the afternoon, and I'd been shopping. I've told this story before, and he was there with a book, How to Write HTML, and I'm like, what do you want that for? And he wanted to make a website to sell orchids and ship them back to the UK. And I said to him at the time, well, look, you don't need a book. There's a program called Netscape. I mean, we're going back nearly 30 years. And it's all click and tables, and it's so easy. We got talking, and we ended up staying there all afternoon, and it got to about 6, and we're like, well, we might as well have a couple of beers. And we got on like a house on fire. He was 10 years older than me, and he became my best friend. And I spent 5 nights a week going out with this guy for the next 5 to 7 years. He came back to the UK with a Thai girl that he met and her son, lived in Bath, kicked his clogs, unfortunately, got cancer. I went down to his funeral, took one of his daughters a solicitor, his other daughter's a doctor. I took them in my car to the funeral. It was a very nice ceremony. And but that's a roundabout way to say what the question that you're asking. It is so much easier to make friends in Thailand than it is in your own country, in the UK. Because if I wanted to meet a friend and I went into a pub in the UK and there's a guy sitting on his own at the bar, I'm sitting on my own. As soon as I start talking to him, he's going to think, right, A, he's after a free beer. B, he's the oldest gay in the village, me, right? Or 3, he's a scammer. It doesn't work like that in Thailand because you've got a common ground. It's like, oh, you on holiday? Where are you from? Oh, you're from Norway. Oh, from England, you know. And then you get talking and you size a guy up and you think, oh, I like this guy. Oh, this guy's a prat. He just bullshits. And I wouldn't say there's a particular place to say, right, go to this bar and it's a guy meet guy bar, you know, not gay, but it's a guy. Just go around, make some conversations. Nobody will, you know, people are very friendly. People are very, very friendly in Thailand. The expats, you find that there's a like for like. And, you know, when you start talking to it, I've met a lot of guys in Thailand, in Bangkok and Pattaya, where I've had some great nights with them. Another example was in Nana Plaza. I was sitting at the edge in the old days before they had big dogs. They had 3 small bars there. I was sitting there. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. And a guy came in. He'd just come on holiday. First time I got talking to him. And he says to me, oh, it's all closing up. Look, it's 2 or it's 3, whatever it was. And I said, well, there are other places to drink. And he said, well, I've just arrived. I've never been here before. And I said, well, you got Thermi Cafe. It's like 10 minutes down the road. And he's like, where is it? And I said, come on, I'll take you. And we went there together. And I ended up drinking with him till 5 in the morning. And this is the thing about Thailand. You can meet so many good guys out there. And when I was out there in December, okay, I'm recognized now because people know me because of the channel. So I've been in a bar and a guy's come and sat down with me and we've had a couple of drinks together. And it's been great. I had a couple of bad experiences. Well, one bad experience. We won't go over that again. You know that one, don't you? Here's $100 for your lunch. What a guy. But yeah, in answer to your question, it's a lot easier to make friends in Thailand than it is here in the UK and probably wherever you live if you're not. Right, James Casey, nice to see you in. It's good to go to all the hot spots like Nana and Soy Cowboy. But if you're going to Bangkok, you have to go off the tourist track to go and go to the real Thai clubs and bars. I like being the old Farang. Yeah, I mean, RCA City, there's so many places that a lot of guys don't know about. So what happens, they land in Bangkok, they do Nana, they do Soy Cowboy, they get in a cab, they spend 2 weeks in Pattaya, and that's Thailand, done and dusted. But you're right, Jen, there's so many other places. Bangkok is a fantastic city. I know a restaurant, it's called Hands Free, all right? You go into the restaurant, you order your food, and you keep your hands down, and there's girls, they feed you. They actually, not with a knife and fork, you sit there and they pick up balls of rice and they put it into your mouth. I mean, it doesn't particularly do anything for me, right? But that's the sort of thing you can get in Thailand. There's some fantastic Thai nightclubs. You've got RCA City, a whole, you know, boulevard, as they say in the States, but a whole long street of all these places. And you've got a lot of good Thai places as well. And the great thing about Thailand, you know, my age, 62, if I went to a nightclub when my daughter goes out to in Northampton or something, I would be the laughing stock because unfortunately in this country, people would look at me and say, look at that old geezer pervert. He's coming here to look at girls or something, you know, but that doesn't happen in Thailand. They've got a sabai attitude. So even at my age, I don't want to go to nightclubs. I'm just giving you an example, right? But I can go to a real big popular Thai nightclub where they've all got their bottles of whiskey, all young girls and young guys. There's a Thai band. I can sit there, order myself a few beers. And if I was inclined, I can enjoy the band. I can enjoy the surroundings. I can enjoy what I can see. You know, it is that easy going. Right, Ian, I have a 17-year-old age gap. And even that seemed a lot at the time, but it worked out and it still does. Yeah, well done to you, mate. Well done. Right, gorgeous Thailand. My Thai lady is 31. I'm 58. We have been together 10 years and we have 3 children, 9, 6 and 4. Yeah, very nice. Well done to you. Now, the thing is with Thais, it seems to be a little bit different with their culture. The age gap doesn't seem to be so much as an issue as it is in Western countries. Now, I'm not talking about, you know, you're 65 and you have a relationship with a 20-year-old. That's just bloody stupid. What I'm talking about is, like you've just said, you're 31 and you're 58 and she's 31, and that's perfectly acceptable in Thailand, and people won't look down on a big age gap. Right, Kairan Wellan, is it? Hey Peter, only tuning in tonight, but wow, that girl is really looking at you. Yeah, she's the one in the red. That one. Yeah, puts you off your beer. How long have we been gone? Nearly 2 hours already. It goes so quickly. 400 in the chat on a Sunday night. Not bad. Bob, are you out there? I haven't seen you comment tonight. Bob in London. You're normally in the stream. I'll have to sack you if you're not in here tonight. Come on, leave a comment. Right. So I'll have you tomorrow. When you say, yeah, I watched the stream, I'll say, no, you didn't, because you didn't leave any comments. Right, James Casey again. I like the restaurants where you eat the food off naked women, and you might think he's joking, but there are restaurants like that. It doesn't particularly do anything for me. It's a novelty the first time, isn't it? Do you know what makes me laugh? The culture, you can't touch a tie on the head. That's very offensive, isn't it? But it kind of seems okay to shoot ping pong balls out of places ping pong balls shouldn't come out of. Does that kind of confuse you? It does me. Right, Paul Hoskin again. This hands-free restaurant. What about if you need to go to the toilet, Paul? We don't dissect it like that. Just move on. Right, Ian 150 again. What's odd is my mother-in-law is only 3 years older than me. I'm only joking. Right, Jeff say time flies when you're having fun. I enjoy the streams. I really do, guys. Sounds a bit corny, but I do. And that's why I've moved it to 8 o'clock tonight, because I can have a drink. I can't drink at 7 o'clock. I've got to get that t-shirt, haven't I? It won't be a long one tonight. Right, only in Thailand again. The Wutong life in Thailand, money talks, and also in every country. Yeah. Okay, so No Name says Bangkok Addicts is a good place to meet the like-minded. I don't know. I've got to put my hands up. I don't know Bangkok Addicts. Drunken Donuts. I would double team Go Go Go's with Peter. All right, yeah. I can't tell it again because I've told it on this channel about 5 times. She had a hairy muff. That's a username. Okay. Tell the 100 baht lunch story. I've told it so many times. All right. You're the first. If I get 3 more people say, tell me the 100 baht lunch story, I'll tell it again, because the problem is, it is a good story. It's a true story. It's something that happened to me in Pattaya, which is, you look at it and you think, what a guy. Do people like this exist? But the problem is, when you start telling the story over and over again, we get a lot of the same people in the stream. And I don't want people to say, oh my God, not this again. Like the 7-Eleven girl, the change of the uniform in the stockroom. Remember that one? But if I get 3 or 4 people ask me, then I'll tell it again. I know man overseas, on those restaurants, are we eating the food off their front or back? It's definitely their front. You wouldn't want to eat it off your back. Can you imagine blancmange and then there's a blowout? Can you picture that? Right. Gorgeous Tyler. My children's Thai grandfather is younger than their father. Yeah, it gets a bit complicated, doesn't it? How do I say that? Kakaraka. Right, you can touch on head, Thai policeman at happy hour 4 to 5 a.m. Yeah, I was only kind of joking about that other comment I made. Pelly, big shot travel. We'll do 18 to 20 young girls. Only challenge for the... Okay, a little bit too much information there. Do you have an update on the Aussie girl that was in a Thai jail for more than 8 years? I think I told that story a long time ago because I can't remember it. I do remember something about an Aussie girl, but I've totally forgotten the story now. People write to me and say, oh, you told a story about this. I can't remember what episode it was. It was a girl who did this. I don't know. I've got 300, 400 stories up there. That's why I started. Somebody gave me an idea once. They said, look, I can't find the video I was watching. Why don't you label them? So now if you notice, I put volume, last one was 158, next week is 159. It makes it a bit easier. But if you look at the early story volumes, there was no numbers on them. But you learn, don't you? When you're on YouTube, it's like anything else. You kind of better yourself. If you look at some of my early live stream, well, I've deleted the very first one. It was like a police interview. I was so nervous. I was sweating like a pig. You get better at what you do, don't you? Alexander the Great, Thailand Band Peter, where would you suggest for breakfast around Asok or Nana? Okay, I'll surprise you here. It's actually quite difficult to find a decent breakfast around Soi 4. You've got like Checkers and all those kind of bars. Right, Checkers, they do a very, very good breakfast. What Checkers is, if you go down Soi 4, and I'm going to answer this in full. So if you go into Soi 4, Nana Plaza on your left, you go past, I think it's a Heidelberg if it's still there, and then you've got a little bar called Checkers. You go in there, a full breakfast, about 180 baht, right? But It's very nice. It's very good food. You get a mug of coffee, nice girls serve you. But the problem is, once you've had that coffee, you want another coffee, it's 110 baht, something like that, right? £2.50. Where I would tell you to recommend you for breakfast, go to the Nana Hotel. It's 250 baht. It's a little bit greasy, so you want to take a handful of tissues when you sit down, dab the bacon and everything. But they do. You can eat as many omelets as you want, as many bacon as you want, fried eggs, poached eggs. You know, it's a full English. You've got orange juice, you've got coffee, and there's no limit. You can help yourself to as much as you want. It's 250. It's £5, right? The other place I would recommend is Foodland on Soy 5. It's a supermarket, but they have 24. They've got a 24-hour eatery in there, and they do some good food, and it's cheap as well. You can go in there at 3, 4 in the morning. You can go in there for breakfast. You can go in there for lunch. They've got a very extensive menu, Thai and foreign food. You can get a nice meal for 100, 150 baht. So I'd say for breakfast, Nana Hotel, because it's a buffet. You pay your 250, you can eat what you want. Foodland. There's another place I go to for Thai food. It's on Soy 7/1. When you walk in, it's the first place on the right. You get a real good, tasty Thai meal, pad Thai, something like that, for about 120 baht, and it's a good, clean portion. I go there nearly every day. Okay, right. Super nice. Tell the 100 baht story. 1, 2 more to go. Diane Ford, tell the 100 baht story. We don't need to tell it. Okay, tell it. I would have thought you guys got felt. Let me scratch my nose. It's bloody always itchy. It must be that fan. Okay, you've heard it so many times though. Not heard it yet. I'm back. Really? Okay. Let's put it to bed. Let me tell it. And because you're all asking for it, I'm going to make a meal of it. Ed Sweeney's 20 stone wife. Tell it. Okay. I only wanted 3. I've got about 33. Okay, true story, right, guys? Famous now, right? I've got a YouTube channel, okay? So, you know, I try to be nice. I treat everyone with respect. When I'm in Thailand, if somebody contacts me online, WhatsApp, email, hey, you're here, let's meet up for a drink, let's do this, I will. I'm not a snob. I don't think, you know, I'm not one of those guys who thinks, oh, you know, I've got nearly 40,000 subscribers. I'm a superstar. I'm not like that. I'm very humble. I'm very down to earth. And I do like to meet people. I just don't just sit here in a camera and like beg for super chats. You know, that's not what I'm about. So this is a true story. I went to Thailand in December and I caught COVID, as you know, but part of that trip was the first part of it. I went down to Pattaya for a week. Okay. I rented a motorbike. I did the tourist thing. I went up the hill to the big red sign, Pattaya. I went up there with my camera and I filmed it. And I went up to the big Buddha and I had a great time. I was going around on a motorbike. And there was a guy who'd been messaging me online, I think it was. It's not hard to find me. And he sent me a message and he said, oh, Peter, you're in Pattaya. I'm right now. I'm in LK Metro. Can I invite you for lunch? And I was like, I didn't really want to go at that time because, you know, I do like meeting people. If I'm in a bar and someone comes up to me and if I was with a girl, I might not like it. You know, I might say, look, nice to meet you. But, you know, up to now, I haven't been with girls because I'm married. But, you know, he sent me a load of messages and I didn't really want to meet him at that time, not because I didn't want to meet him personally. It was just I was out on the bike. I did the Buddha. I did the Pattaya sign. I was going to ride to Jomtien. I was having a nice time by myself. I'd done a nice breakfast on the motorbike. You know what it's like? It's warm. You're driving about. And I was enjoying it. I was really enjoying it. No stress from my family, no work, nothing. I was enjoying it. And this guy kept sending me messages. So I was polite. I said, yeah, okay, maybe I'll think about it. And he kept messaging me. Meet for lunch. I'm only here. I'm 10 minutes away. I won't take up much of your time. I'll buy you lunch. And he kept saying, I'll buy you lunch. I'll buy you lunch. Now, before I carry on with the story, let me just tell you, I can buy my own lunch, okay? There's no problem there, okay? I didn't meet him because he offered me a free lunch, but he said, come and meet me and I'll buy you lunch. No problem. All right. So in the end, I thought, okay, you know what? You've got a YouTube channel. People support you. You've got to do your bit. Put yourself out there. Go meet the guy. He obviously wants to meet me. I'll go meet him. I'll spend an hour with him. You know, shoot the breeze, as they say. He'll be happy. And I've done my part for public service, as it were, right? Anyway, I said, I phoned him up, actually. I said, okay, where are you? And he said, I'm standing on the corner, blah, 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 wherever. I couldn't find him. I was riding up and down and up and down. 20 minutes it took me to find him. Anyway, he tried to sort of usher me into this small expat bar. And you look at it and you just look at everyone in there and you think, oh, these are the guys who hate tourists because they're on a limited budget. And it looked like that real kind of bar where you walk in there as a tourist and everybody stops drinking and looks at you like, what's he doing in there? So I said to the guy, no, I said, no, let's go in here. It looks more nicer. So there was a place he wanted to go, that little sort of expat bar, and right across the road, it was a typical Thai nice restaurant, airy, good menu, served drinks and everything. Okay, no problem. We went in there. Sat down, spoke to him, all the rest of it. I ordered a burger and chips. I think it was 180 baht, right? No big deal. Now, before I carry on with the story, if you invited somebody for lunch, what would you do? This is what I would do. So I'd say, why don't you join me for lunch? I'll buy you lunch. Right. Me and the guy go for lunch. The check comes along. Give me that. Can I have that, please? Thank you. There you go. 180 baht, 180 baht. There's 500 baht. Keep the change. No problem. Nice to meet you. All the best. Off you go. That's how it's done, right? So I go and I have a burger and chips. I'm sitting there talking to him, and he was a bit of a boring guy, to be honest. I couldn't understand him. And anyway, the bill comes. I pick the bill up expecting him to take it from me. Now, bear in mind, guys, I can pay for my own breakfast. It's not about the money. So when the bill came, he kind of sat there and he didn't kind of make a beeline to take the bill. So she was stood there with a bill. So I kind of took it, looked at it, and I kind of waited because I thought he was going to be polite and take the bill. Guys, honestly, you won't believe this. He takes his wallet out. He took 100 baht out, put it on the table. He says, that's towards your lunch. And I thought to myself, are you kidding me, mate? Are you kidding? That's towards your lunch. Do you know what I did? I said, you're all right, mate. Put it back in your wallet. He put it back in his wallet, and I went off, said, nice to meet you, and I went. And I thought, my God, you know, I mean, what sort of a person invites you for lunch and says, here's 100 baht? Unbelievable, isn't it? And if you thought that story was good, ask me about the 7-Eleven girl who had the German girlfriend who he thought she was left the bars, but there was something funny going on, because that is a good story. 3 people, and I'll tell that story. Right, let's go down to some of the comments. Dustin Martiz, hey from Martiz. Yeah, good to have you in, mate. Danish Bacon, I wonder is a subscribe. Now, he won't watch anymore because I pissed him off, because what happened is when he put the 100 baht down, he thought he was being totally generous, and he said he's 100 baht towards your meal. And I looked at him like he knew, and I said, mate, stick it back in your wallet. I've got my own money here. Like, you need it more than I do. And I didn't hear from him after that. I'm laughing because let me see if I can find that. Right, Eugene Vincent. I understand. I'm not going to put that up. It wasn't him, and I understand why you put that comment up there. I've watched a few of them, and I cringe when I watch them, but it wasn't. No. Paul Hoskins, I would have let you eat any Subway you wanted. I like Subway, Paul. It's not cheap either. Yeah, MD, would rather spend. I mean, I would have been ashamed of myself. I would have been, oh, look, the 7-Eleven's coming up. Joe Franz, 7-Eleven. Duffer, 7-Eleven. Running Man 21. Robert Gilbert. Guys, we're really going over old ground here. You've heard this story. German girl story. Chandler Big. Well, it is a Sunday night. I mean, if you want to hear it, I'll tell it. Danny Ho. Chris, how you doing? You were the first one to leave a message in the stream tonight with a smiley face. Chris, you disappeared for a long time. You were one of my early viewers, and you used to watch his stories religiously. Then you obviously got bored and you pissed off for about a year. But you come back and you're in regularly. It's good to have you back again. But I do know when viewers go and come back, and I do know who's not in the stream and who is. Right, tell the 7-Eleven story. Maybe I should do a night of streams where all I do is tell stories of things I've seen in Thailand that are a bit out of the ordinary. All right, 7-Eleven story coming up. Hang on. Oh, we're on a roll now. I could tell you 100 stories like this. But I get people leaving me messages saying, Jack and Ori, how do you make it up? You're such a good storyteller. But guys, on my life, on my girl's life, they're really true. Right, 7-Eleven story. And you must have heard this before, but I'll tell it for you. Right, there was a guy who went to Patio Regular. He met a girl in a beer bar. He was from Germany. Now, that isn't derogatory because he's from Germany. I'm just saying he was a German guy. Could have been an English guy, French guy, Yugoslavian, whatever, right? German guy. So he was probably about 50. He had a good job in Germany. He went to Patio Regular. He played the game. He went around everywhere. But one day he met a girl in a bar who he quite liked, took her out. And instead of bar hopping, what happened in the end, he'd always go to her bar. So she continued to work. But what he'd do, his holiday consisted of him going to the beach, whatever. Then he'd migrate over after dinner to her bar, and he'd sit in her bar every night, all night. And he'd do this on multiple trips. It wasn't once. He liked her. And I think the reason he sat in that bar was because, one, he didn't want to take her out of at this stage. He didn't want to take her out of the bar and spend every night with her because then he was committed. But then because he knew he wanted to go back with her at the end of the night, he didn't want her going out on bar fines, if that makes sense. So what he'd do, he'd go to this popular bar on, it was on the Beach Road, one of the open bars. So what he'd do, she started work there about sort of 4 or 5 o'clock. You know what it's like? They have their rice and everything, and then a little bit of makeup, and away they go. And he'd have his dinner, and he'd go and sit in her bar, and he'd have a few beers, and he'd talk to all the girls, very, very friendly. They all got to know him, nice guy. But he would sit in there religiously every night because he didn't want some guy going in there, buying her a ladies' drink. 9 o'clock, off she goes, does a short time, comes back, 11 o'clock, does another short time, and then he's picking her up at 2 a.m. He didn't want that. So obviously he was into this girl. So he wanted, I know it's a long story, but I am getting to the point. I'm just building it up. Okay. So he wanted to, at that point, it wasn't too serious, but he didn't want, he wanted his bacon all to himself. You know what I mean? Right. Anyway, from that stage, he went back to Germany, and he actually, he started to get to like this girl very much. And he started to come back and visit her, but he couldn't commit to the point where he said, well, I'm going to retire in Thailand, because he had a good job, and he couldn't bring her over to Germany because it just, you know, it wasn't that kind of relationship. So he'd made up his mind. Every time he comes to Thailand, he's going to make a beeline for this girl. He doesn't want anybody else. He's just going to take this girl. He likes this girl, and that's it. That's his girl when he's in Thailand. So after a while, it got to the point where he started to get extremely jealous, and he realized, look, when I'm not in Thailand, she's going off with other guys. And of course, when he's sitting in Germany with his hot cocoa at 7 o'clock on a dark winter's night, his mind starts going, and he's thinking about her getting her handbag and putting her coat on and trotting off to a hotel, right? It's a killer. I mean, you know, he's in Germany thinking about that. Anyway, so I feel like I'm telling one of my Saturday morning stories now, but this is a true story. So in the end, what he did on one of his trips when he went back there, he said to the girl, he said, look, I really hate it that you're working in the bar. I want you to go back home, and I don't want you to work in the bars anymore. I'm going to give you some money. So he said, like, well, how much what would it take? You know, I know you need to support your money, your family. I know you're working because you send money back to your family up in Isan. What would it take for you to stop working in this bar, be waiting? Oh, I can't live in Thailand, but when I want you to be at home, live with your family. I'll compensate you. I'll give you plenty of money to take care of your family, to take care of yourself. But I don't want you working in a bar, and I certainly don't want you going off on short times with these guys. So she thought about it, and she said, well, 20,000 baht would do it. 20,000 baht a month. I won't work here anymore. But I'm not going back to Isan because I've got some family here in Pattaya. But what I'll do, I'll look for a job here in Pattaya, a regular job. Now, if you're happy, you give me 20,000. I promise you I won't work in any beer bars. I'll get a regular job in here in Pattaya. And that's what will happen. And the guy thought about it. He thought, okay, look, you know, he's not stupid. So he said, right, what I'll do, I agree to that, but you've got to prove to me that you've got a real job. You're not working in the bars, and you've got to prove that wherever you work, that is your real job. So you get up in the morning, you go to work, you finish work, you go home, a little bit of extra money for you, and I'll send you 20,000. Yep, no problem, agreement. He goes back to Germany. About 2 weeks later, she phones him up, darling, I've got a job. It doesn't pay great, but it should make you happy. I'm now working in 7-Eleven along the Beach Road, one of the 7-Elevens there, right? So he's kind of thinking, that's great news, but I need proof. So he said to her, look, you know, I don't want to disbelieve you, but, you know, it's Pattaya and the stories and all the rest of it. And I'm really happy. And if you really have got a job in 7-Eleven, I'm going to support you. And when I come back, I'll spend all my time with you. And who knows where that's going to go. Okay. So she thought about it, and she said, well, look, I can prove it to you. Why don't I ring you when I'm at work? You can see me at work. So if I'm in work, I can't be telling you lies because, you know, you can see me in work. He thought about it. He thought, yeah, she's right. So, they're really clever guys. So what happens then? She goes to 7-Eleven where she's got a friend working, because Pattaya is a small community. All those girls, whether they work in 7-Eleven, drive taxis, or work in the bar, they're all, most of them, they come down from Isan, right? So they're all very close. They're all a big family. They all know each other, right? So she goes to 7-Eleven where her friend works, tells her the story. So what happens is every day at a certain time, when she knows her German boyfriend has come home from work, or it's 8 o'clock at night, he's kicking back, he wants to do a video conference, she says, well, I'll call you when I'm on a break at work, right? So what she does, she's working in a bar, she's going off, she's doing her short times, 2 or 3 a night, no problem. She's making money at a certain designated time. Oh, it's 9 o'clock now. He's had his dinner. He'll be sitting watching TV. She went along to 7-Eleven, seen her mate, couple of $100. They went in the stock room, okay? The real 7-Eleven worker took off her shirt, took off her cap. This girl, the bar girl, took off her shirt. She put on the 7-Eleven shirt, put on the cap, phoned the guy in Germany, said, "Hi, honey, I'm at work, but I've got to be quick. I'm in the stock room. Look, here's the stock room. How are you? Love you. Working hard, blah, blah, blah." Of course, the guy's in Germany thrilled to bits. He's thinking, "Oh my God, she's took time. Poor thing. She's in the stock room. She's calling me. Love you. See you when you come in. Oh yeah, okay, right." Hangs up, shirt off, cap off. Thanks. Here's $100. Back to the bar. Short time. Okay, absolutely true story, guy. True story. They're very good at hiding things. Right, back into the chat there. But I'm not going to offer any more stories tonight because it takes up too much time. How long have we been going? Over 2 hours. We've got 400 in. Right, Mario, everything Pattaya and Thailand found foundations for your Pattaya fulfillment. Okay. Look, guys, there's a lot more to this channel than mongering. I'm not actually a monger myself. You know that. As somebody on their stream recently said, I only go to Thailand for the temples. Dutch Farang again. The girl would had enough with the hello, welcome sound she could play when calling. Now he was a bit more tuned in than that. Can you imagine if you're not that I mean, you're experienced, but your girlfriend is in the stockroom with a full 7-Eleven uniform and she said, "I'm on a break, I can't stay long, see you later." You're going to believe it, aren't you? Just keep that in mind the next time you meet a Pattaya bar girl. Richard Woody says, my favorite story, this one. It would be funny if it wasn't true, wouldn't it? Crabclaw, okay, what is better, go-go girls, bar girls, or freelancers in terms of price, quality, and the BS factor? Okay, so let me try and answer that. Of course, I've not done any of this. It's all experience from watching Friends, as you know. Right, go-go girls, probably the prettiest, probably the youngest, as in 22, 23, like that, maybe a little bit younger. Definitely the biggest, most expensive bar fine, definitely the most expensive girls, but quality. Bar girls, mid-range. You can see what you're getting. You can't see if there's been any, I can't really say it here, you know what I mean? Mid-range. Freelancers, cheap, but, you know, can be dangerous. People swear by them. Okay. Clive, I'll get a regular job shining knobs. Good money, to be honest with you. I'll take your word for that one, Clive. Dutch Farang again. The girl would have had enough with the hello. Well, we read that already. Let's get down to some of the new ones. Right. Carson Ty, how the 7-Eleven guy find out about it? I don't think he did. I think it just like fizzled out in the end. But you're probably thinking he would have found out because when he got there, he'd find out it wasn't true. But not at all, because what would have happened is she would have arranged it with a girl who works in 7-Eleven. And what she would have said is, I've arranged my holidays. You're right here for 2 weeks. I've taken 2 weeks off from my job. And she would have timed it because she would have known when that girl was working and 7-Eleven was quiet. She would have said to the serving girl, the German guy, "I just want to buy something from 7-Eleven, some lipstick or whatever. Let's go to this one." She'd have organized it. So when she walked in with a German guy, the girl behind the counter would have said, "Hi, and you know, how are you?" Whatever, really friendly. And this girl, the one I was talking about, she'd have said to her German guy, "Oh, this is Nat. This is my friend. I work with her." And she'd do, "So Edika," you know, and it would have gone down really, really well. They're good at it, guys. Very good. Sorry about the sniffing. Geezers, how you doing? Why we like more thumbs up for this live stream? Oh, thanks. How many thumbs up have we got? 113. That's not bad, actually. You know what I really like about YouTube now? You used to could see the thumbs down, couldn't you? And I've got a few stalkers out there. So when I upload videos, there's like I uploaded the stories for I released the stories today, the 2 stories, and they're 40 minutes to listen to them. And within 15 seconds, somebody put a thumbs down. But what must be so frustrating for the guy is he can't see the thumbs down because they don't show it anymore. I've got a pretty good feeling who 2 of them are. Right. Hard Tulip. Peter's cartoons he did with Simon are hilarious. Yeah, but they're true as well, aren't they? Remember what Arm said, the Thai girl, the story today? She did make a reference to the Nat and Dave cartoons, and she said it's absolutely right. That's how it goes down. Martin Ryder says, "I'm not a monger and nor is my wife." How long we've been going? 2 hours now. What's the time? We're okay for a while. Dustin Martiz, in the Philippines to the same way Indonesia, the same way I've been to both countries before. In the Philippines to the same. Not quite sure what you're getting at there, Dustin, but yeah, the big difference between Indonesia and the Philippines is the Philippines is a Christian country, mostly Christian, Catholic. The Filipinos are very religious Catholic, and Indonesia is mostly a Muslim country. I worked in a couple of places in Indonesia, and there are mosques everywhere, and it's mostly Muslim. So that's quite a big difference as far as things go on. Right, Danny Ho again. If someone were to edit out every time Peter said he wanted a manga and make a video of that, would be good. Okay. Ed Sweeney's 20 Stone wife back in India. Who told you the story? Then her. Look, Ed Sweeney's 20 Stone wife. You've got to remember, it's not a case of who told you that story. I lived in Pattaya for 3 years. Okay, I had an apartment on Soi 1. As you come down from the Dolphin roundabout, turn left. First Soi, there's a hotel there called, I think it's called the Crown Plaza. I had an apartment there. I got bored with Pattaya, moved to Bangkok, back to Pattaya. I actually lived there for a long time. So all these stories that I tell you, not the stories that I read on a Saturday, but when I tell you about the 7-Eleven, about the guy jumping off the balcony, my friend Thomas. I had a good friend who committed suicide. A girlfriend robbed him everything. He drank half a bottle of whiskey. He took a dive off a balcony in Pattaya. He was a really good friend of mine. I was so sad. You know, he didn't confide in me. But as far as the question you're asking there, who told you the story? I don't know. I lived there for such a long time. I did so many trips there. I heard things, I seen things, and certain things stick in your memory. And that 7-Eleven story is such a great story that you don't forget a story like that. You don't forget a story like the guy who offered you to pay for lunch and give you 100 baht. You don't forget about one of your best friends jumping off a balcony and committing suicide. Stories like that you don't forget. And I know a lot more stories, okay? I'm saying it with a passion, okay? I'm not having a go at you. It's just, it is a passion because I've seen so many, I had so many experiences like this. And when I talk about it, it gets quite emotional, you know, so I'll move on. Right. James Casey, Peter, you go out eating, drinking in Thong Lo much, bit more local vibe and just down the road from Soy Cowboy. You guys who don't know. Yeah, Thong Lo is not a bad place. I remember Thong Lo, I think they've stopped now, but in the old days, James, in Soy 38, it was a very good place for eating if you like eating food carts. And it was relatively safe because a lot of Thais went there and the food changed over very fast. So Thong Lo is a stop after, is it the one? I forget now. So you'll go Nana, Asok. I think the next one's the Emporium, isn't it? I forget the name of the station. So you've got Nana, Asok, the Emporium, which is Soy 24, and then Thong Lo, however you want to pronounce it. And that's a big intersection like Asok. And Soy 38 there, right at the beginning there, used to have all the food carts. I only know that because I used to live at the end of Soy 38. And that's another story. In the early days when I was in between jobs, I lost everything. I mean, not through a bar girl, but I mean, I was eating noodles on the street and smoke. I used to smoke in those days. I couldn't even afford a pack of Marlboro cigarettes. I used to walk to 7-Eleven and buy a packet of Prince cigarettes. Said Thai, disgust. Glad I gave up. Right, Welsh 32. I want photos from my bar girl to prove she didn't work in 7-Eleven. You know, look, all joking aside, if you know, there's a lot of nice girls in Thailand. Let's not be derogatory. I don't like to put them all down, you know. But if you know, I had a guy write to me today and said, I don't agree with you, Peter, that most Thai bar girls you can't have a relationship. And I kind of pacified him, and because he'd been married to Thai girl, he got kids and all the rest of it. And he said his friends have as well. And I kind of pacified him and said, yeah, no, good luck to you and all the rest of it. I don't want to start an argument and tell him a load of stories that I've seen. You know, if he's happy with his. If he's met somebody, he's happy and he's got a good life, then fair play to him. You know, it's not for me to tell him how to run his life. Who am I to tell him? Right. Old Fogarty, what is your favorite story you've read out so far? The most tragic one was the taxi driver mate who, in the end, joined the Pattaya Flying Club. I think out of all the stories for me, and I've got to be careful how I say this because I've got the people I'm going to talk about. I've got them in the stream and I don't want to get on the wrong side of them as in upset them. I think the story that did it for me was the story about the freelancer in Pattaya who was working on the beach road, and a guy, I won't tell you where he's from, but he came down, he did a deal with her and he took her back. And when she got back to the room, there were 3 other guys from the same nation the same country, laying in wait. And there was a Swedish guy in the next room, and he woke up to screams of blue bloody murder. He didn't know what was going on. And when he went next door and he hammered the door like hell. They didn't open the door. He kept hammering. Eventually they opened it, and there was this poor girl on the bed, and three guys were holding her down, and she was being seriously accosted. And this guy walked in, threatened them. One of the guys who opened the door went to hit him, and this guy was actually a bodybuilder, cage fighter, something like that. And he basically one punch knocked him clean out, went in, picked up the girl, took her out, took her back to his room. And the cheek of the guy, he actually went to the reception and said that this guy had come to the room and kidnapped the girl from their room. I think that was the one that affected me the most, because it's just so bloody awful. You know, when you think about it, here's a girl, without being judgmental, let's not have bleeding hearts. Let's look at it for what it is, right? Here's a girl from a rural area of Thailand, very poor, who might have children. She's expected to look after her family, support her family. She's not educated. She's doing what she can to earn money, okay? She's selling her only asset. So she's gone down to Pattaya. It's a hard life, and it's a lonely life. And here's this idiot who goes along, chats her up, offers her a deal. She goes off on trust, and she gets held down and accosted, okay? Absolutely terrible. And there's this other guy who goes in and rescues her. You could say the white knight syndrome. It wasn't that. But for me, that was an awful, awful story. And, you know, I just can't, I've got no patience for people like that. It's getting very, very emotional in here tonight, guys. Let's change the subject. Yours Travels. No, you're never going to believe that from a stockroom you would ask to see her 7-Eleven wage. No, your experience, you're a young guy, you know better. But most guys see her in a 7-Eleven cap and shirt. They're going to take it and believe it. You know, why not? Right. David Land, nice to see you again. I watch your stream a lot. Okay, thanks, David. Nice to have you in. That's actually a strange question, but it's a good question. How do I say that? Ray out sex. Is the food in 7-Eleven good? No, not really. It's convenient, and there are some good dishes. I'll tell you what I get in there, and it's 99 baht. They do a tray of fried rice with crab meat on top. And it's not like in the UK. If it says crab meat, you get like a snot of crab meat on top. It's not like that. You get a lot of crab meat. It's 99 baht. They'll put it in the microwave, and it's actually very, very good. But, you know, you can have a meal in 7-Eleven, but you won't want to live on it. No disrespect, only in time, no disrespect to anyone, but I think that all Thai people are born streetwise. They have to be. They have to be. I don't disagree with that. You know, if you're born in a poor Isan village, then you have to be streetwise. Why? Because they have no welfare system, do they? You know, here in the UK, our dad takes care of us, i.e. Boris and the government. Okay, lately they haven't been taking care of us very well, but they don't let you starve. And we do have the NHS, even though it's overloaded. You know, there are differences here. In Thailand, if you don't have a family to take care of, then you've had it. Another new name, Carlos Herrera. Did you go on Buzzing Pattaya on Thursday? He forgot me. He forgot me. Then he got a bit shirty with me because I said I was gutted. No, what happened was he invited me to come on his stream on Thursday. I was out walking my dog, and I sent him a message. Said, I'm out with the dog because he started at 10. I thought I'll get back at 15:15. And I knew I wouldn't get back. He'd bring me in about 30:30. I'm sitting there waiting for the link. And then he's with Ian, and he suddenly turned around and said, oh, we forgot Peter. He was supposed to be on today. Put it in your file of facts, Ian. We'll get him on next Thursday. And I wrote a message to Trevor, and I said, look, I can't, Trevor, I can't pretend I'm gutted because I had nearly 500 in the stream on Friday. And I advertised it, and he came back like really kind of harsh on me. He must have been having a bad day. And I wrote back and said, look, don't worry about it. It's a stream, you know, it's just a stream. Don't worry about it. I did write to him today and said, look, I'd like to advertise that I'm on Thursday, like you said. Is that okay? Am I on? He hasn't answered my text, so I can't advertise it here tonight. So I doubt it. I doubt it. Right. Eugene Vincent, Peter, any thoughts on the Canadian tuxedo? I don't even understand what that comment's about. Right. Martin Ryder, going to Thailand and not mongering is like going to a restaurant, looking at the menu and not eating. For some people, not for everybody. Don't forget, a lot of couples go to Thailand. Charlie, 7-Eleven story, please wait. Oh, that must be a real old comment. Let me go down to the latest ones. Don't you find in 7-Eleven, you know, when you go into a 7-Eleven, aren't the girls very, very pretty? They're quite young, but aren't they beautiful, most of them? Isn't it nice to go in and order a plate of fried rice and have a beautiful girl serve you? I mean, it's lovely. Right. Actually, Gemini Star, I'm going to have to disagree with that comment because I've got a friend who buys them in there regular, and he swears the blue super size, they're fine. They're fine. He says, I wouldn't know, of course. Right, Scott GP, do you think there's a demand for undercover investigators that foreigners can use to check on their girlfriends to see? Yeah, actually, there is. There is actually quite a few. Let's talk about this for a minute, right? There is actually quite a few detective agencies in Bangkok. And they do all sorts of investigating. I had an experience once where I went with an investigator, but it was totally boring compared to what you think of. But I did know a guy who did investigations. He had his own company. And he said to me, when I used to get an email saying, I want to find out if my Thai bar girl is really finished in the bar or she is, he used to throw it, he used to delete it because he got so many like that because he knew the answer already. Guys would write to him and say, look, my girl told me that she's not working in a bar anymore. I send her money every month. She said she's gone home to Sisikit. Could you send somebody to check her and I'll pay your fee? And he didn't. He used to just delete it because he knew she wasn't in Sisikit. She was working. Of course she was working. It's like Om said today. Many guys used to give her money and say, don't work. And her exact words were, well, of course I still work. You know, why wouldn't you? But yeah, I mean, in answer to your question, there is a demand for it. What I would say, it's not something I'd want to do because if you did that and a bar girl found out, even though she's a bar girl, you could end up being very, very, you could come unstuck. You know what I mean? It's not something I'd want to get into because once you start spying on these girls and, you know, you basically stop her income. She's got an income from some guy who's sending her an income that she can support her family with. And you as a third party go in and cut that off because you tell her sponsor that, yeah, she's working in the bar. You're playing a dangerous game. It's not something you should get into, really. I knew a girl in a friend's, I've told this story again, but I'll tell it again. Very short story. I was good friend with some bar girls who worked in my friend's bar, big go-go bar, okay? I knew them. And there was one girl, she was very beautiful, very, very in demand. She's about 25, beautiful, beautiful girl. And I used to talk to her and say, I said to her once, I said, you know what? You know, I'm not a customer, we're friends. And I said, do you know how beautiful you are? I'm not surprised you do what you do. And she's like, oh, really? Really? And I'm like, yeah, okay, give it up. And, but she, you know, this girl, she had 5 different guys or 6 different guys sending her money, big money, you know, like $200-300, £200. And I said to her once, you know, and I'm talking not today, I'm talking 20 years ago. So I knew, I said, well, you know, how many guys have you got? And she reeled it off. She was so proud. She said, well, I got this guy from Germany again. Let's change it. I've got this guy from Italy sends me this much. This guy from America sends 2 guys from England. And it worked out to something like £1,500 25 years ago. So 60,000 baht. And I turned round to her and I said, look, I'm not being funny, but what? Her English obviously was very good because she had, you know, she was with guys all the time. She'd go out 3-4 times a night with guys. And I used to say to her, look, you know, let's just say her name was Nat, right? Normal name. I say, Nat, you know, you've got, you know, 60, 70,000 baht a month coming in. Why would you come here every night and dance on stage and go off with all these guys? And you've got more than enough to live on. You're having a good life. Don't you want to take it easy? And her answer to me is, why would I want to not earn more money if I've got the chance to earn it? You know, yeah, these guys come here, they have a good time, they send me money. Great. But if I can come here and dance and I get 2-3 guys and go off and I get even more money, she turned it round on me and said, why would I not do it? Fair point, right? What can you say to that? Right, canary spreads his rings. What do you mean about raincoat? Okay, another private conversation. All right. You know what? It's just cooling down in here now. I don't know if you can hear that fan. Sometimes I want to turn it up, but it's a bit noisy. I've actually got 2 fans and I've swapped them over because this is the quieter one of the 2. And it's pointing at me and it's quite pleasant now. You know, the heat is actually, you know, it's going out of the building. Right. Right. John Metcalf of it. Said it before and I'll say it again. Pattaya gets tiring after a while. If you're switched on and you do your research, much better places to find long-term partner. Try Hua Hin. It's lovely there. That's my favorite place. But the thing is, John, I like the picture. The thing is, Trigger, I was just thinking that scene where he was saying he got an award from. I'll talk about this in a minute. Do you remember that scene with Trigger where he got an award from the council, and he said he'd had the same brush for 20 years, and then at the end he said it's only had 7 new heads and 10 new handles. Classic stuff. Classic stuff. What you got to remember, John, a lot of guys go to Thailand not to meet a girlfriend. They go there to have a good time. You know what I mean by a good time? You know, they want to eat good food. They want to sleep all day, wake up at 3 in the afternoon, do it all again. And they want to meet a new girl every day. Well, for that, Pattaya is the best place on earth, I would say. But, you know, if you want to meet a partner or go somewhere with a partner, yeah, Hua Hin, it's a very good place. Dutch Frank, we've had that one a few times, and yes, absolutely. Typical Paul Hoskins comment there. Oh, you remember that? You got a good memory. Peter, tell the story when you were woken up by the dog licking your face. I feel a little bit tipsy now, so for that story, I've got to be quite sober. So I don't really want to tell that one tonight because it's quite. I've got to remember a lot of details. But that's another true story. I was young then. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning. I had dried rice in. I had the street. It's a wonder I'm still here. I haven't died of some disease. I could tell you 100 stories. You know, they're all true and entertaining. Danny Ho says. They like the action of it, then you say dealing and sneaking about. Okay. Yoss Travels again. Being married, because you're a bit younger, aren't you, Yoss? Good to have you in the stream, mate. We spoke on the phone a couple of times. It's good that you keep coming back in. So I guess because you haven't been to Thailand before, so I hope you've learned a few things along the way and you've got something to look forward to. I wish it was my first time in Thailand again. Right. Being married for years, the past 16 months is great being a player. Never been married again when you can have a different flavor each month. Well, it's 33 years for me. So, you know, I'm going to be single for the first time at 62. Okay, we'll take your word for that, Aussie 411. Right, Nick's it's not a shed. It's a little bit of an upgrade from a shed. Right, Nick C says, show us inside your shed, Peter. Right, not at the moment, but I've got something for you. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have one more of these. I find if I drink too much, I get kind of tipsy and then I get sober again. Or maybe I think I'll get sober again. Right. What I'm going to do, you know, I'm going to Thailand to live, right? I don't know when it'll be. It might be October. I'm visiting. I've got an offer on the house. Yippee. But I don't know if it'll all work out because we've got to find somewhere. I've got to find somewhere for my wife and my youngest daughter. My youngest daughter's in Sweden at the moment. She's gone to a cosplay convention. She's got her own internet thing. She's on TikTok. She's got thousands of followers. You know, she does cosplay. You know, she's half Asian, so she dresses up as these Japanese. I said it wrong. Somebody told me I had complaints last week because I said manga characters. You know, the Japanese cartoons. And someone come back in and said, "No, you don't say it like that." But you know, these Japanese cartoons, they dress up like that. I'm going off course now. Right, show us inside your shed. What I'm going to do when I eventually go to Thailand, I'm going to be doing, this is my last stream, right? I'll be saying like this, right? So I'll be saying, right, guys, I'm off to Thailand. Next stream is from Thailand. What I'm going to do, I'm going to lean forward. I'm going to pick up the camera, close the tripod, turn it around and say, for 2 years, this is where I've been. No, that won't work because it's on a cable. What I'll do, how can I do it? What I'll have to do is, that would have been great to do it like that, but I can't. What I'll have to do is record it on my phone as if I'm doing it, upload it as a video and say, right, watch this. And then I'll stand up. You'll see me go out and you'll see the daisies. They're like, well, I haven't watered them tonight. Right, okay. You can tell it's a Sunday night stream, talking absolute crap now. Right, Longfinger, I just say from the start, I'm here to party for 2 weeks. If you want to party with me, then that's cool. And of course, they won't say no. They respect that more. Yeah, okay. You know, the thing is, if you say that to them, there's a standard line that comes out, isn't it? You butterfly, you butterfly. Where are we? Where are we? It's one of the great mysteries of the world, Blue Sky 77. I really don't know, because what happens is, I found this a lot when I was younger. I'd go out to a nightclub and I'd have a beer. And at the end of the first beer, I felt actually pissed. But because I'd gone out with my friends, of course, I took a second beer. And halfway through my second beer, I felt sober again. And actually, when I was telling the story about the 7-Eleven girl, I was starting to slur. And I think I'm still slightly there. but I'm actually feeling like I'm talking a lot better now. It's coming back. It might be a figment of my imagination. I don't know. Right, Black Bolt. The girls have expensive taste. Hard to save money when you're in the nightlife. Yeah, the thing is, if you have a kind of holiday girlfriend, you're going to pay for everything. Don't go to a shopping mall. And don't go to a shopping mall with a gold shop. It's like financial suicide. Okay. Right. Harvey Dub says, Patty, not the same like 10 years ago. Try 30 years. Well, I'm telling a lie. I'm exaggerating. I think I was there 28 years ago. It was different. 28 years ago, it was different. Have I read that? The dog licking story was a pile of garbage bags and soy cowboy. Good memory, then. Good memory. Right. FC. I had best adventures in Thailand with Vietnamese girls. They are shorter but sexier, more like girlfriend attitude. All right. It's good to read some of these comments, because you guys go out to Thailand. You're all regulars. You've all got your stripes, and it's interesting. I mean, tonight's good because there's actually people in the stream that I haven't seen before, and it's good. Right, here we go. Who's this? Keys Kit. One word can have 5 different tones: low, medium, high, going up and going down. Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you in the stream, mate. I haven't seen you here before. Right, Scott G, that's a good question. Peter, would you ever consider going on other platforms like TikTok, etc., or just stick to YouTube? A lot of people ask me that. They say, why don't you go on Facebook? Why don't you go on TikTok? Why don't you go here, there, and everywhere? The bottom line is it's a lot of work. You get a young guy who's 30, he's really fast. He can do all this. I'm old. Everything you see me do on YouTube, I've trained myself to do it. I don't pay anybody in Pakistan or the Philippines or anybody to do anything for me. Everything I've done myself. And everything I've learned myself is a lot of hard work. And I was talking to, who was I talking to? I was talking to another YouTuber, and he said, once you put yourself on Flickr, is it Flickr? Yeah, Flickr, and Facebook and these sort of places, that's where the trolls like to congregate, and that's where you really get a lot of shit. So for now, I'm just going to concentrate on YouTube. You know what I put out there. If people like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. But I don't really want to go onto. I have got a Facebook account, but it's like a personal account. I don't use it. I've just got one. Right, only in Thailand. Paul Hoskins, 3 days. Okay. I'm not reading. You talk to each other. I know when overseas, those daisies must be like the Triffids at this stage with the amount of booze laced juice that's being fed on. They're real. You think I'm joking, right? You think, oh, I'm going to have to water the daisies, and he hasn't got any daisies, just pissing on the grass. I really have got a corner of daisies. And when I started going, because the house is very far, I can't go up there, right? So when I first started watering the daisies, I thought, after 2 streams, they'll be dead because of what's in your pea, right? But they're really taking off now. I've always seen daisies about that size. I didn't know they could kind of 4 feet. I mean, I'm impressed with it. I might, when I do the last stream, I might do a daisy video. Crazy, isn't it? A channel about Thailand, and we're doing a video on daisies. Right, that's okay. Leroy 420. Yeah, pretend it's your first time. Tell her you will be there a while. She will think she has time to cast a spell. A lot of guys like to play that game. They go there and they'll say to a girl, oh, they've been there many times, but they'll say, oh, I've never been here before. It's my first time. And the girl sort of thinks, oh, this could be a potential boyfriend, a lot of money, but it's not fair, really, is it? I know it's a game, but, they do it for a living. I don't want to be a white knight, but, Sean Bill says, no slurs can be heard, Peter. Thank you. Oh, blimey, been going 2.5 hours. Right, all the Mama Sons are watching through the windows like the old ladies in your neighborhood and Benidorm. Yeah, don't mind that. I will. I'll definitely do that. Right, Ryan. You know what? I started this YouTube. I keep saying this. I started this YouTube channel when I was in Hawaii, and I thought, let's make a travel channel. And a week later, we got locked down with COVID, right? And I thought, oh my God. I think I had, was it 11 or 13 subscribers when I got back to the UK? I might have had 6. No, it was more than that. It was 39, I think. 38, 39. Anyway, I got back to the UK and I thought, well, shall I carry on? I thought, well, I've got nothing better to do. We're all under lockdown. Did a few stories. Now, I can't believe it. I'm not. Do you know what that is? I'm knocking on the door of 40,000 subscribers. It's really shocking for me because I'm sitting in this. Mind you, I did go to Thailand in December, didn't I? Right, Andy Holmes. Do you think the price of flights will go down If not, what do you think will happen? I think the price of flights are very good considering that fuel prices have doubled. They literally have. I used to pay on average about 550 return to Thailand direct, and my ticket in October cost me 720 with Thai Airways. I did find an alternative with them, Eva Air Force 623. So you're talking a very small percentage higher. I don't know. I can't answer it because it would be guessing. But I'm very happy that the airfares, they are obtainable if you look around at a good price. Because if fuel prices have doubled, then in theory an airfare should be £1,100, shouldn't it? A lot of money, but they're not. So let's see. Jeff says stay away from TikTok. I don't know why, but I've got no plans to go there. All right. Hey, then I've watered my daisies 3 times so far, Peter. Your bladder must be the size of a bin bag. I like that. I've been gone for 3 hours. I haven't gone to the toilet. Nearly 3 hours. No, 2.5 hours. I'm fine at the moment. Very descriptive though. Okay. JB again. If you look closely at the lady behind you standing up, you can see her underwear. Oh yeah, you can, can't you? Yeah. You know, I like that picture, not because it's the sexiest picture in the world, but it's just a bunch of Thai girls having a good time. I really like it. I mean, if you look at the girl in the yellow, she's smiling. Look at the girl in the black, looking up at the girl in white. They're having a good time, aren't they? It's just real regular girls. And it's a very happy, nice picture. Okay. MD, you still planning to drive to Thailand? Are you talking to me or somebody else? I'm drive to Thailand. Have I ever said I'm going to drive to Thailand? Or is that something you're going to bring up on another stream? Right. No, it's your mate who said he's going to drive from, I think it was Antwerp to Pattaya in a Telsa. Telsa, is that what they're called? Right. Laos girls, better looking, better marriage material. Okay. I've never been to Laos. Very interesting. Only in Thailand. Dutch Farang ever met a Thai girl named Daisy or a girl called Alice? Yeah. Damon, dubbed me to great pub and restaurant, love food, been going for 18 years. It's open again now. You know, everywhere I eat and stay in Thailand is because of Damon. He said to me, stay in the hotel in Soi, and I'm there again. Go and have a breakfast there, and I'm going to have breakfast there again. When you go down to Pattaya, stay here, and I'm booked in there. My travel agent, Damon. Black Bolt says 40k, good for you. I'm not quite there, Black Bolt, but I'm still kind of sure. I still think about it. I think 40,000 people. If you put a picture into Google, what does 40,000 people look like? It's scary. MD says, Bob, if I lived in Europe, I would do it. All right, private conversation. Yeah, absolutely, crab claw. The only thing I don't like about tipping a mama Sam, they tend to hang around. You know what I mean by hang around? Because you tip them or buy them a drink, it's a good thing to do. They will look after you, but they kind of, they're there for the money as well. And once you give them money, they kind of hang around like a cheap suit. Lester Paul, good to have you in, mate. See all the people with the drink prices on cards when you get to bar it's a con and a lot more pricey. They're getting a lot better now. The ties have switched on, and business is tough. There's a lot more bars. It's not like the old days in Patpong where they could charge what they wanted and you get duffed up if you didn't pay it. That's an English term, duffed up. It's a lot better now. There's like in Soy Cowboy, I know one bar where they rip you off royally, but unfortunately I can't remember the name of it. But on a Saturday night, every bar is packed and they've got one customer in there, Right, Danny Ho, can one arrange to get in Thailand, say, if all your dough runs out at around 80 or so? What? Okay, I just caught on to it. Right, Leroy 420, you need a visa for every country you pass through traveling by road or rail, all right? Scott G. Dutch heard that song so many times. Yeah, Who the F is Alice? That's an old one now. Right, Longfinger. My son wants to take him to Pattaya. He's 21. I'm in two minds because that place can ruin you. I've been addicted since I was 23. Any advice I'd appreciate. Okay, well, I can only tell you how I think. If I had a son of 21 and he wanted to go to Pattaya, what would scare me is if he caught HIV. I'm not being over dramatic there, but he's got his whole life ahead of him, and you can take him anywhere in the world. And yes, it's fun, and you'll sit in a bar and think that's my boy, sown his wild seeds, and it makes you feel good. And he'll definitely enjoy him. He'll definitely enjoy himself. But it is what it is, and it is there. Most guys who are sensible protect themselves. It's a sensible question. Yeah, I personally, I wouldn't know because when he's there, he's got all the hormones of a 21-year-old boy, and he's going to do what 21-year-old boys want to do. When I was 21, we had magazines like Mayfair and Fiesta. That was the best we could hope for, right? You're putting him in a town with 25, 50,000 girls who are available, okay, and whatever they have, they can pass on to him. So I would say don't take him there. I don't want to be a girl's blouse. That's just me. Right, Dutch Frank. In the old days, you could do it. These days, you should not forget about the COVID restrictions in every country you pass, yeah? Thomas. Hi, Peter. Hello from Thomas in Florida. I'm back in Thailand later this month for a few weeks. Right, good luck to you. Hopefully, you'll enjoy that, Thomas. Good luck to you. Right. Dutch Frank, that poor lady is dead. I don't know which lady that is. You're talking to someone else, I think. Right, Villa Martin, is it? I'll be next year until flights get okay. I think you mean you're not going to go there till next year. Till prices are reasonable. A lot of airways are only opening about 60 to 70% of the pre-pandemic schedules. Yeah, but it's going to ease off. It's going to ease off, isn't it? I think at the moment, what you're going to do, you're just going to spend a lot more time researching. Okay. Mark Hanley says, her behind you is called Orn, and the girl in the yellow is A. Really? Okay. I'm going to change it now because it was nice to see her, but let's have something different. I've deleted my favorite picture. The girls in the silver. Let me see if I can find that because I really like that picture. Bear with me, guys. This, out of all the pictures I put up of the girls, this is actually my favorite, and I'm talking now. I don't know if I can find it. I deleted it today because I thought, well, I've shown it too many times. I better not show it again, but I'm going to go for it. Let's see if I can find it. My favorite one. So many here. Oh, I can't find it. There it is. This is officially my favorite background picture. It's uploaded. There you go. That's such a good picture. Right. Okay. And you know what I like about it is the vampire girl, right? I call her the vampire girl because if you made a movie about vampires and there was a female, she looks like a vampire, doesn't she? Very pretty vampire. Right. Shaggy Roger says a 21-year-old should go to Amsterdam. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that because on one side of the coin, you could say, well, Pattaya, Amsterdam, same thing, but it's not. It's not, is it? Yeah, maybe that's a good start for him, Amsterdam. Ian 150. I would not take my son myself. I just wouldn't want the responsibility. I know I would spend the whole trip worried about what he was doing. I've actually been in Pattaya and I've seen guys with their son and they're sitting there with a beer and they're looking at him and he's with a girl and all the girls are like, oh, handsome boy, because he's a young boy, isn't it? They're playing him, right? He's 20, 21. He's like a little cutie to them. So they're kissing him and touching him and teasing him, like Thai girls do. And the dad's there looking, thinking, he's loving it, isn't it? But, when push comes to shove, they carry a lot of nasty baggage, some of them. Matthew Cartwright, my favorite too. Yeah, absolutely, Matthew. You'll have to get in the queue. Right. Only in Thailand, yes, the girls wrapped in tinfoil look very hot. And these girls are not actually bar girls. They actually work in a nightclub in Bangkok. They're actually, I say they're not bar girls. I'm not saying they're nuns, but what I'm saying is they're not like, how much, if that makes sense. Right. Mr. Damon, booking flights for my second flight in November and prices are nearly back to normal. Thai Airways and Eva. Yeah, well, you're off in 2 weeks. Damon sent me, he's like me, he's regimented. He sent me a picture because he's going in 2 weeks, and it was like shoes, t-shirts, underwear, socks, cash. Fair play. Right. MD, lady number 5, I would keep her awake all night. But number 5 from that way or this way. So let's presume it's this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you can't. I'm sorry. She's booked already. Me and, what's his name? Right. Okay. Longfinger, I took him to Amsterdam. Okay. It's you again, right? Shaggy, I took him to Amsterdam 2 weeks ago. It's better he goes to places like Ibiza and pools. Absolutely. Send him to Ibiza. He's a young guy. There's young girls go to Ibiza. Let him do it naturally, right? Look, the bottom line is if he goes to Pattaya, the word P, it's the oldest, I don't want to say it on YouTube, it's the oldest business in the world, isn't it? But, do you really want to take your 21-year-old son and set him loose into all that? No, don't do it, really. Right, okay. Duff Flat, can you take a drug to prevent? I don't know, and I wouldn't imagine so. I know they've got some very good drugs now that take everything away. You can live forever, and it looks like you haven't got it. But I don't think there's a drug you can take to prevent it, is there? David again. Hi, Peter. Love your streams. Thank you. Congratulations on your upcoming move to Thailand. I'm getting divorced at 60. We're in the same club, David. We're in the same club. And contemplating a retirement visa. Maybe we'll be neighbours. Yeah, possibly, David. Possibly. If you need any help with your retirement visa, like advice and stuff, drop me an email. Prior 9. Where are all the trolls tonight? Are they off on a Sunday? I mean, Friday was like a trolls party. I mean, it was like constantly blocking them. Tonight is so nice. There's none about. Right. Yeah, please don't take your 21-year-old Tyler. He might end up like I did, totally addicted too early and too young. Okay, so lots of advice there. I thought 5 was a toy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, do you know what? No, it is a girl. It is a girl, but the difference between a Katoy and a girl is something very obvious. Let's leave it at that. Right, Peter wants 5. Laugh out loud. 1, 2, 3. Oh, absolutely. I'm not single yet, though, am I? What would she see in me, an old guy like me, unless I had a lot of cash for me? Right, only in Thailand. I like lady number 7. What do you mean there is only 6 girls? I would have gone to Spexham. Okay, there is a number 7 actually, but if you look at the Thailand bound logo, you can just see her back. She's probably the most beautiful girl there. Right, Clapclaw. Short time, 1 shot, they hit the road. Long time, 1 shot, they have stomach cramps the rest of the night. Right. Yours travels again. PrEP drug is given to people who think they may have caught it or tests showed they contracted it. It can prevent catching it. I haven't heard about it myself. What I would say to you guys is, horrible it is, just protect yourself. That's the easiest solution, isn't it? It's fun riding a motorcycle with no helmet on, isn't it? But when you have that accident, you'll be glad you've got it on. Mark Hanley says, mongering initiation should always be Amsterdam as a junior monger. Yeah, okay. I missed out on all that, of course, because I was married, fairly young. There's nothing wrong with a lady boy. A woman is like a wizard without a wand, whereas a lady boy is a real thing. Okay, take your word on that one. Prior 9 again. Anyone know if there is doing any bottled cider in most bars? Okay, that's a really serious question. I think you can get cider now. I remember going to, where was I? I was in Stumble and I was having a pee, and there was a A4 laminated card there, and it said Magna cider available here. Remortgage your house and you can get a bottle. No, I mean, all joking aside, I think you can get cider now, but it's a little bit pricey. But if that's all you like, you can get it in Thailand, especially in the tourist areas like Soi Cab, not Soi Cab Boy, Nana, and definitely, I'm sure you can get it in Pattaya. Canary spreads its wings. Avoid Amsterdam. Go to Germany. Go to Pattaya. Longfinger. Yes, you can take PrEP to prevent HIV. I'm going to take next time. Okay, why don't people just, wear the crash helmet? Right, I'm going to change my flight now. Somebody said, I can't pronounce your name, but I'll be in Bangkok for Christmas if you're there. Beers on me. Right, I'm going to change the flight, make sure I'm there. But just don't throw 100 baht. Well, if I drink 6 beers and the bill's 300 baht, don't throw 100 baht and say that's towards your beer, because I'll say, put it back in your wallet. I couldn't believe it. I'll buy you dinner. Here's 100 baht. I'm sure he felt a prat when I said put it back in your wallet. Okay, guys, I think we're pretty much. Let me just put this. What's this one? Oh, let me tell you about Brian Flowers' channel again. It's there. Look, you can rewind it. You know, Brian's channel got taken down, and that's his new channel there. There is a link in Friday's description. Yeah, I think that's about it, guys. What's the time? Been going since 8 o'clock. Yeah, right, guys. Listen, seriously. Thank you for tonight. It's been a good stream. Good to have you in. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I've drank too much as always. I will be back on Friday, 9 p.m. Until then, good night, guys. What a prat. I put on the wrong one, didn't I? It should have been this one. Good night, guys. Let's do another 10 minutes, sod it. Right, we've lost about 200 people. That's okay. The hardcore, everybody hardcore in here now. Right, I was going to end it, but I just poured another beer and I thought, look, what's the point? I'm going to drink this on my own or I can drink it with you guys. What's the time? How long have we been going? Yeah, we're still going strong. Another 10 minutes. You know, there'll be people who've gone off and I think, what's this guy up to? Right, have we got anybody in here in the chat? Let's have a look. Yeah, you notice that. James Casey starts in 3 minutes. Must be pissed, right? No, I'm actually okay. Actually, it's just you know, I didn't eat much today because I'm trying to lose weight again, and this is interesting now because I've gone down from 400 to 200. It'll be interesting to see how many people come back or they don't. Shaggy, it won't be a long one tonight, guys. It won't be a long one. Shaggy Rogers, haha, 10 more. Right. Let's see. Have we got any fresh comments in? People have come back. I'm not going to talk about HIV anymore. Matthew Cartwright says, "I knew it. You're a troublemaker, Matthew, because every time you come in here, I end up drinking half a bottle of whiskey and 22 cans of beer." I know we're all right because I got Damien on the spanner. He normally has to get up for work, but he's got no work tomorrow, so he'll hang around for a while longer. And you know, it's Sunday night. It's casual. Don't worry about it. Right. I'm laughing because some of the comments I can't put up, but they are funny. Kevin says, go on, Peter, top man. I've lost about half of the people who are watching the stream. They probably like see I'm live and think, oh no, I've watched it already. But 200 people, it's like a member stream, isn't it? Let's talk about everything naughty. Right. Damien, yippee for 10 minutes. Right. Yoss Travels, I thought I could get you back. Yoss, I'm really impressed that you stay in on all the streams. I know you're a lot younger than me, and we talked about camper vans and all that, but I'm an old guy, you're a younger guy, and I know the channels that you like to watch. So you obviously enjoy the stream, and yeah, that's good. That makes me feel good as well. I'm glad it's not just all old farts like me and a few of the other guys. Right, Snozzlehead. I'm really low. Hang on, I went down because I thought I was relaxing. There we go. Right, I'm up there now, up in the clouds. Oh, I'm going to keep that picture there because that's my favorite. Right. Oh, we're down to 196. I've never been that low before. Right, the hardcore munger's still in. That's fine. We'll keep going. Good on you, Peter, around your homes. Yeah. Right, I'm going to have to do the daisies in a minute. Pat Kane, hello, Peter. You watering the daisies reminds me of a film called The Fastest Indian. Anthony Hopkins is it. I've never seen that one actually. I won't water the daisies. I'll tell you why. Because if I water the daisies, I'll come back and do another hour, and I can't do another hour. I'll hold it, and then that'll tell me when to end. Okay. Dutch Frank says, this is a bigger surprise. I didn't plan that, actually. I'll tell you what happened. I said, good night, guys. Thanks a lot. I put the wrong card up. It starts in 3 minutes. And I thought, what an idiot I am. I put the right card up and I poured another beer. And I thought, what shall I do now? And I thought, well, I don't want to go and watch TV. And I thought, you know, I might as well keep it going for a minute. You know, 200 people have gone. They've gone. Right. Thomas Harvon, is it? Peter, why are you doing a retirement visa versus a business visa? You have many more options. I haven't made up my mind yet, Thomas. I can do both. I haven't said I'm definitely going to do a retirement visa. I'm just thinking about it because it's an easier option for me. I can definitely do, it wouldn't be a business visa. It would be a work permit, and I can do a work permit in a roundabout way. But it might be easier to go for the retirement visa to start with. I'll say I'm still thinking about it, but I get your point. Yeah, I don't believe you anymore, MD, because you always say that. Every thumbnail you say. The first time you actually wrote that, I got a bit worried. I thought, oh shit, maybe that is his girlfriend, but I know you're joking now. Okay. I'm looking at the numbers. Are they going to go up or going to go down? We're still well under 200 now. Did it? Japan never got caught. They safe with their goods. No, not quite sure on that one. Hey, Damien, he's still out there. Look, Spanner Man, top stuff, Peter. Glad you came back just for a while, Damien. Just, you know why? Because I'm looking at the clock and I'm going to round it off. Numbers are going back up now. They're going to think, what the hell is this guy on? Right. Here we go. Serious one, right? Richard Martin, never heard of the Pattaya Flying Club. Wish that I hadn't Googled it now. Yeah, it's sad, Martin. Richard, let's all fun aside. Let's talk about that for a little minute. So, what the Pattaya Flying Club is, I'm sure you know because you've Googled it. It's guys who jump off balconies. It shouldn't be a joking matter, but that's what it is. You know, people say he joined the Pattaya Flying Club. And it's a very serious subject because what happens, and this is a scenario, this is a typical scenario. So you'll get a guy my age who does what I'm intending to do, which is retire to Thailand because he's had enough. He's had a messy divorce, and he decides Thailand is a great location. Pattaya is a great location, and it is. It's got everything there. But then he goes out drinking around the bars, and he meets a bar girl who is she should win an Oscar. She's very good at what she does. Moves in with him. He thinks I found the girl of my dream. She's 30. I'm 60. She's so genuine. Money gets sent across, gets scammed. The guy's left with nothing. He can't even buy his ticket to come back to the UK. He's 60 plus. He can't dust himself off, get back and start again, come back in 5 years' time. He's too old. And, you know, he's already depressed because he's lost his girlfriend. He's got no money. He's lost everything. And thirdly, he's feeling really stupid that he fell for it. What's his options, you know? And some of them join the Pattaya Flying Club. Right, Clive. Peter, be honest. Are you mongering on this next trip? You're with friends now. I can't. I'm married, Clive. I can't. You know, what can I say? Aussie 411. Great. Are lucky in Europe. The airfare from US is 1,200 and up plus. I use Qatar. Little spendy, but great service. Yeah, we are lucky in Europe because we can get a direct flight from. For me personally, I go from. Not the guys up north, they go through the Middle East, but a little bit further down, like I live in Northamptonshire at the moment. And I don't know why I said at the moment. I live in Northamptonshire. So what it is, you like me, I take off at Heathrow. It takes 12 hours. The flight is 12 hours direct, and it's a reasonable price. So I guess the Americans have a hard time of it. Damon, this is a hardcore stream. Love it. Yeah, I feel a bit pissed now, Damon, to be honest with you. Right, Andy Holmes. I've really enjoyed tonight. The more relaxed like this than the ones that you plan. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean, Andy, but you can't do the same thing every night. A lot of guys like the Friday streams because it's regimented, you know. We got the news, what's going on in Thailand at the beginning. Well, I start off saying hi to everyone. Then we do some serious news channels, the Manga Minute, the competitions. It's a different stream. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't end it. That is a Friday stream. Sunday is like, let's have a few beers. Let's get pissed. Doesn't matter what we say. You know, and that's it. 200 now, gone up by, it's gone over 200. Right, guys, if you've gone out and you've come back, don't worry about it. It was, you know, it's one of those nights. Right, yours, Travels. Oh, you're 42. I'm 42, but I enjoy yours and Ed's content and Eli's. But yes, I follow loads of younger vloggers. I work less now and do more traveling. 50. I was very impressed with your, you know, when you did your van, by the way. Right, Matthew Cartwright, hardcore mongers in the house. Whoop, whoop. Boo-hoo. Holden is damaging prostrate, water the daisies, Peter Field. Yeah, I've got to think of the daisies. You're right, Boohoo. You're absolutely right. Okay, because I've got 207 people in now, and I don't want to come back to 50 people. But sod it. I've got to. It's 3 hours. Doesn't anybody work anymore? Doesn't anybody have to get up in the morning? Right, okay. Wow, 3 hours. Okay, let's have a look. Damon again. In November, I'm hoping you can visit me in Buriram and let me show you about... Yeah, I did say I'm not going to come on this trip, Damon, because I'm there for 2 months and I'll be doing the tourist thing, filming and everything. But when I live there, definitely I will come up there. Morky78 cost me £1,100 from Birmingham in August. Is that a stopover or are you going direct? Clive again. Stuff it, mate. I'm technically still married. If we get together, great. If not, I'm going to wait for the papers. You know what? My wife and I, we're not actually getting divorced because we're the greatest of friends, you know. But when I go to Thailand, all bets are off. I'm a single man. She's single. You know, hey ho, as they say. Right, Danish Bacon. The top 3 places to go in Bangkok as a high roller for food and a night out. I don't know because I'm not a high roller. Right, Hard Tulip again. I flew from Heathrow to Bangkok 11 hours. It varies, you know. It's normally 12 hours going out and 11 to 11 and a half hours gone back because you get the you get the wind, you get the wind on the way back, if that makes sense. That sounds a bit simple, doesn't it? But you do. A simple way of saying it. What do they call it? There's a name for it. Is it the jet stream? Right, Mark Hanley, flight price is crazy, £350 London to Dublin. Wow, that's a lot of money. But then I suppose that's an overused route, isn't it? Dublin to London is a very popular route. So, yeah, I guess. JB, it would be great if the bar girls said, go on 10 more minutes, have another go. You know, they're pretty good in Thailand like that. I mean, I don't want to get into the nitty gritty, but they don't. Do you remember the film Taxi Driver where she lit the cigarette, put it in the ashtray and said, when that's finished, you're finished. It's not quite like that in Thailand, is it? What was the name of her pimp? Was it Score? Right, Sis. That's a new name in the channel tonight. I will never understand you boys giving loads of money to Thai girls, even from overseas. Yeah, well, I can make a whole video about that. I won't get into it here. Matthew, 4-hour stream. No, it won't be, Matthew. I know I keep saying it won't be a long one tonight, but I'm feeling a bit, I'm getting there now. I'm just reading your comments. I'm going on the comments. I've got nothing prepared. As long as you keep talking, I'll talk for a while, but I've got to knock it on the head at some point. It's really great not having to get up in the morning. I mean, I have to get up to let Benji out, but he lasts till about 9 o'clock, 9:15. Then I'll come down to the Alps. You know what I mean? I'm keeping it clean. But if I come down, I've got a dog. If I come down before 9 and let him out, he's fine. But if I come down after 9, you're looking at a nice mountainous region of brown. It's not very nice. Damien says, don't piss on the shed pier. I should get one of those metal buckets, shouldn't I? The ones that make the noise and say, hang on, guys, lean down and, Matthew. He loves it, doesn't he? Matthew loves it. Right. Taxi Talal, working at home means out of bed 0845. It does for me. Yeah, it really does. Do you know, it's really weird because I just said, I also said that. I said, I'm working from home. I don't have a job. What I do is only YouTube. So I guess this is my job. Right. But it's not a job like, I've got to go to work. I really love it. I love it. I could have stopped this stream 2 hours. I got all the super chats at the beginning. And if I was into the money, I would have stopped now because I've been looking at this. I haven't had a super chat for about an hour. I got them all in the beginning. And if I was in it for the money, I would be finished. But I'm still going. Why? Not for the super chats, because I'm enjoying it. Half cut. Why not? Right. Boohoo again. Matt Cartwright, I convinced him to pee. You work on drinks. Right. A bit of teamwork gone in here. Yeah, I hope I meet you, Matthew, in Bangkok one day. We'll have a really good drink. I mean, the thing is, I look at your picture and you don't look like a monger. You don't look like a guy who watches a stream for 4 hours. You don't look like you drink a lot. You actually look like quite a sensible guy who holds down a good job. And you could be in IT or something like that. But then I guess that you can't tell a book from the cover, can you? Now, this guy, Clive, he does look like a real sort of tearaway. Matthew Cartwright, sad and self-employed. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to find a comment about the jet stream and I've missed it. Yeah, that's it. Mark Hanley. Harvey, I can't pronounce his last name. Is it Kittel? The Pimping Taxi Driver. Yeah, he went on to become a very famous film star. And I am an admirer of him. He is a great actor. But when I watched him recently, I watched Taxi Driver again. It's actually a very depressing film, but it's a very good film. And I love Robert De Niro is actually my favorite actor. If I looked at a movie I didn't know what it was, it said with Robert De Niro, I'd watch it. I think there's one. I don't like him in comedy roles. Robert De Niro in a comedy role. Mind you, saying that, the one where he had to go to a psychiatrist. What was that called? Really funny. Billy Crystal. Try hitting the pillow and he takes his gun out, bang bang. Oh yeah, I feel better. But I think Robert De Niro, brilliant. And Mark Harvey Kittel, probably said it wrong. He's very good, and he's got that big flappy hat on. And yeah, Score is his name. Score, something like that. Sis says, Peter, I've been to Thailand quite a bit for months at a time, and what I see, even with the guys I'm training with, sometimes boggles my mind. I think you're trying to say. You'd think they lose their minds soon and hit the okay. It's kind of you type that really fast, but I kind of get your message. It's kind of like when you're in Thailand, you see guys who you wouldn't see in your own country. This has gone a bit haywire. Hang on. Right, there we go. I'm a bit lazy, really, because when I watch other YouTubers, I just see the microphone. I don't see the wire. I think, where's the wire? And they hook it in and they put the wire down underneath. Well, that wouldn't do me any good, because when I got to water the daisies, then, Okay, right. Where are we? Hey, super chat. Who's that? Taxi Dela. Thank you. Thank you. Top up the Saint. I forgot how to say it again, but yeah, thank you. It's actually gone for the. I think I'm there with the GoPro now. I got a lot of nice super chats over the last 2 weekends for the GoPro, and I'm thinking finally that I'll have a top up tomorrow, and I'll let you know on Friday. But thank you for that, Taxi Dela. He's been in absolutely loads of movies. Very good actor, very good. And I like Joe Pesci as well. He's great, isn't he? I was just going to do a line from him. I watched him today on something. I can't remember what it was though. When the F did I ask your permission to come out here? Remember that movie, Casino? Okay, Damien. It's always quicker going to Thailand as Thailand is coming towards the plane and going back to England. The plane is catching England up. Very cryptic for this time of night, young Damien. Matthew says, starting to prefer these Sunday streams, Matthew. See, that depresses me, because I spend a lot of time in the week preparing the Friday streams. They spot the Thai girl, and spot the lady boy and all that. I have to get all those little pictures, make a card, then put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then do another one with the line where they're from, then make a video, put the music on. It's a lot of work. And when you come in and say, I'm starting to prefer these Sunday streams, that's good. That's good. But I'm thinking, oh, shit, All right. Yeah, Mark Hanley says Casino was awesome. That was a fantastic movie. It's one of my favorite movies. It's based on a true story. You know that. I read the book. One of my favorite lines in the actual book was, it was the last time they'd ever give wise guys something like this again. In other words, a casino. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Loved it. I never understood Ace rostering at the end. He said I could still make money for all sorts of people back home. It was almost as like he got pleasure from making profit and giving it to certain people. I never got my head around that. Unless he had a gangster kind of surrogate father. He never had a real father, and the gangster surrogate father was kind of like, you're a good boy, and and all this sort of thing, and it made him happy to kind of give him money because he got this kind of attention back. I don't know. Right, Taxi Delight. I had a GoPro 1. God, GoPro 1. You want to hide that because the Antiques Roadshow will be around this week. Many years ago for mountain biking, tempted to get a new one and film some of my trips to Southeast Asia. Right. I'm going to buy the GoPro 10 this week. Thank you to you guys. Now, a lot of guys have sent me messages saying, oh, be careful because it overheats. And I did a lot of research on this. And what it is, I wanted a one-size-fits-all, and it doesn't work like that. The GoPro, I was going to use it for streams. I was going to use it for telling stories. Yours Travels, thank you, mate. I've definitely got enough of the GoPro now. Friday is great, and I enjoy Sunday. It's laid back. Grab a GoPro ASAP to get used. I might phone you up actually to get some of the settings because it's a little bit complicated. I'm an old guy, right? Yeah, thanks. Very kind of you. No, I forgot what I was bloody talking about with the GoPro again. Yeah, some people said it overheated, and I wanted one size fits all. So I thought, right, I'll get a GoPro because the professionals. I'm a professional. I'll get a GoPro, and then what will happen is I can set it up like now. I've got a camera just for streaming. Okay, I've got that camera. Then the stories I do on my Samsung phone, brilliant quality. That's it there. Every story you've ever watched on my channel has been done on that phone. Yeah, great quality. And then I've got I haven't got it, but I will have it. The GoPro. When I get the GoPro, I wanted to use that for everything. Get rid of everything, use that. But it's not a one size fits all. What it is, a GoPro, it's an action camera. So if you want to put, I've already bought the clamp. I showed you it, didn't I, last week? I bought the clamp, but I don't have the camera. There's a clamp. I bought this off Amazon. So you put that on the wing mirror. The camera goes on there, and it's got stabilization. So you'll ride for kicks, as it were, and you can make videos like that. But it's only designed for action, So, if you're a skateboarder, you're in a boat, it's waterproof, so the spray's coming over, or you're on a motorbike and you want to film, it's designed for that. But it's not designed to do a live stream or to do stories, that sort of thing. So I'll play about with it when I get it. Yeah, absolutely. But I am pissed. Touch Frank. Surrogate father is biologically impossible. Let's not split hairs, right? You know what I meant. Right. Mark Hanley. Sharon Stone in Casino is the Thai bar girl legend. I actually watched an interview with Sharon Stone about her acting ability, and she said in that interview, when I was sat in the restaurant with Robert De Niro, and he was, do you remember, what's his name? Joe Pesci was kind of looking from afar, and Robert De Niro asked her something, and she looked up, and Joe Pesci went like that. And when the F do you have to ask him? And the table was getting shaken and everything. And Sharon Stone actually said that was when I did that bit of acting, I knew I had him. I knew I was on the same level as Robert De Niro. And yeah, she is a good actor. She is a good actor. Matthew Cartwright, we love both streams for different reasons. Peter, what I meant is these are nice. Yeah, they are. And I wouldn't drink this much on a Friday stream. I can't believe I said goodnight and played you out and come back again. I had 400 people when I did that. I got 220. It's coming back again. Right. Taxi to Lie. The original GoPro was very much for sport. Seems like they are used for... No, they're not. Taxi to Lie, you are absolutely half right. A guy like me who's never had one, I thought... I didn't think, well, they're used for sport. They're used for everything, but they're not. You can't pause them. So in other words, on my mobile phone, I can walk down Sukhumvit recording and think, oh, I've got to cross the road, but I want to record again. And I'll pause it, put it in my pocket, cross the road and carry on. So it's like I continue. You can't do that on a GoPro. They kind of heat up in a static area. Like if you're in a room on a hot day like this, after 20 minutes, 25 minutes, they heat up and the GoPro 10 anyway, it turns itself off. So it's not good for that. They're designed to be in a action setting. So on a boat with a wind coming over, on a motorbike with a wind coming over it, that's what they're designed for. So I'm pretty much fixed up there now. Because this camera is so good, this S10 Plus, I was going to upgrade to the is it the S22 Samsung? But they're £1,000. And you know what? I'm so happy with this camera. It's so good that I've had it nearly 3 years. I have to charge the battery a couple of times. But you know what? This on Amazon now is about £440. And I'm seriously thinking of buying another one rather than going for the latest model. Why should I blow 600 quid, when this does the job? Right, okay, ignoring the comments. Let's come back to them. Richard Woolley. How many people on here recently went to Pattaya and ended up having to stay in the Beverly Hotel? That's a weird one. I don't know about that one. Let's see if we get some answers. Sis, thanks, JB. Never had that many girls around here. I wonder why. Yeah, okay. Definitely the airport, Damon. When I get to the Bangkok, where do you recommend I get a SIM in the airport and phone company? In the airport, because one, they speak a good level of English. Two, they'll give you a printed out card that's laminated where you can say, oh, I'll have package 1, package 2, package 3, about 6 packages, and they'll do it all for you. You just give them the phone and the passport and they'll do it. Definitely the airport, yeah. That phone is old, ready for jump to. Yeah, it's old, but it's a very good phone. It still works. I'm not a Thai girl. I'm not a Thai bar girl who has to have the latest phone. I'm the sort of person, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And this, it might be old, but it's an excellent phone. And I'm thinking of buying a brand new one, another one, because it's done me proud over the last 2-3 years. Right, Jason Finch. Peter, you should bring the girls on the show. I mean, Kettering. MD is still there. Good on you, mate. Which hotel in Bangkok is near the best ladies' place? Well, I would say to you, if you're on a budget, stay in the Majestic Suites. Great hotel. A little bit difficult to get picked up by a taxi, but the Majestic, I don't know if you're familiar with the area, but if you come out of Soi 4, you got the police box there as if you're going to cross the zebra crossing, turn right. Just there next to the terrace, you've got the Majestic Suites. I stayed there. Great rooms, fantastic, good rates. Not a lot in the hotel as far as facilities, but as just somewhere to kip, it's good, yeah. Clive, I've got a Note 20 Ultra. Keep that a few years more. Nothing worth upgrading to. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, if you've got a phone and you're happy with it, why upgrade to please other people? Tony Foley, Damien, AIS SIM as airport. Well, Tony, there's actually 2 phone shops at the airport. There's True on the right as you're looking at it. You've got True. Sorry, my mistake. No, am I right or wrong? Hang on. No, I'm right. You've got True on the right, red logo. So as you walk up to the phone shop, there's True. AIS is there. I tend to buy from True. Why? Because they've both got very good signals, but True have more antennas throughout Thailand. So if you're one of those person who plans to kind of drive around Thailand a little bit, can't believe the numbers are coming back up after I said goodbye. If you're planning to go up to Isan or Rayong or wherever you're going to travel, the True network has more antennas. It's just a fact. In Bangkok, you use anybody; they're all good signals. Okay, yours travel. Peter, just send me WhatsApp or call before buying a new phone. Okay, all right. Do you want to help me with that? You know, I'm an old guy. Maybe you know something I don't know. Peter, just send me a WhatsApp or call me. All right, I will do. Yeah. It would be interesting to get girls on this show. Of course it would, Thai girls. But one, I don't live in Thailand for the moment. And two, you got to be very, very careful what you ask them, haven't you? I'm sure you're joking. Dutch Frank, what is the best province in Pattaya? Well, Pattaya is Chonburi, isn't it? Depends on what you want to do. Do you want to have a farm? Do you want to go out with girls every night? Right. Super nice. Peter, what kind of Samsung is it? I was just thinking of buying the A22. Well, of course, all the later models are the later models. Look, I'll show you again. It's a bit hard to see. This is a Samsung S10 Plus, okay? And it's old now. It's nearly 3 years old, but it's fantastic. If you've ever watched any of my stories, this is the phone that I record the stories on. If you've ever watched any of my videos when I was in Pattaya out filming about or in Sukhumvit, they're all done on this. It's a great there's a bit of kit. It's really good. The camera's excellent. And that's why, you know, originally I was thinking, well, I should get the latest phone. I looked online, it's about £1,000, 900, wherever you look. And I thought, well, why do I need a phone like that? Just because, you know, if I pull it out of my pocket, is a bargain going to say, oh, that phone's 3 years old? I don't care, as long as it does the job that I want it to do. Right, check bound, late in, but good to see you. Hello, Peter and everyone. Late to the chat, just in after a delayed trip home. Well, we've been gone for 3 hours, 20 minutes, so good to have you in, but it won't be much too longer. Right, another new name there. Chris Winders Daisy Jermaine. That's a mouthful. Right, good evening. When are you off? When are you off to live? Good luck. Good evening. When are you off to live? Do you mean when will I stop going live, or when do I go to Bangkok? I'm going to Bangkok in October. When will I go off live? I don't know. Right. Red Frang, I know it's getting close, but what date are you moving out there? Well, I'm actually going out there on the first week of October. I'm going to be looking for an apartment. But the good news is I've had an offer on my house. So I can't work out dates. I've got to see how it goes. I've got to find my wife and my younger daughter suitable accommodation, but hopefully sooner than later. Owen Aldido, I hope I said that right. Great stories yesterday. You should be a tour guide. Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Once you move to Thailand, you could make a boatload of cash. Thanks for that. Thanks for the super chat. Why has that TV just gone off? That's weird. Maybe it's overheated or on a timeout. Hang on. Right, I do want to talk about that a little for a minute. There we are. It's just timed out. Bangkok Pat does tours. I don't know how much he charges now. He's charging like 3,000-4,000 baht for an afternoon. But, you know, I don't want to walk around the old city all afternoon with people. I mean, let's see. Right, what's this about monkeypox? Any monkeypox danger? I don't think it's something to be taken too seriously at the moment. Dutch Frank, get rid of your underaged avatar, dude. I don't know who you're talking to there. Is that for me? Right. Well, we've done that one. He means, oh, okay. Mark Hanley says he means off to live. All right, I got you. Yeah, off to live there. An honest answer, I don't know. I'm going out in October. I'm going to look for an apartment. I'll have an apartment actually. I think I know where I'm going to go. I think at the moment, if it all goes well, I've got an offer on my house. If I can find a place for my missus, get everything done and dusted, I honestly think full time I'm looking at March, April. That's it. I am not Bangkok bound. I am Bangkok resident, I hope. Right, check bound. Great news on the house offer, Peter. Hopefully it will be close. Will be a big worry off your mind. It's still a worry because it's not done and dusted, as I say. The problem is that it's, there's a lot of things going to the equation, isn't there? It's on a chain, as it were. Eugene, Are you planning to meet Ed when you're out there? I don't think Ed will be in Thailand when I'm out there because he leaves in November. He's out for 3 months, but he'll be traveling. Mark Hanley says, Poltergeist turn the TV on. No, I turned it on. They maybe turned it off. Okay. I'm trying to weed out the silly comments and get the good ones now. Right, Andy Holmes. If you get your SIM card outside of the airport, you'll get 60% cheaper. I think when I was there in January, I got it in the airport and it was at 1,200 baht for the same deal the next month. Do you know what? The problem I had, Andy, I couldn't get the speeds. In the airport, I got 50, I think for a month. Initially, I took out a month because the second month was a nightmare. Remember my stream from the hotel room? And I think I paid about 900 baht. So in the airport, you get 50 gig a minute, right? Which is really fast. It's really good for a stream. But after that month, I went out hunting for another month and I couldn't get more than 20. And originally it was 10 gig. And I went to Terminal 21 and up on the top floor, you got all the mobile shops there. And because I didn't have a Thai ID card or a bank account or whatever, I was a tourist, the most they could offer me was a 20 gig, and it was too slow for a live stream. It's okay for putting videos up, but for a live stream, it was too slow. And, you know, when you get it at the airport, it's 50. So when I go next time, I will get 2 months. Thank you for that super chat. Great stories yesterday. Should be. Oh, I've read that already. I thought I got another one there. Where are we now? I've got to get them t-shirts made. It's not going to be a late one tonight, guys. MD said, Peter, when I travel to Bangkok, can I stay with you? Yes, under several conditions. 1, you bring a bottle of Black Label and plenty of mixers. 2, you bring crab fried rice and plenty for everyone. And 3, you bring at least 4 bar girls with you, okay? Because I'm going to be single. Right. Petty says, thumbs up, folks. Almost 200 now. That's old because I'm looking at 247 now. Keep the stream going, fellow mongers. Do you know what? I'm so tired now. I've been going for 3.5 hours. I'll keep it going for a little while longer, but I've got to. I'm really tired now. Really tired. And this might sound silly, but I've got to do the housework tomorrow because my wife works full time. So it'd be really unfair that she works 5 days a week and then she comes home and cleans. I'm at home all day. I know I do YouTube, but I tend to help her out. Right, Richard says, I lost my phone in Heathrow Airport and had 2 weeks in Pattaya with no phone. It was liberating to say the least. It's funny you should say that, Richard, because I have this kind of difference of opinion with Damien every time I talk to him, because what he says to me is, like, when I go to Thailand, I don't want a phone, I don't want to text, I don't want to email, phone off, that's it. It doesn't go on until I land in Heathrow. And I'm like the other side of the coin. I'm like, no. You know, I run a YouTube channel. I have to reply to comments. I have to get my emails, and I understand what you're saying because you're kind of thinking the same as me. You think I've got to answer emails. I've got to, you know, engage. But you lost it. You thought, hey ho, I can't do it anyway, and it was very relaxing, very nice. But I'd be lost without a phone. It's like my life's on there. Dog, you're in late, but good to see you. Hey Peter, is Thailand a good place to build a family with a Thai chick? If you get the right Thai woman, of course it is. Everybody's the same. You can live a very nice life in Thailand. Simon, my friend, is married to a Thai lady. She's got her own business separate from him. They've got a nice 3-bedroom house and a nice estate. Yeah, why not? Matthew Cartwright, shot of whiskey will sort that tidings. I've had too many shots of whiskey. No, I'm not getting wild, boohoo. Our friend on the other channel, he'll be monitoring this for the wrong word. You know, oh, I can flag that to YouTube. He said this, he did that. You know who I'm talking about. I was in the stream the other day just to see, but it was so pathetic. After 3 minutes, I left. Right, we have a troll in tonight because I know he's not the. I'm not going to mention his name, but I know he's not the real one. So I'm not going to show his. Let me just look at his real Yeah, we've got one troll, but I'm not going to show him up. Right, Danish bacon. Everyone on phones in bars these days, yeah, that does get on your nerves. But when you think about it, we all do it, don't we? When I go into a bar now, I'm always replying to comments on my mobile, which is great because I can do that throughout the day. Because if I left it to the last minute, it would take me 3 hours every morning. It's just a sign of the times, isn't it? My free TV box. Yeah, you're probably right. Prior 9, I want. Well, he loves me, doesn't he? He loves me. I want my. Oh, I've lost it. Hang on, Prior 9 again. Let me put it up. I want my. It's going to be a short one tonight. I should make them short. It's going to be a short one tonight. You know what the problem is, guys, right? When I do a live stream, I'll tell you the biggest problem, right? One is I enjoy alcohol. Secondly, I enjoy the streams. If I did it just to kind of, part of the channel, 2 hours, 1.5 hours, good night, guys, thank you. But I'm still doing it because I don't know what I'm talking about now, but there's still plenty of people in, and why not keep it going? Right, Damon again says, Clive, I am always on my best behavior at all times in Thailand. Yeah, maybe in Thailand, Damon, not here. Right, Chetboy, question, please, Peter. Some might find the Thai culture in a relationship, group culture, more so than in the West, difficult to deal with. Are there many expat women in Bangkok? Yeah, there are. What might surprise you is there is actually a lot of Thai, Western women that are married to Thai guys. If you go onto Google and you type in Western women married to Thai men and look at images, you'll see a lot. Policemen, army guys, and you'll see they're very good-looking Western women, young. They're not old, and they're not. It's not like the Grampia. If you know what I'm talking about, the Grampia. Let me see if I can find it for you. Where is it? It's not this, okay? It's, there are Western women in Thailand who are married to Thais out of love. Right. Matthew Cartwright, he loves it. Shot of whiskey. Right, Adrian Baker. Hi, nice seeing the stream. Good morning, Peter from Sydney. Congratulations on the house sale. Well, a bit early days yet. It's not. I mean, I've had an offer and I've accepted, but let's see. Fingers and toes crossed. Can't wait until the move. Last time we were in Thailand, the videos were awesome. Keep up the good work. You know what I've noticed on there? Let me talk about that a little bit. Thank you, Adrian. Thanks for the positive comment there. Because I'm going out to Thailand, I was watching. I've got my regular look. I'll come back to that. Look, Red Fox, $20 for the girl for fun. Loving the long streams, Peter. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I really, really do. Okay, let me go back to the other. Where are we? Right, that one. Okay, Red Fox. I haven't forgotten you. Very awesome. Very generous. Thank you. Right, Adrian Baker. Good morning, Peter from Sydney. Congratulations on the house sale. Can't wait until you get moved. Last videos were awesome. Right. So being a YouTuber, I've got something. I'm at a disadvantage because I'm an old guy. I've got white hair, right? A lot of the Thai YouTubers are young guys. They do all these kind of funny shots and stuff, and I'm trying to get on YouTube like everybody else. So what I did, because I'm moving out to Thailand, I thought, right, well, how can I maximize what I do? How can I be popular? I want people to like what I do. So I've done okay in England. I make these stories and I do the YouTubes where I get very drunk. And Chris Verhoeven, is it good to see you, mate, in the stream? And I thought, what can I do? So I thought, well, what I'll do, I don't want to copy anybody or emulate anybody, but I thought what I'll do, I'll look at other YouTubers and see what they do, why they're popular, why they're not popular. So, the channels that we all watch, the Queen of Pattaya, Buzz in Pattaya, Everything Pattaya, Ride for Kicks. Is he in Pattaya? Yeah, he is. The popular channels. I always watch all them. But I thought, right, let's go off and look at some other channels. And I just put in the search term, finding a condo in Bangkok. And all these channels came up I've never heard of before. And they're all guys who live in Bangkok. They visit Bangkok. You had young couples, 20 years old. Well, not 20, 25 years old. Some of them, they put a video up. It had like 2,000 viewings in 3 years. I mean, that's crap, right? But do you know what I discovered? The guys who have got the really, really popular channels, you can't include somebody like Trevor from Buzz and Patio because he's got a niche. He's Mr. Patio, isn't he? So you can't include him because he's not, you can't compare that to like the normal sort of everybody else. But what I found out when I looked at a lot of these people who are really popular, and I won't name names, but what I found out is they don't do anything special apart from one thing, right? So the guys who are flying with the numbers, who are really, really getting the people looking at them and staying with them, and they're really popular, I thought, wow, what are these guys making videos about? I'm doing live streams, I'm telling stories. When I'm in Thailand, I went to the Death Railway. What do they do? Must be fantastic. And I watched them. They don't do anything fantastic. What they do, they go to a restaurant. Hey, I'm having fried rice. I'm doing this. I'm on my motorbike. I took a minibus down to Hua Hin. The same as everybody else. But why are their numbers so big? And do you know what it is? It's the editing. That's what it is. Because when you watch somebody like me or an old timer, a guy who's been around, he's like, hi guys, how are you? Welcome to my channel. And I am guilty of this, right? I'm getting in the taxi now. I'm going with Simon. I'm going to Hua Hin. Here I am in Hua Hin. Here's a restaurant. I try and make it entertaining, but it's pretty dull for a young person, right? But these kind of people, what they do is, it will start and say, hey, I'm in Hua Hin, and in 2 minutes, you're going to see me chat up at Bargo, and she's going to want to take me for nothing. And then the camera's up there, right? And it kind of engages people, right? And they like this sort of stuff. And then there'll be some snapshots of Hua Hin or Bangkok, wherever he is, and then some nice music, and then it'll go soft and say, right, we'll come to Hua Hin today, and we're going to go to this bar, and we're going to meet whoever it is, and then it'll be like a little bit of music, bang, bang, bang. Hey, I'm in that bar. Do you remember at the beginning? And it's like that's the guys who get the numbers, the guys who do that fancy editing. So I'm not saying I'm going to do that. I'm too old to do all that sort of stuff. Yours, maybe you could get in there and do some of that. But it's really interesting when you analyze these channels. The guys who are down there and the guys who are up there, the only difference is the editing. So we need to take some lessons on editing. Right, Dog, Peter, if you need a motion designer to edit your videos, just let me know. I can help you with that. You can help me with that? How much will it cost? Right, okay. Taxi Talal. Seems like a few are using drones. That's great. I've never flown a drone. I got one of these toy drones, like a little thing like this. I got it because I used to like to chase a dog around the garden, because what he does, I'm a bit cruel, really. I've got a beagle, and when he's in the garden, I got this little drone. It's like a toy, really. It's not a proper drone. And what I did, I learned to fly it, and he jumps up and like that. So what I'd do, I'd fly it just without his reach, and then I'd land it on a table in my garden, and he'd forget about it and go down. And then, they make that noise when they're flying. I'd fly it across and hover it just above his ear. I'm cruel, right? About that much. And then he'd go ballistic if he'd doing cartwheels, and I'd fly it just out of his reach. But you know why I packed it in? Because he's really clever. One day I was doing it. I thought I was being smart, and just above his nose. And he was like, I'm not interested in this, you fool. And he turned around and he got the drone. He smashed it. Finished. Right. I thought that was quite funny. Okay. JB, do you have any good stories from Bournemouth, that where I'm from? Yeah, I do actually, JB. You might not believe this, but in let's go down memory lane now. When was it? Was it early? I think it was 81, 82. I was actually a DJ for a while before I started my hotel business, and I worked in a nightclub in the square of Bournemouth. I haven't been there for 30 years. Is it 30 or 40 years? I can't remember. But they used to have a night. I still remember this. You had, the square in Bournemouth. It's actually a roundabout. I don't know why they called it the square. But you had a shoe shop called Timpson's. And on the right of Timpson was a doorway to a nightclub called Madison Joe's. And I watched a video where they pulled it to bits and wrecked it. And I was so sad because it was a great club. And in, what year was it? It must have been 82, 83. I remember playing Adam and the Ants. But anyway, Timpson's shoe shop. There were stairs up the side, and you go up there, and it was a nightclub called Madison's. And then the guy who took over it from his parents was called Joe. And then they changed the name to Madison Joe's, just so they didn't have to change the carpet, because it was called Madison's. The carpet said Madison's. Then it was Madison Joe's. And I actually DJ'd there for about 8 months, and I really enjoyed my time there. I was a young man. It was before I started my hotel business, my hotel career. And so in answer to your question, do you have any good stories from Bournemouth? Lots. Worked at Madison Joe's, and then you had the Exeter Hotel, who had a Bernie steakhouse. You probably won't remember all that. I'm talking 3 decades ago. Right, Damon. Peter, remember you have to find my message. I will leave you to find in my hotel in Bangkok. That's a bit cryptic. Well, I'll call you tomorrow. You can tell me. Danish Bacon again. He's still here. Good man. Oh, you're always talking to somebody else. Right. Alan Clark, is it? Hi, Peter. Once again, a nice Sunday surprise. Thank you, Alan. I think I've had 1 or 2. It's one of those streams. It started off with 2 hours in mind and no longer. I said good night, put the finishing card up, started again, drank too much, and I'm still here. Terrible. Right, Dutch Frank says, you and Eddie are whining about fake accounts. No, I'm not whining at all, Dutch Frank. Why doesn't Eddie make you mod on his channel? Well, he's not going to make me, is it? He could ask me. He's not going to make me. And why don't you make Eddie mod on your channel? That way we would... No, I mean, look, Dutch Frank, I know you're in the streams all the time. I know you're in every stream. This is the first time I have to totally disagree with you. Firstly, let me tell you why I disagree. Firstly, I don't moan about trolls. What I say is, oh, we've got the trolls in tonight. They're not in tonight because it's Sunday, okay? Secondly, I'm not going to commit to be a mod on Ed's channel because it's too time consuming. I've got too much to do. And I'm not going to go cap in hand and beg Ed to be a mod on my channel. I've got good mods here. I've got Spannerman Damon. I've got Spannerman Franco. So, I mean, don't take that in a bad way, but I don't whine, okay? I'm whining now because of this. That wound me up a little bit. Right. Mark Hanley, I'd rather share a room if I was pissed with Peter rather than Paddy Boy. Would have to wear metal underpants if you were stuck with... Right, I can't really... I can't... Well, you might have to wear metal underpants or me. Who knows? No, that was a joke. You wouldn't, right? A nomad overseas. That sounds similar to the dude who would Fox punch the camera between each scene transaction. Became irritated about the 4th time he did it. Yeah, okay. There's some really, I try to be decent on this stream, but there's some really wild YouTubers out there. There's one guy, I don't want to name him, but Jesus Christ, somebody sent me a link to his video today. He was exploring a place that was closed and he shouldn't have been there. And they wanted to call the police and arrest him. And he had to do a runner. And, I watched this and I was like, I was kind of like biting my... I don't want to mention it, because the guy's going to come at me with a vengeance for criticizing him. I got my style. They got their style. Right. Damien, it's your bedtime. What are you saying now? Look, Peter, remember you have to find... Oh, we read that already. Okay, David Waters. Hello from a warm patio. You teaser, you. Right, Prior 9. I got an idea for a Christmas this year, Peter. How about instead of traditional advent calendar countdown to Christmas with small chocolate each day, could do a daily tip each day via the short stream? Yeah, that's an interesting one. Right, a serious one. Taxi to Lao. Has anyone taken the new train yet to Dong Muang? I thought Dong Muang was only cargo nowadays, or is it cargo and domestic? I don't know. I haven't. When I live there, I'll be able to make videos about all this sort of stuff, right? I don't know. If somebody leaves a message like that, I'll get on the train and I'll go there and then I'll give a full video on it. Yours Travels. Eddie will never have a mod. I like Ed, but he is a control freak. He wants to be in control. What do I say about that? I did suggest to Eddie. I said to Eddie, because Ed likes to play with the trolls, and I said to him, look, Ed, you should get a few trolls in. No, you should get a few trolls in. You should get a few moderators in to help you with your channel. And he didn't actually come back to me on it. Be more Ron, yes. I haven't seen that. Nomad Overseas. Sis, his vids are good in fairness. Just the whole fake punch the camera gag is totally overdone. I don't know who that is. I really love Richie and Maybell and a new guy. Do you know what? You're talking about YouTubers now. I've been gone for a while. Ed's been gone for a while. We're kind of old school, old time, old hat, whatever you want to call it. But Thailand's opening up. You're going to get a whole bunch of people who are going to start channels, all these new YouTubers, and they'll have their own style. Some of them will be good, some of them will be crap, but you'll have a lot more choice. Thailand Paul says Franco is a good guy. Has he brainwashed you? Has he brainwashed you, Thailand Paul? Right. Mark Hanley, you drunk tonight, Ron? I think there's a few in here who are. Totally disagree, but it's 100% practical solution. It's not about applying the mod duties. It's about the verification. Fair enough. Right. Jason, Peter, why not Bowen Bargos on the show? A lot of people have said that tonight, but we don't have too many Bargos in Kettering. Steve Ellsbury, can't believe you're still going. I'm just starting work and we'll replay from the beginning. Good luck. 120 days until I'm back. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Steve, I don't have to get up in the morning. And I came in to do a short stream. I thought 2 hours maximum. I enjoy it. I have a drink. Why not? Cheers. Do you know, when I listen or watch back on my streams, I never ever start them from the beginning for 4 hours. I always start them from 3 hours with like watching them like this, because I think after the third hour they've gone to pot. But there's still people in here. It's quite a lot of people actually. Richard, does anyone else go to Thailand for Songkran? As I have had some great times there in Pattaya. I'm sure there are. I've had some great times during Songkran, some great times. Damien, Peter, remember we spoke about me leaving you something for you to find? I've read that 3 times now. Right. Dog, let's settle on a price that suits both of us. I'll leave you mail and we'll discuss it later. Videos deserve more views, and for your future vlogs, you surely need a motion designer. Let's settle on a price that suits. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, look, Dog, I don't make a lot. You might not believe this, right? But I can't afford to employ people, okay? I don't make a lot of money. The reason I've done everything myself, I've had to teach myself, is because it's a pittance, okay? It's beer money. If I had to pay a salary to somebody, I couldn't do it. So, if you're looking to make a few quid out of doing something for me, I'd rather leave it. We'll stay friends, but I can't employ you. Sorry. Right. El Tarico, Bald and Bankrupt. Yeah, that's a good channel, actually. Bald and Bankrupt. He's a guy who speaks Russian, and he visits all these old communist, all these old places that are no longer, since the Iron Curtain came down, they're not needed. The thing he's got on his side, as I said, he speaks Russian, but great channel. Great channel. Yeah, I did actually say that D Morong. Don Morong does domestic flights. I said they did cargo and domestic, but that used to be in the main air. I actually missed Don Mong Airport, because in the old days, the lighting was low. You could sneak off to a corner of a cafe, order some fried rice and a few beers, have a cigarette. Nobody said anything to you. The new airport, well, newish. It's not quite the same. Right, Chetbound trains. Are most cities connected by train? Are the trains fast? Yeah, they are. I mean, Thailand, the infrastructure is really good. I'm having to be really careful on these now. I'm just looking at orbs on my camera. You know what orbs are? I've got like CCTV, back garden, front garden. An orb is like a white ball, and nobody knows what they are. Scientists don't know what they are. They could be spirits, they could be ghosts, but I just seen a couple of orbs go across. I said, Peter, you will end your stream very soon. Right. Yours Travels. Paddy's girlfriend is fine. Don't get jealous, guys. I haven't seen his girlfriend, but he's a young guy, isn't he? What's the name? Jim, is it? Peter, what is a Thai word that you had trouble with and now have mastered? Sorry, I missed it. It wasn't a Thai word. It was this beer that I drink. It's French, and I couldn't pronounce it. I'll show you the picture because it's gone again. I did pronounce it very well tonight. And somebody said, thank Christ he can finally pronounce it. I won't try now. Right. Pierre. Hey, Peter, I showed you your street to my friend, and he's now happy to join. Most importantly, he's going to go to Thailand. That's a bit kind of like stalking. What do you mean? I showed your street to my friend, and he's now happy to join. Bit worried there. Right. Damon, Peter, I will leave. Oh, God, that one again. That's 4 times now. Let's get to some of the new comments. Right. Dutch Frank, the orbs, the children who would existed if you didn't wear a raincoat in patio. Okay. Clive, you're still there. Cheers, mate. Good show. I know you're a bit of a drinker. Bald was in Kazakhstan looking at old Soviet space shuttles on video yesterday. You know what? He's one of those channels, like when I come across it, I do enjoy it. He makes good content. But I wouldn't subscribe and wait for his next one. I'm not that much into it. It's just when you're flicking through it, if I come across him, he's okay. Boohoo said, do you believe in ghosts, Peter? I'm not going to get into this now, Boohoo, and this might sound like total bullshit, but absolutely, I have actually had 2 experiences that I shit my pants, really, absolutely. Maybe I'll make a video about it one day, but I absolutely, hand on heart, believe in ghosts, okay? I'll leave it at that. Right. Saint Etienne. I said it that time. Saint Etienne. Yeah. Okay. El Terrifico. Do you know what? I believe in ghosts so much that some situations actually scare me. This might sound a bit girlish, but I've had a couple of experiences that frighten me to death, and I've seen things that I can't prove to you, and you might think it's bullshit, but they actually scared me to the point that I actually sleep with the light on every night now. I really do. And if I book a hotel now, I make sure that there's a bright light outside, or I've got access to light. I can't sleep in a totally blacked out room. I can't do it. I had a terrible experience. It's not, Thailand Bound is not a video to make that about, but I'm not like a baby, a little boy where I have to sleep with the light on. It's just, if I can't see light, I get very frightened because of an experience I had. One when I was a young boy, and later on in life. I might tell you about it one day, but tonight's not the right night. Okay. Tony, is it Christian? Good day, Peter from Thailand Bound. Good to see you again, sir. Yeah, thanks for joining the stream. Nearly 4 hours in. A lot of people had a lot to drink tonight, but good to see you in late. Damon again. Me meant stream, not street. Well, you are a bit of a nutter, Damon. We all know that. Right. Do you know what? Look, you're taking a risk here. If you want to have a bit, should I say a bit of fun? No, I won't say a bit of fun. If you want to wind up a tie, shall I tell you this story or not? Yeah, why not? Right. If you want to tease a tie, if you're with a Thai girl in your room, just say you get a Thai girl and you take her back to your hotel for drinks. Start whistling, just like she'll shit her pants. You know why? In Thai culture, if you whistle, you're summoning. Have I said that word right? You're asking for the ghost to appear. So when you whistle, you'll never hear a Thai person whistle ever. Thai people don't whistle because in their culture, whistling is asking ghosts to come back. So if you're with a Thai girl and you start whistling in front of her, you watch her reaction. Don't do it too much, just a little bit. Right, Pacemaker 2005. The dead can't hurt you. It's a living you have to watch out for. They can't hurt you, but I've seen something once that would terrify you. Absolutely terrify you. It did me. Put it this way, I'm 62. I can't sleep with the light off, okay? And I'm talking about an experience I had 42 years ago and 50 odd years ago. Right, Thomas Wright. Great show once again. It's not a show. It's just me like talking to you. Great show once again, Peter, and running into extra time. Love it. I know, running into too much extra time. Hey, here he is, the man himself. Very late or very early. Joy Lynn.
My mate had the same a few years ago in Bangkok. All I can say was the Billy Boy, that was reminds me of a goat, that name, Billy Boy the goat, really put the willies up him. All right, I got it. Right, Neil Thompson. Neil Thompson, I took a photo in Auschwitz furnace rooms, showers full of orbs. Yeah, we're talking ghosts now, aren't we? It's that sort of stream again. Here we go. Right. You know what? I watch a lot. What some of my favorite TV programs? I like to watch about UFOs and things like that. Rendlesham Forest, where the spaceship landed and all that sort of thing. And I don't watch like real ghosts caught on camera on YouTube because they're all bullshit. How do I know they're bullshit? Because I've got software. I've learned to post edit videos, and I know you can fade out, so it looks like somebody's walking across the room. It's so easy to do. Total bullshit, okay? But the reason I believe in ghosts is because I believe I had an experience a couple of times in my life that actually made me very, very scared. And as I keep saying, I can't sleep without a light on now, very dim light, okay? If you ever meet me, I'll explain it to you. It was terrifying. And I had something that built up to that. What you're saying there about the orbs, scientists haven't worked out what an orb is. They don't know what it is, right? But they're white circles of light that move about in a certain direction. And let's leave it at that. Yeah. Be more on. My girlfriend Ning in Thailand told me that whistling is no big deal. She said that OBS, I heard the same thing. Yeah, okay. Well, that's her opinion. Anyone used to watch Tales from the Crypt years ago? Later, no. Let me just get back to that one because I want to defend that one. He said, B. Mora said, my girlfriend Ning in Thailand told me that whistling is no big deal. She said that is old Bill said. I heard the real thing. No, I absolutely disagree with this. Why? Because I've spoken to normal Thai people, and we've got into it, and I don't know how to explain it now. Okay, I'll move on. Okay, you're right. I'm wrong. Right, Andy Holmes. Why is this so many in Thailand? I've had so many experiences before, especially in old hotels, horrific experiences. Well, Andy, the reason probably is because a lot of guys have had very good experiences that ended with bad experience, i.e. joining the Pattaya Flying Club. So you imagine if you're sitting in a hotel that's been there for 30 years, 40 years, and you feel some presence in the room, somebody could have leapt off the balcony. It's very likely, right? Matthew Cartwright, I sleep with the light on too, Peter. Too many scary movies when I was a kid. Do you know, what's the scariest movie you've ever seen? I can tell you right off the bat what mine is. When I was 15, it was The Exorcist. That head going around, the cross, the green shit coming. I couldn't sleep for 3 weeks. It was terrible. I mean, when I was a kid, a horror movie was the Hammer. Do you remember Hammer? Peter Cushing, Dracula. He used to wrap the cape around. You couldn't see his teeth. He used to, the young maidens with the old boot. We used to watch it for the maidens. They'd have the. Let me just get rid of Matthew's. What do you call it there, so I can explain. Right, Hammer House of Horror. The 70s. It used to be on Friday night, 10:30 p.m. You'd have the young maidens with the white fluffy top, pulled tight with the old boobs pushed up. Young boy of 14. Wow, worth watching just for that. But it was Peter Cushing. It was a horror movie, Dracula. And he'd see her and he'd see his face and the old fangs had come out, right? And he'd get his cape, it was like cover himself up and he'd lean in and then it'd cut to like a horse going through the forest. That was horror for us, right? So in 1970, whatever it was, when The Exorcist came out, it was another Dracula film, right? I shit my pants. I literally did. Well, not literally, but I did in a way. When the priest threw himself at the window and that voice, it was, do you know what? I couldn't watch it today. That was 40 years ago. I could not watch it. Terrible movie. Good movie, but terrible. Right. Let's get back to the chat. Hi, Peter. Is it true you took a ST girl while out with Buzz and Trev from Camel Toe? How was it? What is an ST girl? Is that short time? Hi, Peter. Is it true you took a short time girl while out with Buzz and Trev? I didn't, but if I did, am I guilty? Would I have to do some time for it? Right, JB, I saw some orbs on the bed sheet in the hotel room on reflection. I'm gonna have to read yours before I put them out there. Adrian Smith says, Exorcist is tame compared to some sick horror films these days. I don't like watching. Do you know what it was with The Exorcist? You know, horror movies nowadays, like you got Saw, you know, SAW, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 120. You know, where he puts them in like barbed wire and it's like, if you want to get out of this situation, you have to move to the left. And they get all cut up when they're trying to. They're not horror films. They're just gruesome, aren't they? I'm not talking about gruesome hatchet movies. I'm talking about horror films, well played out horror films. And do you know what? The Exorcist, it is a scary. I've watched the Saw movies where they get trapped in barbed wire and their fingers get cut off and all that. That's just, you know, gruesome. But a good horror film, something that'll scare you, that was scary. I used to like the Hammer House of horror films, you know, Dracula, and you know they were kind of nice, but that Exorcist was scary stuff, right? Chris, 42 days, and I get to hold my wife in my arms again. Going to Pattaya this time. Well done, Chris. Good on you, really. It's a long wait. Right, David Waters again. Bar girls hate VT6. Say many girls. I don't know what VT6 is, Dave. Sorry for my ignorance. Red Fox again. I was at a motel and had sleep paralysis while I was frozen. I saw a swirl of black. Is this going to be a joke? I saw a swirl of black smoke over the TV. Eventually, I broke out of it. Two hours later, my girlfriend had the same thing happen. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's scary shit, isn't it? I knew a priest. He came from where was he from? Was it Bulgaria? It wasn't Yugoslavia. Romania, that's where it was. I knew a priest. I don't know how I met this priest actually, but he became a friend. And what it was, he came from Romania over to this town where I am because he'd been promised a job in a certain church in Corby, which is about 8 miles away. And it all worked out a bit weird. But he said to me one day, he said, you know what, Peter, there's no such things as ghosts. He actually did funeral. He's a priest. And he used to eat with a dead body there, and 1 or 2 of them exploded. That's another story. But, you know, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Right, I don't know who's trolling you, Chris. She's no sympathy. You don't, mate. Listen, you don't have to defend yourself. Who in this? I haven't seen it. Right, maybe Damien can pick it out. Right, check bound in the director's cut of The Exorcist. I haven't seen the director's cut. I'm going to have to cut that out now. I said the F word. Right, in the director's cut of The Exorcist, and the possessed child comes down the stairs doing the crap. My skin crawled over my body. So creepy. Are you talking about with the cross, F me, F me, F me? Because I've seen that, but was there something extra? Damien says, don't book the Nana Hotel, Peter, full of spirits. It doesn't surprise me because the Nana Hotel's been there since the 60s, if not before. You know, I've got friends that take the piss at me. I talk about ghosts in a very serious way. I'm not like, ooh, the bogeyman. But like I keep saying to you, I've seen a couple of things, and I've explained this to friends, and they've tried to talk me out of it, but they can't, you know, because if you see somebody get shot and they fall down and die, and somebody comes up to you and they talk to you for 3 hours and say it's impossible, nobody can get shot and die. It doesn't matter what they say. You've seen it, right? Father Jack, what's that boohoo? Was that a TV program? I don't know that one. Right. Snozzle Head 92. Lucid dreaming, sleep paralysis, and seeing shadow figures is a common phenomenon. I once had a lucid dream where a banshee was sitting on my chest. I'm smiling because I think there's a punchline here. Had to snap myself awake. Thought it was cool though. Do you know what? 2 days ago, I never have nightmares. Right? I woke up at 6, went to the toilet, went back to sleep, and between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m., I had like 6, 7 nightmares, really scary nightmares. And I woke up and I thought, why did I have those nightmares? Richard, I wonder if famous YouTuber Kevin Tunnan is haunting Pattaya. He'd be a good haunt, wouldn't he? Hello, people. Is he still going? 4 hours. Right, dog. Peter, tell us your story about the ghost you witnessed. I might do, but not tonight because it's there's two stories and they were really frightening. One was about an old Victorian home that had no floorboards and a little girl, and the other one was when my father died, and it was really scary when I was 9. And I'm totally sure of what I seen and what I heard, and it would be a good story, but it's not for some guys who had a lot of drinks on a live stream about Bangkok. But I might do one day. Sunshine Man. I often sleep with the light on due to ghostly encounters in my current and previous home. Do you know what? I'm really, really happy I mentioned that because I thought I was a bit of a girl's blast because my wife said to me and my mother years ago, she said, you know, Peter, why do you sleep with the light on? You know, you're not a kid. And I can't, in my room on my dresser, like I sleep here, my dresser's here. I've got a light and it took me about 3 months to get the lowest dim bulb you can ever get. I mean, you couldn't do anything by it. It's a light, but it's like so dim you couldn't do anything. You couldn't read, certainly. You can just about find yourself to the toilet, but it makes me feel comfortable because when I open my eyes, it's not black, which scares me, right? And a lot of people have come in tonight and said the same thing. They sleep with the light on for certain reasons. They've seen certain things. And it's actually made me feel better because I thought I was being a bit of a girl's blouse, but perhaps it's not just me. Dino J says, the first Friday the 13th was scary for me when I was 9 watching it when Jason's mother was doing the killing. Those sort of movies are really gory, though. When you get the psychological movies, they're even more scary. Andy Holmes, Peter, have you seen anything spooky in Thailand? Right, my answer to that, to keep the stream going, would be, oh yes, but I'll tell you next week. But actually, no, I haven't. I've seen more in the UK. I've only ever had 2 experiences. I mean, experiences where I'm sure, absolutely sure, and shit my pants, really, but not literally. Right, yours. No, super nice. I stayed at the Nana Hotel and nothing happened. It's not guaranteed. It's not like you check in, right? What do we get for 500 baht a night? Well, we've got a restaurant, we've got a coffee shop, you can have your hair cut, we've got a pool. And by the way, about 2:30 a.m., 3 ghosts will visit you and sexually molest you. It happens sometimes, not all the time. Right, check band again. Sorry, she was doing the crab walk on hands and feet, but with her chest facing the ceiling while going back. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Right, Thailand. Paul said, I've seen a ghost in Thailand. Elaborate, please, Paul. I'll read it out. Mark Hanley says, Exorcist, scariest ever. Shit my pants. Shit my pants. YouTube, if you're watching this, you're going to ban me for saying shit. Go for it. I've said it 10 times. Right, Red Deal TV. I had a bad experience with a bad spirit, Peter. I definitely know what you mean. They are definitely real. There's people out there who say, "Oh no, it's all bullshit. There's no spirits." But you know, there's a lot of videos on YouTube where they're entitled, "I went crazy when I seen this video." I've seen 1 or 2 on YouTube where I've looked at. There's one in a hotel where it's kind of green. The whole picture's green, and there's a security guard outside. And you hear screaming inside the room, and they see this kind of smoke figure. That's kind of quite convincing, but there's not many on there that are convincing. Thailand Dreamer. I don't actually have an ex-wife, Thailand Dreamer, but maybe in the future. Boom, boom. Right. Right, Matthew Cartwright. We talking about nightmares because of the vampire girl in the back? Oh no, definitely not. Picture please. She would be more of a wet dream. Absolutely. You're talking about this lady here, right? I mean, she's cute. She's cute. Where is she? She's cute. She's cute. They're all cute actually. But she could be the vampire's sister, couldn't she? She's got that look about her. Oh, this is my favorite background picture, and I'm indulging myself tonight. I'm not putting this up for you guys. I'm putting it up for myself because I really like it. Jay says, I have seen ghosts with the light on. Yeah, but it's not so bad with the light on, is it? Because you can see them and say, look, get stuff. Stop haunting me. Right, David Pipe. I was in a car accident last week. Sorry to hear about that. Doctor says I have a mild concussion. Been having some bizarre dreams and nightmares ever since. The brain can really mess with you sometimes. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, David. You're kind of saying like it could be in the mind. You see things that aren't really there. And yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. But For me personally, and I keep saying this, I'm 110% sure that what I seen terrified me, and it was true. Does nobody work on this stream? Dutch, it's time for bed. Damon's off to bed. How long have we? Oh, we've got to go now, guys. It's 12 o'clock. Matthew Cartwright said, I've noticed I have less nightmares the older I get. Oh, that burnt me. I don't normally have nightmares, but yesterday, the last 2 days, I woke up at 6, gone back to sleep and had like 20 nightmares. Really scary stuff. See London, new name in the chat tonight. Bury Pomeroy Castle is one of the most haunted places in the UK. Well, actually, in the UK, we actually have a lot of places that are supposedly haunted because we've got pubs that were built in the 18th, 17th, 16th century, haven't we? And castles, a lot of old history. Yours Travers, I don't know where that comes from. Don't bomb my chippy. Yeah, absolutely. The one Rob 88, if you run out of patio stories, you can tell ghost stories. The problem is when you tell ghost stories, most people don't believe them. Super nice. Yes, Peter, sure, but I was referring to the comment that stated Hotel Nana was haunted. I can't remember what you said last time. Right, Prior 9. In Guernsey, there is a place called the Chain House. Guernsey folks swear they have all seen the ex-owner who comes out at midnight with his chains rattling. Makes me shiver driving past. Yeah, it would do. Yeah, absolutely. I never believed in ghosts. You know, I was always like, no, what a load of bollocks. They don't have ghosts. Dutch Frank, it's funny how channels will time you out or ban you for sticking up to you against other known troll accounts. Dutch Frank, that wasn't me, honestly. I don't know. I haven't timed you. I've never timed you. You've been in from the early days. You're in a lot of streams. I see you everywhere. I wouldn't time you out. So if somebody has, it wasn't me. Right, Mark Hanley, yours. Mark Hanley, you have taken offense to me saying Paddy has a nice get. No, okay, fine. Look, guys, the thing is, when you're in a stream like this, you know, we all drink. We all have too much to drink. It's good fun. People get emotional. We all state our case here, but, you know, don't have a go at other people. We're all friends at the end of the day. Nobody means anything nasty. Here we go again. To be serious, I'll see and speak to my lovely twin brother who really passed away in Oz, Joylin. Okay, well, hopefully. Dino J. In 1998 in Dublin, one afternoon when the blinds were drawn, an image of an old woman was looking down at the ceiling at me. I called my brother in. Once he opened the door, she disappeared. No word of lie. Yeah, I believe it, you know, because I kind of believe, like, when these visitations, is that the right word? When these visitations happen, they are very personal. And if that happened, what you've just described on there, that was aimed at you. So, of course, when the door opened, that whatever it was disappeared because they didn't want to be seen by somebody else. Maybe one day they'll come back. And that's what happened to me when I was terrified. Right. Red Fox 9 was, and they didn't mean to terrify me. It's just because I'd never experienced, you know, someone sitting on the end of your bed. Right. I stayed at the penthouse in Hotel, dildos laying everywhere. Don't tell me a ghostly dildo came and stuck it up his arse in the night. Right. I stayed at the penthouse in Pattaya, and several dates were scared of the rooms because they all felt it was haunted. Definitely a crew. Okay, I'll tell you a true story now. I knew a guy who took a bar girl back to his room, a very, very old hotel. It wasn't Pattaya, it was Bangkok somewhere, very, very old hotel. The girl came back to the guy's room and he said, why don't you take a shower? Blah, 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 normal script. And she actually looked around in a very startled way. And he said, what are you looking at? And she said, you know what? I'm going to go home. I'm sorry. And the guy felt sorry and said, well, look, take $1,000 for your taxi. And the girl said, no, I can't take it. I just want to go home. And he found out a few days later, he spoke to the girl, and she, or a girl's friend, whatever, and there was something there that she wasn't comfortable with. And when he looked on the internet at the history of the hotel, some guy, a foreigner, had actually jumped off the balcony of the room that he was in. And obviously this girl felt that present. It sounds like a load of bullshit, like storytelling late at night. But that's what happened. He took her back for a short time. She seen something. She felt uncomfortable. She stayed, said, I don't want your money. She left. He researched it. And that was the outcome. I believe it. Damien, not off the bed, still watching. Yeah, me too. Oh, God, I got to go for another Daisy. This is a record, right? I'm going to go. I'm not going to go for a Daisy water. Right, good comment. Everyone is free. I'll read your name out. Pacemaker 205. Everyone is free to believe what they want, but I'm not a believer. That's fair enough. Even with all the latest tech, there is no hard evidence of ghosts. What I would say to that is, yes, absolutely right. I agree with you. But, right, okay, I'm going from personal experiences, not from what I'm told. I had 2 experiences in my life, and well, let's leave it there. Boohoo. Thomas Wright, what part of... Okay, you're talking to someone else. The reason I take so long between comments is because I'm talking and you'll see a long gap. It's because I'm going through the comments. I'm trying to get the ones that I can actually read out. If somebody's saying like, hi, Dutch, how are you? I'll be there in Pattaya. I can't read it out. I can read this out. Boohoo said, polls show most PPL believe in ghosts. The only reason I believe in them, and I keep saying this, is because I had two experiences. One where I shit my pants, and I don't care what scientific tests have been done. I don't care what polls have been done. I don't care what people tell me. I know what I know. That sounds stupid, but I'm sure you know what I mean. Says Bangkok hotels, climate in the yeah, okay. Check band again. Here there was a man breaking into houses. He was caught on camera just sitting on the end of the bed and watching the people sleeping. The screen grab in the newspaper was very disturbing. Yeah, I'd like to see that. If you've got, send it to me, Chet Band. I'd love to see that. Right. Taxi Delay. There are many stories of young children saying grandparents visited them at the time they passed away many times. Yeah, there are. Innovations reality. Any ghost story that includes something being shoved up. Yeah, that was the old penthouse hotel, wasn't it? Right, I might start another channel now. Dog. Peter, you got a good idea for your new videos now. Ghost stories from Thailand. I don't want to get involved in. You know, when you start doing that shit, you know, we're investigating this house where Joe, who was only 27, died mysteriously, and Knock, his Thai bar girlfriend, lived on and got $1 million in the bank. What could have happened? Now, I can't do those videos because they scare me. I am actually scared of ghosts. I really am because of my experiences. And I don't care who takes a piss. I'll stick to my words. Right, Judge Frank, do you know of the murder in the hotel on Soy Han? I don't, but you think about it, right? Bangkok. How many foreigners go there for the last 60, 70 years? How many have had bad experience? How many have had good experience? But you think about each room. You go in a old hotel, right? What's happened in that room? If you could go back in time and watch it, and in real time, there's bound to be some horror stories. Super nice. I stayed at a new hotel near Soi 4, Bangkok. I stayed with an ex-Thai girlfriend 8 years ago. She claimed to have seen a ghost at our room at night while I was asleep. We had to check out as she was so scared. Yeah, you know what? I understand it. I've seen Thai girls in that situation. Somebody's got a spinner as a ghost here. Taxi Lab, Peter, was it difficult to find Western food in Bangkok back in '87 or whatever it was you were there? It was no, it wasn't 87. It was kind of like 91. The only place you could really get good Western food, you had to pay for it because you had to go into like top hotels like Hilton, Marriott, you know, the 5-star chain hotels, Western hotels, because you could go in there and order a burger, you could go and order a steak, you could order a cheese sandwich, but out on the street, not really. You couldn't get all that stuff, not back then. I like that. Peter's Tales from the Crypt. Yours travels. I will look behind me. Clive, hey Peter, my missus is having time away from me to think I need a holiday. Is it a bad idea to go to Pattaya for 2 weeks? No, go for 4 weeks, Clive. Right. Cool, breaking the records tonight, nearly 4.5 hours. I don't want to be like that Irish guy who people used to take the mickey out of. Jason Ford, always watch yours and Trevor's show, but this is the first time live because always in the morning when I'm at work. Love both the shows anyway. Yeah, I've had a few sherbets tonight, Jason. I don't know if I'm on top form. I'm probably not. Oh, it's terrible. I hate these live streams. Right. Yeah, absolutely. T-shirt. It won't be a long one. I was talking to my wife tonight and we were talking about the live stream. She never watches them. She said, oh, you seem to be in that room at the end of the garden for a long time. What are you doing down there? You know what Asian women are like. I said, well, I promise you 2 hours maximum. I'll probably knock on the head 1 hour, 20 minutes. 4 hours, 20 minutes. I'll just say my watch was wrong. Damon, when we pass to the other side, our life path line is shown to you, the path you've done and the path you should have taken. Deja vu, we all expected that. Well, I'll tell you, here's something really interesting. Have you ever laid in bed, fast asleep, like this? This is me fast asleep, right? And you're just sleeping and all of a sudden you jerk. I don't mean you jerk, I mean you jerk, right? I read a book on supernatural things. So you're laying there and all of a sudden you kind of like, it's like a real jerk. And what they reckon that is, nobody's ever proved it. I just read this book. It's very scientific. I can't get into it here. But what they reckon that is, you are actually attached to, Christ, it must be 4 hours now, the stuff I'm talking about. You're actually attached to a third world. So, you know the umbilical cord, is that what you call it? The cord that you connect to your mother with, they cut and you get a belly button. They reckon in life, you're connected to a spirit world. You've got a spirit in your body. And when you're laying there, sometimes that spirit floats away and it wants to go off, but you're still alive, right? And what happens, it gets to the end of that cord and it kind of jerks, and that's that jerk. Whether that's a load of bullshit or not, I don't know, but I did read that. Chetban, maybe there could be a Halloween edition of live stream with spooky stories. That'd be a good idea, yeah. Right, Adrian Smith, when someone chats to you and they stop suddenly and disappear, they call that ghosting, I guess, because it's spooky. Yeah. Yours again. Clive, just keep a cheap deal to... you're talking to someone else. Right, last one of the night. Here we go. My OG experience, not pleasant. Right, if you don't believe in ghosts, guys, I won't try and sell you. I won't try and talk you into it. What can I say? Guys, good night. This is the real one now. 4 hours, 20 minutes. I finished 3 hours ago. And this really is it. It's been a good night. I'll see you on Sunday again.